Chapter 141, Can't Go Back. The bat monkey's beast howl alarmed the nearby birds, causing them to flee into the air. Hai Wan and the others also took note of this activity. They subconsciously stopped and turned to look behind them. What is that sound? Did you guys just hear something? It sounded like a bat monkey howling. How is that possible? Iwan smiled. Bat monkeys live in large groups. Even if an expelled bat monkey group drifted here, they would not venture near the ravine. Should we go investigate? Someone suggested. Haiwan shook his head. Unnecessary. A single wandering bat monkey is not a threat. Wait, did something just happen? Why didn't I hear it? The wind is getting louder. The camp is in front of us. Aren't some of you too nervous? Everyone knew Haiwan's strength. Since a bronze-level elite said this, everyone felt relieved. It was just the wind, that's all. Good, let's return to camp. Haiwan's group entered the ravine. A distant cluster of trees. The bat monkey, Zhen Ren, no longer howled. Rather, he was now biting his jaw. That recent howl seemed to vent his heart's killing intent and impulses. No. I am Zhen Ren. I am Zhen Ren. The bat monkey Zhen Ren half knelt on the tree branch and bent his back, as if he was bearing a heavy burden. I am a Templar Knight. His forehead was already wet. How strange. It was unlikely his prior running would have caused him to sweat so much. The fog of perplexion in his eyes gradually vanished. There seemed to be a candle flame within the fog. The candle flame flickered, then burned, gradually becoming steady. I am not a murderer. I should not kill Haiwan. I protect the kind-hearted, the small, and the weak. I defend justice and fairness. I will never slaughter the innocent. Absolutely not. Zhen Ren unceasingly swore in his heart. He took deep breaths. This moment seemed to exhaust his strength. He felt himself collapsing. Finally, he glanced deeply at the ravine, turned around, and with a stumbling posture and weak steps, he went back the way he came. Leave, don't delay. Your secret is exposed. Leave, don't return again. Treat it as if Zhen Ren is already dead. At least you can leave a reputation. If your secret is verified, the Baoyi Zhen clan will be shamed as a result. Shut up. Zhen Ren roared in his heart. I will never shirk my duties. I am a leader. I will lead these people off this island. Regardless of how they regard me, I will practice my knightly principles. I will fulfill my responsibilities as their leader. If my secret is completely exposed, then I will confront it. Even if they misunderstand me, hate me, and reject me. Because those things should be done to me. On the way back, Zhen Ren steadied his heart. Finding his equipment again, Zhen Ren put them on neatly. Although he had worn them many times this time, he felt how heavy they were. Zongi's steel armor was heavier. The youngster's footsteps seemed to grow heavier. He returned to the ravine again, his face expressionless. The dim and murky rainforest with its layers of vegetation filled one's field of view. It seemed like a wall. The dense night seemed like his lightless prospects. This was a challenging path. Obviously, Zhen Ren habitually trekked through the rainforest. This path definitely did not have any vicious magic beasts waylaying it. However, to Zhen Ren, this was an incomparable challenge, as if every step greatly sapped his body and mind. Deep in his heart, there was still a weak voice. This voice was constantly praying, "Make this path eternal. Allow him to walk forever and never reach the end." But the return journey was finite, and in the end, Zhen Ren still arrived at the ravine. He looked at the ravine camp gate and at the flames inside. He finally sensed a human presence. In the past, every time he returned and saw these indications of humanity, his heart would warm. But now, regardless of whether it was the gate, the guards, the fire, or the cooking aroma, all of them seemed to separate him. That layer of separation seemed to be the distance between heaven and earth. Zhen Ren deeply breathed, strived to straighten his chest, and like hurrying to an execution group, he walked to the gate. "Lord Zhen Ren? Lord Zhen Ren has returned?" After the guards said hello, they promptly opened the gate for Zhen Ren, looking at him with adoration, respect, and love. However, those words and expressions were not as warm as before, but they motivated Zhen Ren to move forward. They were like sharp arrows shooting at Zhen Ren's heart. Their piercing blows made him twitch in secret suffering. Walking past the camp gate, Zhen Ren quickly arrived at the ravine clearing. This place had already been transformed into a dock. The keel, masts, and a great amount of hemp rope were lying in a corner. All of them had been smeared by Zidai's potions. After drying in the shade and in the sun, the hemp rope would become more durable and could serve as sailing rope. Walking past the clearing and halfway to his cliff cave, Zhen Ren saw many people. These people recently finished working. Currently, they were sitting around a wooden table and eating tonight's dinner. Zhen Ren's arrival caused these dining people to stand up and salute. This was an entirely spontaneous action. Now, when Zhen Ren faced these people, all he could feel was an incorporeal oppression. "They still don't know when my secret is exposed. How will they look at me?" Zhen Ren's heart was filled with agony. At the same time, he smiled at them, indicating they didn't need to be too polite and that they should continue eating. Passing by the eating crowd, Zhen Ren saw Bao Ya. "Lord Zhen Ren, you've returned. Everyone was just about to look for you. They are all currently gathered in the big cliff cave," Bao Ya respectfully said. Zhen Ren nodded and went to the large cliff cave. This was the largest cliff cave in the ravine. It was used to hold meetings and discuss important matters. Previously, the boat craftsman displayed his ship diagram here. Now, Zhongji, Zidi, Kang Yexu, and some others were here. It was clear they already heard about the situation from Heiwan. In front of the large cliff cave, Zhen Ren unavoidably stopped walking. At that moment, his feet seemed to be standing on a mountain peak. His flight instinct in his heart grew louder. He did not step away. The cliff cave in front of him seemed to constantly change. The entrance became pitch black, as if it was the entrance to an all-swallowing abyss. Zhen Ren took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and opened his eyes. He controlled his heavy breathing, summoned up his courage, and entered the cave. Just like his expectations, his arrival immediately attracted the gaze of everyone. Kang Exu, Zidai, Zongyi, Triple Blade, Haiwan, and the others there were seated around a rectangle rock table. The main seat was still empty. It was Zhen Jin's seat, naturally. My lord. ZD sat to the left of the main seat. She smiled at Zhen Jin, who could only force one back. The others had serious expressions. Haiwan still looked terrified. He's ruined everything already. Zhen Jin's heart sighed. Maybe we have a large inconvenience. Zongji started speaking. Zhen Jin felt his mouth and tongue dry. He stood in place like a criminal hearing his judgment. ZD said, Haiwan, repeat your information again. Haiwan swallowed his saliva and spoke with lingering fear. It was terrifying. A large group of scaled leopards was not its opponent. It attacked in a strange way. When it lightly touched those scaled leopards, no matter how strong they were, all of them would fall to the ground. It was an absolute massacre, a complete massacre. There were at least scaled 50 leopards, yet the monster annihilated them as easily as drinking water. How dreadful. Truly terrifying. I sense we were not its opponent. After discovering it, I immediately returned to camp to report this important information. In order to prevent panic, I have not told the others. Zhen Jin. Based on our analysis, this terrifying magic beast is at least silver level. Zidai used a grave tone. No, even a silver-level magic beast, for instance, the blue dog fox wolf, cannot massacre a scaled leopard group so easily. It is a gold-level magic beast, most likely. Zongyi expressed his opinion. Gold level? Zhen Jin thought this status over. He slowly pursed his brows. Then he slowly walked over to his seat and sat down. What kind of magic beast was it in the end? Zhen Jin questioned Haiwan. Haiwan shook his head. At the time, I was too far from it. I could not see it clearly. In fact, my discovery of it was an accident. I was attracted by a strange sound. The others were not as fast as me, thus I left them to investigate the sound. When the strange sound faded away, I looked into the distance and discovered that terrifying magic beast. I believe this is important information. The magic beast also seemed to take note of me, so I immediately retreated and did my best to return to camp. Zongyi coldly snorted. He was dissatisfied with Haiwan's performance. He then looked at Zhen Jin. He had a vague glance. Even the magic beast's physique and characteristics are unknown. He only saw a gigantic ape with golden hair. To deal with this magic beast, we need more information. Hearing this, Zhen Jin leaned back, closed his eyes, and coughed. Then, he heard Zidai's voice. We really need more information. However, I believe Haiwan didn't make a mistake. According to the magic beast's fighting strength, Haiwan was not its opponent. If he hesitated even a little, it was likely the magic beast would have killed him. Zhen Jin opened his eyes after hearing this. Beforehand, there might have been a minor dispute here. Zongyi was dissatisfied with Haiwan. He believed that if he did not flee like a coward, he definitely could have brought back more information. As Haiwan's employer, ZD would undoubtedly defend him. As expected, Zongyi immediately snorted. If Haiwan was slaughtered, Would it have escaped our detection? Corpses can also speak. We would have gotten more information that way. His actions have already gone against our rules. After converging with his small group, he should have at least sent 2 people back to inform us, then continued investigating. Currently, we only know some of the magic beast's exterior appearance. The rest is unknown. In this boundless forest ocean, trying to find a magic beast is too challenging. If we can't find it, we have to guard against its surprise attacks. This kind of passive defense will take a great amount of attention and energy. Zongji. Zhen Ren waved his hand. I understand you, however, you should also try to understand some of them. Aiwan is a mercenary, not a soldier. Zongji no longer spoke. Zhen Ren looked at Ziti and Heiwan again, turning the thread of discussion. Your actions indeed violated our rules. Your preceding actions and orders really made us miss a golden opportunity to acquire information. But I don't believe that was because of cowardice. You are not timid. I distinctly remember the first time I saw you. You were fighting a bat monkey to the death. The information you came back with is a great contribution, but the others have large objections about what you saw. Your next mission is to investigate this magic beast. Tomorrow you will lead a small group through the rainforest and investigate any relevant information. I hope you can accomplish this mission and eliminate the objections towards you. Just as Zhen Ren's voice finished, "Hi!" Wan immediately stood up straight and loudly said, "Lord Zhen Ren, I accept this mission." I will make the others shut up. After he spoke, he angrily looked at Zongji. Zongji coldly snorted and didn't bother bickering. The meeting was finished. Zhen Ren and the others left the large cliff cave. His heart rejoiced. He did not expect he could still use the Templar Knight identity after leaving that cliff cave. The truth was unexpectedly like that. Heiwan didn't see me clearly. Thinking about it now, of course it was like that. Human eyesight is limited, they are not eagles. Looking at a fuzzy figure from so far, the golden scorpion carapace could look like fur, considering Heiwan's vision surpasses that of an ordinary person. A close call, a close call. If I didn't control myself and killed Heiwan or even that small group of people, what would have happened? From that moment forward, I would have been tormented by remorse and guilt. Fortunately, in the end, I stuck to my nightly standards. Grumble. Zhen Ren's stomach bellowed. After completely relaxing, he immediately felt hungry. After gorging himself, Zhen Ren returned to his residence. He was exceedingly tired. Not as tired as after defending the camp, though. He reclined in his bed and took long breaths. His dark blue eyes glittered with hope. I am still a Templar Knight and a Divine Scion Knight. The people are not suspicious of me. From now on, I will be especially attentive. I will only transform and practice secretly at night. I will do my best to not transform during the day if I need to transform. I will definitely use ultrasound to clearly scout out my surroundings. To those people frightened and worried as a result of this, I can only say sorry. However, like the blue dog, fox, wolf, after believing this for a time, you all will gradually get used to it. No practicing tonight. I need to rest well for once. Today really was extremely tiring. Oh, I didn't absorb those scaled leopards. Forget it. Let Awan find them. And so, Zhen Ren dizzily fell asleep. Soon after, he suddenly opened his eyes and sat up. He gasped for breath. He just had a nightmare. Everyone discovered his secret. He found himself utterly isolated. Even ZD questioned and examined him. It was just a nightmare. Zhen Ren clenched his teeth and slept again. After a short time, a nightmare woke him up again. The contents of the nightmare were virtually the same, but this time, ZD defended him while everyone else treated him as a monster. After calming down, Zhen Ren sank back into his dreams. After being woken up by a third nightmare, he sat silently on the bed for a long time, physically and emotionally exhausted, and with a haggard face, the young knight finally realized a fact. His secret hadn't been exposed, and nothing seemed to change. But, in fact, he can't go back. Chapter 142. God, I am guilty. The dense vegetation nearly covered the entire sky. The air was also moist and hot. Because it had rained a few days ago, there was still a lot of water left on the ground. As Hei-Wan's group traveled through the underbrush and vines, they quickly became damp all over. Ahead of us is the edge of the containment zone. Everyone take care, Hei-Wan said as he creased his brows. Okay. The 10 people behind him responded. A short while later, Hei-Wan led his group around a messy battlefield. The battlefield had already been cleaned up, but there were still many traces, such as scaled leopard scales. A battle happened here. It didn't happen too long ago. It's very possible that it occurred yesterday. The scaled leopard group was actually the losing party. No, it was not a simple loss. These scaled leopards could not retaliate. They were easily and cleanly massacred. Their opponent was most likely a magic beast. Could it be a gold-level magic beast? Everyone felt shock, then fear. After all, this was a monster that easily slaughtered a large-scaled leopard group. Hei-Wan looked gloomy. He stood in place and looked around him. This is important information. You two bring it back to camp. The rest follow me. We will continue investigating the environment. We must find the mysterious magic beast's trail. They quickly found a trail. The trail pointed away from the ravine and towards the rainforest's depths. Hei-Wan bit his teeth and led the remaining team members onward. The 2 team members returned to camp as fast as possible, gasping for breath while relaying the information. Learning about this information, the higher-ups became gloomier. Kang Zhu pondered. It can unexpectedly clean up the battlefield. It seems we cannot look down upon this mysterious magic beast's intelligence. Zhang Yi deeply gazed. It is only a magic beast. How could it clean up the battlefield? Does it have companions, or is it a part of a blue dog fox wolf's magic beast legion? What is the likelihood of this? Hearing Zhang Yi's reminder, everyone became unsightly. That mysterious blue dog fox wolf and its underlings followed them into the rainforest and had repeatedly subdued magic beast groups. However, an enormous magic beast corps had never appeared. ZD glanced at Zhen Ren with worry. My lord, last night you were still patrolling. Please don't do that anymore, okay? A massive magic beast corps might be hiding near us. that blue dog fox wolf might have learned something new and subdued new kinds of magic beasts. My lord, although you have spirit power during the night, you are just a lonely person. Zhen Ren looked very serious. Of course, he was the one who cleaned up the battlefield. After continuous nightmares and being unable to sleep again, he went out on a nighttime patrol. He hurried to the battlefield. It was packed with scaled leopard carcasses. Zhen Ren absorbed and converted all of them, boosting his magic reserves. It would still be for the best if these carcasses disappeared. If Hai-Wan cleans up this battlefield tomorrow, all of this will be returned. With someone as shrewd as Kang Xu, it is very possible that from the carcasses, they can find out after the leopards were electrocuted or paralyzed. I sliced them up with my blades. This was detrimental to Zhen Ren. Naturally, the fewer flaws one had, the better. After yesterday's fright, Zhen Ren became very cautious. He feared if he divulged anything, it would become a flaw. Even if the flaws were very small, each and every one accumulating would cause the people to connect them together. Although Zhen Ren could now discharge electricity, no one else knew about it. But in the future, if, by a chance situation, Zhen Ren publicly used his electrical discharge ability, if he had not dealt with the scaled leopard carcasses, it would become a flaw. Lord ZD is very reasonable. Master, your individual safety is related to the general situation. For a long time now, because you were here, we were able to unite, build a ship, and collaborate together in order to flee this place. Without you leading us, we will become like a sheet of loose sand. You are too precious. You shouldn't risk yourself. Lan Zhao also advised. Kang Xu and the others nodded one after the other. Even Zhongji opened his mouth. Templar Knight, we understand your mood and bravery. You have never avoided your responsibility as our leader. But because of this, we must be more careful. If late at night you are besieged by a magic beast corps or attacked by that mysterious magic beast, it would cause immense damage. Zhen Ren was expressionless. If this was before Hai-Wan detected him, Zidai's concern, Lan Zhao's esteem, Zhongji's approval, and so on, might have made him feel better and excited his sense of honor and responsibility. But now, the warmth rising in his heart quickly became ice cold. He could not help but think, if my secret was known, what kind of attitude would they have? The young knight's heart was filled with complex feelings. These feelings were hard to express and something he did not dare express. Finally, he nodded. I will think over your proposal. Many thanks for everyone's concern. That same night, Zhen Ren went on patrol again. He transformed into a scaled leopard. This creature form was currently at the iron level. It was also his newest form. The feeling of novelty over a new form already vanished completely. He had transformed into a monkey-tailed brown bear, a bat monkey, a spear scorpion, a green lizard, and more compared to his previously inspired and striving heart. His heart seemed to be crushed by a boulder currently. He practiced discharging electricity again. Obviously, this muscle movement was from 1,000 bitter hardships, until he finally fumbled his way through with a trace of inspiration and some luck. He should have felt accomplished, especially after the electrical discharge ability shined during yesterday's combat. But he appeared calm. Even if his heart had a faint trace of jitteriness and loathing. Previously, even if things were challenging and exhausting, as long as Zhen Jin thought of his responsibility, his fiancée Kang Xu, Mu Ban, and the others, he would have endured hardships gladly. But thinking of them now, Zhen Jin's heart no longer felt warm. Rather, it was now somewhat cold. Many misunderstandings. Many things to guard against. His secret hadn't been exposed. Those people still treated Zhen Jin the same, but Zhen Jin was no longer the same. Emperor Shangming, my master, your holy illumination penetrates me. Allow me to discover I am a helpless sinner. You are a grand victor and a savior. Lend me your kindness. I concede I am a guilty child and wish to repent of everything. I beg of you, absolve me of all my crimes. Help me use your holy light to wash me clean. Let me continue walking the nightly road you indicate. After training finished, Zhen Jin knelt, faced the Shangming continent, and bowed in prayer. He hadn't behaved in this manner before. But like every other prayer, Zhen Jin didn't get a response. Contrary to Zhen Jin's silence, the beast roars and bird songs made the night forest seem very lively. Sunrise and sunset. The rain stopped. The rain appeared. Although there was nothing like that full week of rainstorms, the weather was often cloudy and rainy. The decision to make the ravine a dock seemed all the wiser and more correct. The ravine clearing gradually filled with boat planks. Some of the boat planks were perfect straight, and some were curved. The boat craftsman displayed his skill again. He guided everyone in the sand burial method. This method involved wood being placed into moist sand, the liquid mixture making the wood softer and more flexible. Following Kang Xu's overall plan, the people worked hard, and each engineering team coordinated with each other. None of them hindered or restricted the other's progress. ZD led a group in the difficult task of supplying potions and medicine. A large-scale earthen kiln was constructed. Although the environment was moist, it only hindered its construction for a time. The kiln worked smoothly and began to provide a steady supply of pig iron. Zidai could finally breathe slowly. The purging of beast groups was constantly carried out. Beast groups often broke into the 5-kilometer perimeter. Although the rainforest was vast, under Zhen Jin's ultrasound, no fish escaped the net. The patrolling team members became increasingly skilled with crossbows, and because of the kiln, iron arrows became abundant, increasing their military strength. Ordinary beasts and comparatively weak magic beasts were killed by arrow volleys, while stronger magic beasts fell by Zhen Jin's and Zongji's hand. After killing every magic beast, Zhen Jin would receive the adoration and worship of onlookers. However, these praising voices were not as beautiful as before. Rather, they were like rocks smashing into the lake in Zhen Jin's heart. The lake would wash away the joyous ripples, and when the stones sank to the bottom of his heart, Zhen Jin would feel a faint pressure. Despite ZD's, Zongji's, and the others' advice, Zhen Jin still patrolled every night. It seems after beginning to grasp the magic core, he hadn't stopped training every night. After He Wan's investigation, Zhen Jin trained harder and longer. He found that only after tormenting and exhausting himself every night could he sleep for a few hours before dawn. He slept deeply and no longer had nightmares. Or perhaps he had nightmares but didn't remember them when waking up. After training every night, he would pray to Emperor Shangming. He Wan's investigation caused Zhen Jin to reflect on himself and review his experiences. He began to examine himself. Had the magic core led him astray? During the camp battle, he repeatedly used Emperor Sheng Ming's name to deceive everyone. Despite having good motives, goodwill, and the disastrous consequence if he didn't do that, he indeed used a god's name to deceive others. This was the sin of deceiving the world with the name of a god. Why didn't I realize how serious my sins were? Did I lose myself in power? No, I did these things because there was no alternative. For the sake of everyone, in order to save as many people as I could, I did these things. I am not a bad person. Maybe. I really am a bad person. I confess to you, my master, my God. I know I cannot be irreverent. However, I was blind. I should not slight you, Grand Emperor Shengming. God, I beseech you to absolve all my previous sins. Grant me the ability to walk a just path. Let what I think and say be acceptable to you. Zhen Ren constantly reflected and constantly prayed. The god never responded, but he still prayed. He believed, maybe this is a test the god bestowed on me alone? Late into the night, after Zhen Ren finished his bitter training, he dragged his beaten body back to the ravine. Fei had been waiting respectfully outside his cave for a long time. Zen, Lord Zhen Ren. Fei, she respectfully saluted. What is going on? Zhen Ren was somewhat puzzled. This small one hesitated for a long time, although he knows what is appropriate for the times he could not endure. Fei Shi cautious said. Zhen Ren grew curious. Please, you don't need to burden yourself. We are all on the same side. The young knight smiled. The smile and the words same side let Fei Shi relax. Chapter 143. Nothing. My lord, this humble one would like to remind you, President ZD's birthday is the day after tomorrow, said Fei Shi. Birthday. Zhen Ren slightly raised his brows. He did not expect Fei Shi to say something like this. Fei. She raised his eyebrows and sighed. Long ago, I followed the former president and left my former life to pursue success. I watched Miss Zidai's first steps, and her gradual growth to adulthood. In the past, ZD was the pearl in the president's palm. He loved and indulged her. As long as it was Miss ZD's birthday, he would always hold a birthday banquet for her, regardless of the scope. In fact, in the wake of the Wisteria Merchant Alliance's growth and the older Miss ZD got, the larger her birthday banquets got. I still remember during Miss Zidai's 11th birthday, the entirety of Garden City was a merry ocean. Even Garden City's lord personally presented his blessings. That was during the Wisteria Merchant Alliance's greatest golden age. The old president spent a large sum of money for a famous baker to make Miss ZD's birthday cake. The cake reached 11 layers and dazzling colors. It looked like a rainbow. Its ingredients used many valuable magical materials. Eating it could make people feel happy and taste the sweetest flavors of the world. Each cake layer had a different effect. Some could increase magic capacity, some could stimulate the spirit, and some could double the power of physical attacks. Even if that birthday banquet occurred several months in the past, people still enthusiastically discussed that rainbow cake. As Fei Shi spoke of this, his eyes flickered with the light of commemoration. But quickly, this light died out and Fei Shi's tone became serious. After the old president had an accident, the Wisteria Merchant Alliance also disintegrated. Now no one thinks of Miss Zidi's birthday banquets. After Miss Zidi took over as president, we have proposed many times over the last 2 years to hold a birthday banquet. All were rejected. I think the young lady might be scared of recalling the old president. But things are different now. Lord Zhen Ren, you showed up at Zidi's side. You are a Templar Knight, have God's deep concern, are the Bai Zhen clan's sole heir and Miss Zidi's fiancé. With you, everything will improve. The Wisteria Merchant Alliance's future will be bright. I think. You don't need to say anything else. Zhen Ren deeply breathed. He approached Fei Shi, clapped the latter's shoulder, and sincerely thanked him. Many thanks for your reminder. You speaking was the correct thing to do. I understand what to do. For Zidai, I will hold a birthday banquet and give her a pleasant surprise. She deserves this from me. That is very good, my lord. Many thanks. I am very thankful for your lordship. Fei, she hastily expressed his gratitude, showing his devotion to the old Wisteria Merchant Alliance president. Seeing Fei, she's back leave, Zhen Ren sank back into reflection again. In recent times, was I too focused on myself? I seemed immersed in my own world and neglected the others at my side. No matter how many troubles I have, how can I ignore those at my side? Me being like this really was a little selfish. Because of Fei Shi's words, Zhen Ren's mood and reflecting began to diverge. Recalling this entire journey, I woke up and saved Zidi. Then during the fire, poison bee attack, she wanted me to leave her behind. In the monkey-tail brown bear cave, I risked my life to fight for her. Then she did her best to heal me. When Huan Zio called out for help, she gave me advice. Huan Zio betrayed me and fled alone. Thus, we faced the ferocious blade spider together. She invented that pink potion that could make a path, helping us record our journey. When we made the mistake of eating that goat meat and suffered magical erosion, she discovered the truth and detoxified everyone. Without her contributions, we would have been trapped and unable to explore. She used a potion to melt a tunnel through the sandstorm and protected many companions. She refined an acidic potion that countered the green lizards surrounding everyone, successfully supporting everyone until I saved them. As we were pursued by the scorpion group and in desperate straits, she still remained at my side. Even though her body cowered as death approached, we never separated. Her potions expelled bat monkeys and dealt with fire poison bees. If those two threats still existed, more people would have died during the camp battle. Her potions also corroded metal, helping Muban make a steady flow of crossbows. In addition, during the initial stage of shipbuilding, her potions refined a great amount of iron. Without Zidai, I would not be walking today. Her contributions really were huge. However, she never showed off. She actively and was delighted to stand behind me. She set aside the biggest limelight for me and allowed me to bear the weight of everyone's adoration and respect. She's always silently supported me. She almost never opposed any of my decisions. The time she had done so was because she was worried for my safety. Zhen Ren constantly thought back. Bit by bit, he recalled every interaction between him and Zidai. Shame quickly flourishing in the bottom of his heart. The young knight had decided he must hold a birthday banquet, present food, and comfort Zidai. ZD absolutely deserved this from him. Her established contributions would also shut anyone up. However, ZD would sense Zhen Jin's preparations. She was the current Wisteria Merchant Alliance president and very astute. "Don't do this, my lord. I received your kindly feelings, that is enough. Holding a birthday banquet, that is too inappropriate. Our environment might be hiding a magic beast core and a terrifying gold-level magic beast. Our food reserves are constantly declining and shipbuilding makes the people work hard. Our consumption cannot keep up replenishment. Also alcohol, we only have a few bottles of rum. They are not enough to support our passage to the wilderness continent. Sailing needed alcohol, because while sailing in the ocean, it was difficult to obtain potable water. The water stored on board because of finite storage technology would become green before too long, with germs and bugs growing inside. The potable water would smell strange and be hard to swallow, but sailors had no choice but to drink it. During that time, alcohol was needed. Alcoholic beverages could mask the strange odor while disinfecting it. As a result, sailors being drunk sometimes was not odd. ZD would do her utmost to fight against a birthday banquet even if Zhen Jin was the one justifying and inspiring it. The recent rumors concerning the frightful magic beast already spread throughout the camp, making everyone alarmed and restless. ZD's attitude of refusal was very firm. This allowed Zhen Jin to understand ZD more, while simultaneously making him feel more ashamed. A notion suddenly appeared in the young knight's mind. Perhaps I will make a mistake this time. I shouldn't cover up the truth from her. I should tell her of my transformations. I didn't want to make her worried at the time, but step by step it ended up like that. If this continues, I will be more tongue-tied and the misunderstandings will grow deeper. Maybe I am too prideful. I did not want to make her worried. Besides that tenderness, I feel if I don't tell her, I cannot resolve the magic core in my heart. I believe she can. Why is that? For a long time now, Z-Dai's potions helped me and the others many times. Maybe she doesn't really have the ability to resolve the core and my transformations. But of everyone at my side, who is the best to receive these facts, accept my ugliness, and forgive my sins? It must be her. It must be her. She is my fiancée. Thinking of this, Zhen Jin's eye twinkled more and more. He looked like someone who had found a trace of light in the darkness, or a drowning person whose hand grabbed the shore. His heart was under immense pressure. Carrying this secret and his sins made it hard for him to face those adoring him and his respect for everyone. He wanted to come out. He wanted to say everything. He longed for someone to share with. He longed for genuine approval. ZD, ZD. Zhen Jin tenderly called out in the bottom of his heart. But his mouth did not say anything. I need an opportunity. The young knight realized. Day 2. He stayed far from the ravine and crossed the 5-kilometer control perimeter. A gigantic beehive was suspended in a tall tree. This was a fire-poisoned beehive. Zhen Jin's ultrasound had unintentionally discovered it. Before starting, Zhen Jin cautiously inspected around with ultrasound. After ensuring no humans were around, he attacked the fire-poisoned bees. He lit a bonfire and used a potion to form soot. The entire fire-poison beehive came out, and one by one, they were defeated by the soot. After Zhen Jin transformed, the fire-poison bee's poison could not harm him. On the night of Zidai's birthday, Zhen Jin went to Zidai's residence alone. "Happy birthday, Zidai?" Zhen Jin smiled and brought out a bowl of amber honey from behind him. Zidi covered her mouth, startled and pleased. Thanks. She looked up at Zhen Jin. Her intonation was filled with deep love, and her amethyst eyes brightened. "Although I don't have a rainbow cake right now, this honey has a very sweet taste," said Zhen Jin. Nevertheless, Zidi's complexion changed. "My lord, you ate the honey?" "It's poisonous." I didn't taste any poison." "Your lordship probably hasn't tasted many things. This honey contains the fire poison's essence. If the dosage was magnified, even someone at the gold level would be injured." Zidi quickly said. She soon blamed herself. "Blame me? I didn't inform your lordship of my latest research gains. I remember the ravine does not have any beehives nearby. My lord, going on an expedition alone, even with the soot potion, is excessively dangerous. I was willing to risk it for you." Zhen Jin blurted out, "My lord." Zidi coldly glanced at Zhen Jin, bashfulness springing up on her face. "Fine, I admit, I was stupid. My actions really were impulsive. From now on, I will pay attention." Zhen Jin raised his hands in apology. In fact, he was capable of transforming into a fire-poison bee. With this transformation as a foundation, he was able to sample the honey at his own accord. The fire-poison honey was a product of fire-poison bees. It was definitely harmless to fire-poison bees. Zhen Jin helplessly put down the honey. ZD walked in front of Zhen Jin and took the young knight's hand of her own accord. Speaking of which, this was the first time she had done such a thing. She deeply gazed into Zhen Jin's eyes and softly said, "Thank you." Zhen Jin shook his head and looked at the bowl of honey, somewhat discouraged. ZD then turned her eyes and suddenly said, "Thank you for the cake." "Cake?" "Yes, this big cake is made from harmless honey. Did you not see it?" ZD released Zhen Jin's hand. Then with both hands, she traced the form of a cake in the air. Zhen Jin couldn't help but laugh. He followed along with ZD. "Yeah, of course I see it. The cake is very big. Its many layers resemble a rainbow cake somewhat." "No, it only has one layer." ZD shook her head. "It does not resemble a rainbow cake at all. It is sweeter than a rainbow cake." Saying this, ZD's extended her slim index finger and lightly poked the air as if she was touching the cake cream. She softly put her finger in her mouth, sucked on it, and narrowed her eyes. Then she showed a joyous expression, really sweet. "Don't you want to taste it?" She gazed at Zhen Jin. Zhen shook his head and laughed. "Many thanks for your concern." His words were stopped short because ZD poked the air again and put her finger into Zhen Jin's mouth. Zhen Jin's blocked mouth subconsciously sucked ZD's finger. When Zidi took out her finger, he could not help but say fondly, "Very sweet." With rapt attention, he gazed at the girl's purple eyes. His heart began to speed up and throb. It was really sweet. The young knight followed with a similar movement. He used a finger to touch the air, sucked it, then extended it back into the air, drawing an arc in the air. "Today is your birthday. Please eat a bit more." Zhen Ren stretched his finger toward Zidi. His finger seemed to touch a large clump of cream. "Wow." Zidi gave a malicious expression. Her small mouth suddenly opened wide and then sucked Zhen Ren's finger. "Tasty." Zidi mumbled. She mischievously bit Zhen Ren's finger. Zhen Ren's rough breathing grew heavy. Zidi's face also blushed red, causing the latter to open her mouth at once. With deeper love, Zhen Ren gazed at Zidi and took a step forward. Thus, the two people were only a hand length from each other. The cliff cave's ambience became charming and gentle. Zhen Ren deeply breathed and slightly bit his teeth. "Zidi, I have something." At that moment, a noisy disturbance suddenly happened outside the cave. "He's gone mad. The idiot has gone mad. Run, he will kill us." Zhen Ren's and Zidi's complexion abruptly changed, and they immediately rushed out of the cave. Zhen Ren was faster and came to the ravine clearing first. He saw the giant crazily roar with red eyes and his hand frantically waving a broken mast all around him. Some people did not have time to escape and were lying on the ground. Some were lying in a pool of blood and some were groaning miserably. "My lord, come save us." Another group of people was trapped in a corner when they saw Zhen Ren. They promptly called out for help. The cry for help provoked the giant. The broken mast in his hand ruthlessly swung at those people. But at that moment, Zongdi rushed over and smashed the mast with his bone hammer. Zhen Ren sped up like an arrow and charged at the giant. The giant slapped his chest, bellowed, and flew at Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren was a martial master. By simply moving a little, he dodged the giant's strike and jumped onto the ladder's back. Zhen Ren slapped the giant's neck, causing the giant's eyes to roll back and fall unconscious on the spot. "Saved." The survivors cheered. "Kill him! Kill that monster!" Hatred and anger quickly crammed everyone's heart. The wounded and untouched people were unanimous. "No, don't. I beseech everyone, consider my contributions and spare him." The boat craftsman loudly appealed with fright, plastered across his entire face. "Can you see? Those are the good deeds of your son. We have worked on that for at least a week. That is not the crux of it. He is too dangerous. When he became mad on the boat, we trembled in fear. Who knows when this illness will repeat itself? It's too dreadful. He is an enormous hidden danger. You see how much he eats every day? Without him, it is unlikely our supplies will become scarce. Kill him! Don't kill him while he is on the ground. After all, he was our comrade. We can expel and exile him." Everyone's tongue was wagging. All of them wanted to punish the giant. "Enough!" Zhen Ren shouted, His face seemed submerged in water. "He is our comrade previously and currently." "He has an illness, we know. The boat craftsman informed us earlier. He indeed caused harm. However, we can rejoice that none of us died. He destroyed a lot of ship equipment and ate a lot of food, but his contribution far surpasses his demands. Why could he remain on the ship and live together with people for many years? This proves coexisting with him is realizable. Why can't we do that? I will never rashly abandon any person, let alone a sick person. He is not a monster. He is not. He is our comrade, a sick comrade. None of this was his intention." Zhen Ren shouted loudly. He had never displayed such a strict attitude. Everyone was intimidated by him. The entire audience was completely silent. At this moment, ZD caught up. This eased Zhen Ren's complexion somewhat. Then he assigned everyone to clean up the area, fix up the damages, and attend to the wounded. This naturally included the giant. Dealing with this properly took several hours. Afterwards, only Zhen Ren and ZD were left. The two were walking side by side. I do not know where to start with the giant's illness. ZD said with worry, "I am not a doctor. In fact, the boat craftsman actually said he always tried to treat the giant's illness. However, every doctor was unable to help. The boat craftsman even spent a large sum of money to hire a chaplain to treat the giant with a divine spell. We must consider this hidden threat. If, when the ship is mostly built, the giant suddenly went mad again, he would cause inconceivable damage." Zhen Ren remained silent late into the night. Near their residences, the two people parted ways. "Oh, that's right, my lord, beforehand. What did you want to talk to me about?" ZD asked. Zhen Ren stopped walking and slowly turned around. The corner of his mouth twitched into a smile. Then he opened his mouth. "Nothing." Chapter 144. I Hit You Out of Love. The light of sunset reflected on a hillside. On the hillside's relatively flat side, there was a straw shack. Inside the grass shack was the giant. This was his residence. The caves in the ravine were big enough, however. The giant snored when he slept, causing echoes and loud noises. As a result, after more and more people protested, the old boat craftsman built this shack for the giant. Zhen Ren, Kang, Exu, Lan Zio, and 3 others were greeted by the boat craftsman. "Villain." The giant withdrew to his shack and bared his teeth at Zhen Ren. "Shut up, you idiot." The old boat craftsman insulted. "You must thank Lord Zhen Ren. He protected you, you idiot. Thank him now." The stupid giant was still baring his teeth. He scratched his head in confusion and scowled at the boat craftsman with suspicion and outrage. "But father, he hit me." The old boat craftsman shook his head. "He did hit you!" The giant became even more dumbfounded. He also shook his head. "Hitting me is wrong. That is wrong." The old boat craftsman coldly snorted. "Have I ever hit you?" The giant blankly stared. His mind immediately recalled countless scenes. Often during childhood, he ate too much food. The boat craftsman had finite things and often went hungry. After one exhausting day, the boat craftsman only wanted to sleep. But when he returned to his residence, he was flabbergasted. His cabin was in disarray, with the baby giant continuing to overturn trunks and boxes. "What are you doing? You are a small scoundrel. Did you eat all my tobacco? You idiot, idiot!" The old boat craftsman violently slapped his buttocks. Giant, whoa, whoa, whoa. Late into the night. The old boat craftsman was woken up by pain. "Are you biting me?" "You moron, I am not a woman. There is no milk here." The wounded boat craftsman flew into a rage and slapped the still small giant's buttocks again. Giant, whoa, whoa, whoa. Later on in the giant's life. Good, do you remember? The deck is wiped with this cleaning rag and water. If there is not enough water, go to the side of the boat and draw some water. Work hard. This boat does not raise useless people. Do you understand? The boat craftsman warned repeatedly. The giant nodded. Father, be at ease. What are you doing? My God. After half a day, the boat craftsman saw cracks everywhere. There was even a hole in the deck. Upon seeing this, he tore his hair out and nearly lost his mind. The giant squatted at his side. He was very puzzled. Father, you told me to work hard. The boat craftsman closed his eyes, raised his head, and took a deep breath. Then he walked in front of the giant and raised his fist. Thump, thump, thump. Bah, bah, bah. A ship battle had just finished, and blood flowed across the ship deck. The boat craftsman wrapped up the giant's wounds. I said, don't charge ahead, you blockhead. But they hit you, father. They are villains. The giant retorted. You even learned how to talk back? The boat craftsman angrily glared at the giant. Damn it, not enough medicine. The blood won't stop. Damn it, how wretched. Father, don't worry, I am not in pain. The giant comforted. Shut up for me. The boat craftsman subconsciously slapped the giant's face, but just as he did that, he realized how it was inappropriate and withdrew more than half his strength at once. The boat craftsman's cabin room was tightly closed. The giant squatted outside the door. Overcome with boredom, he gazed at a flying insect. The insect buzzed in front of him while a man and a woman gasped for breath inside the cabin. You devil. Madam, don't look at my old appearance. I'm actually quite strong. Yeah, Bang. All of a sudden, the giant knocked open the cabin door. Father. The giant shouted. Yeah. The women shrieked. The boat craftsman was indignant. What are you doing? You said no matter what you heard, you wouldn't move. But father, you sounded like you were in pain. You were constantly gasping for breath. You were tired. You're dying? The boat craftsman's eyes bulged. Dying? His canthus twitched. He immediately leapt out of the bed and kicked the giant constantly. You said I was dying? You said I was dying. The giant cried and fled ignominiously, returning back to reality. Seeing the giant lost in thought, the boat craftsman repeated, "Have I ever hit you?" "You hit me many times." The giant answered honestly. "I hit you, but have I ever genuinely harmed you?" The boat craftsman continued, "Never. Therefore, those beatings are different from others. These beatings love and protect you. Understood? Without Lord Zhen Ren knocking you unconscious, you would have caused more damage and more trouble. Your lordship hitting you is for your own good, understood?" Giant does not understand. The giant shook his head. What? What? The boat craftsman glared and raised his fist. The giant promptly nodded. Understood. Good. Seeing the boat craftsman stabilize the situation, Zhen Ren smiled. "Seeing you guys being energetic is good." Saying this, the youngster looked at Kang Xu. Kang Xu nodded and entered the grass shack. The boat craftsman yelled, "Don't move!" The giant was motionless, allowing Kang Xu to stand around and create difficulties. Kang Xu then waved, making the giant lower his head. Of course, the giant would not normally do this, but the boat craftsman quickly ordered him to do so. Kang Xu lifted the giant's eyelids and carefully looked at his pupils. The boat craftsman then made the giant open his mouth. Kang Xu had to tolerate the giant's fishy breath as he examined his teeth. After observing like this for a long time, Kang Xu withdrew from the shack. Returning to Zhen Ren's side, the old scholar shook his head. "My lord, I fear I have disappointed you." "Don't hesitate. Everyone knows you're not a doctor." The old scholar replied, "It is clear, based on many physical signs indicating his giant bloodline, he is a half-breed. The giant bloodline is very thin. It seems very low-leveled. Your lordship knows many giants have worrying intellect. Perhaps because of this low-level giant bloodline burdening him, the giant never had an ordinary person's intellect. I am unable to determine the cause of his insanity, but I suspect it has something to do with his brain. If we opened his skull and dissected it, I might be able to find the root cause." Kang Xu's words immediately scared the boat craftsman. But luckily, Zhen Ren immediately opened his mouth. "Don't bring up dissection at the drop of a hat, I understand. The giant will rest for the next few days. He shall not work. We will return first." The boat craftsman respectfully sent them off at once. On the way back, Zhen Ren looked at Kang Xu. "What is the best way to deal with the giant?" Kang Xu analyzed. "The giant is very valuable. Although he eats more food, he works more than anyone. He has worked hard and contributed much. Sometimes, the giant can accomplish many things, while others take longer or even fail doing the same work. Although the giant's madness caused damage, after adding everything up, because your lordship promptly stopped him, there wasn't that much. Many people were injured, but no one died." Kang Xu analyzed with consistent calmness and rationality. At this moment, Zhen Ren looked at Lan Ziao behind him. "I am quite curious. The giant has great strength. His madness must have been a great threat to the ship. Why was he allowed to remain on the Hog's Kiss?" Lan Ziao was silent for a time, then said, "The main reason was the old boat craftsman. He'd been on the boat longer than me. I also heard from others that for the old craftsman to bring up his son, he had paid a heavy price. Master, you have seen the old boat craftsman's excellent skill. Ordinary people cannot build a ship. Of course, because we were constantly guarding against the giant whenever we were near the giant, we were all scared and on edge. That greatly reduced the damage the giant caused." Zhen Ren slightly frowned, "But I saw some sailors among the wounded." "Yes, Master. Since coming to this island, the giant never had symptoms. After a long time, the sailors focused all their attention on how to survive and escape this place. Overlooking the giant's danger is normal. I was one of them." Lan Xiao continued, "In fact, in order to protect the ship and confront the giant, the captain spent a great deal of money on a magic item. Maybe that was the reason." Saying this, Lan Xiao's tone became somewhat hesitant. "We suspect the giant's symptoms are also a warning sign. Whenever danger approaches, the giant will show symptoms." Zhen Ren and Kang Xu stopped walking. Kang Xu was skeptical. "During our entire journey, we encountered many dangers, yet the giant never showed symptoms. Is it accurate?" Zhen Ren scowled. "It is not accurate." Ashamed, Lan Xiao smiled. "In fact, we cannot confirm anything. But 1 year it happened several times. No long after the giant showed symptoms, a storm, gale, or tsunami would appear." Kang Xu questioned closely, "How many times per year does the giant show symptoms?" 20? 30? Lan Xiao shook his head. "We don't count them up." Kang Xu laughed and shook his head. "Many times the climate of the deep sea has the temperament and mood of a young romantic lass. It is impossible to predict. However, sailors have narrow lives in shipholds. Every day there is hard work, and every day they are faced with an endless ocean. With such large pressure on them, sailors will invest their hopes into anything. As a result, sailors are more pious than people living on dry land. My lord, please allow me to be excused." "You may leave." Zhen Ren nodded his head. He knew Kang Xu had the hard assignment of managing the overall plan and was mired in minor details. After Kang Xu parted ways, the master and the servant arrived at the cave where the wounded were being treated to express their sympathies. Chapter 145. The Giant. Zhen Ren protected the giant and didn't harm his credibility with the people. Perhaps they did not understand him somewhat, but they still adored and respected Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren was a divine scion knight, a Templar knight, the heir to the Bai Zhen clan, the future Lord of White Sand City, and had the strongest battle strength. He also had close followers around him, and his strongest competitor, Zhang Ji, deferred to his judgment. As Zhen Ren expressed his sympathies to the wounded, he received many thankful words. The people loathed and were wary of the giant, not Zhen Ren. In fact, without Zhen Ren knocking out the giant, they would have been in more danger. It was Zhen Ren who had saved them. If the giant was an unpardonable murderer, perhaps some of them would demand an explanation from Zhen Ren. Was this the fairness of a Templar knight? However, the giant had an illness. This illness had been around for a long time and was not concealed by the boat craftsman. Despite everyone's mentality being this way, after expressing his sympathies, Zhen Ren still privately ordered Xi Suo to plan some interactions between the sailors and the wounded and provide an introduction to sailing. Speaking of which, it is reasonable to treat madness as a warning. Zhen Ren indicated to Xi Suo, but I will not lie to you. This will instead lead to weak points and mistakes. Make the sailors who have interacted with the giant for a long time tell the truth. I understand, my lord. I guarantee I can accomplish this task. Zisuo was very inspired. Speaking of which, he had been recruited by Zhen Ren a while back but never had a chance to perform. He did not have Zhongji's battle strength, the loyalty of Lan Ziao or Bao Ya, nor did he have Kang Xu's knowledge or Zidai's medicinal skill. Zisu's heart was under immense pressure. He wanted to stand out, however, the people around him covered him up. For the first time, Zhen Ren arranged an assignment for Xi Su. This work is personal. Zisuo was excited. He faintly felt he had found an opportunity for advancement. Right, I may have to do some personal and dirty work for his lordship. Why didn't I expect that beforehand? Even though his lordship is a Templar knight, who scrupulously abides by his knightly path and has light in his heart, there will always be some inconveniences he needs to deal with, such as this matter. To most people, the giant's symptoms were a vile event that ruined things. But as far as Xi Suo was concerned, this was an opportunity. This is a good thing. It can deepen my impression on Lord Zhen Ren. I must manage this matter well. Zisuo's ego was impassioned, and he moved vigorously. In the meantime, after the giant interrupted the two, Zhen Ren found it increasingly hard to tell Zidi his secret. The days seemed to go back to how they were. Every night he would train hard, he would sleep a few hours in the morning, then he would purge beast groups in the afternoon. Each successful hunt and return with quarry continued to strengthen his authority and status. He constantly reminded everyone that he was a formidable leader, putting an end to any dissenting thoughts. At the same time, he also quietly raised his vigilance. After all, according to some, the giant's symptoms were a warning sign. But after some time, nothing disastrous happened. After every dinner, Zhen Ren would visit the wounded and occasionally bring medicine. The medicine Zidi made was personally provided by Zhen Ren. The act of providing medicine seemed minute, however, it actually had a deep meaning. The wounded all urgently needed medicine, and in the entire camp, it seemed Zhen Ren was the only one who could provide some. According to the Eastern Empire, this was called sending charcoal in snowy weather, or providing necessities for people. The small potions provided by Zhen Ren displayed more than their innate value. However, without the giant, shipbuilding slowed down a lot. It was just as Kang Xu said, the giant played a critical role in the work. After almost a week, Zhen Ren returned to the grass shack and consulted with the boat craftsman about having the giant return to work. The boat craftsman did not hesitate. He agreed on the spot. Because over the past few days, he clearly saw Zhen Ren's continual expressions of sympathy had eliminated the grief and indignation of the wounded. The actions of Xi Su and a string of sailors behind the scenes also contained Zhen Ren's influence. My lord, you are a wise leader. At this moment, the boat craftsman served Zhen Ren with his heart. Previously, when he woke up in the forest camp and heard Zhen Ren had accepted Zhongji, Triple Blade, and their people, he was worried. I believed Zhen Ren was too young. During their journey, The boat craftsman revised his point of view on Zhen Ren. Now, the boat craftsman thoroughly realized the knight before him, even if he was a youngster, was not a simple believer. He upheld his knightly principles, but at the same time, he was not unashamed of his noble identity and bloodline. He had profound tactics and strategies. Tomorrow you will continue. Work well. When the others scold you, what will you do? The boat craftsman asked the giant in front of Zhen Ren. Act like I can't hear them. The giant replied. If they hit you? The boat craftsman asked. If it does not hurt me, such as a rock throw at me, I will not shout. If it does hurt, I will shout. If someone harms and makes me bleed, I will shout for father. The giant replied fluently. The boat craftsman gave a satisfied nod. He turned his head and guaranteed Zhen Ren, My lord, the giant is ready. He really isn't stupid. He understands how to respond. This is all the same old stuff I have previously taken care of. You can be at ease. Zhen Ren gazed at the giant in the grass shack. The latter obviously had a huge physique, however, at this moment. He was curled up in a ball on his grass bed. These past few days, the boat craftsman had been hammering in his teachings. At the same time, Zhen Ren also speculated, as the giant lived on the hog's kiss, he had to endure rejection and hate. He frequently received insults and even beatings. Most sailors had violent temperaments, and the giant was definitely a target to throw stuff at. If the giant was not in pain, he would not speak. He only had two weapons to resist. One was shouting. One was calling out for his father. The curled-up giant looked the same, yellow teeth and an ugly appearance. If one looked carefully, they would see he had a big body, a small head, and other deformities. It seemed living on the boat gave him a habit of lowering his head. It seemed he feared Zhen Ren, as he looked away and appeared constrained. On the basis of this external appearance, the giant was unliked and even attracted disgust. This was human nature. But now, as Zhen Ren heard and saw these things, his heart was momentarily in a complex mood. He was very uncomfortable. Besides pity and other things, there was something blocking his words and thoughts. He wanted to express it, but couldn't. It made him flustered. For the next several days, Zhen Ren paid close attention to the giant. No accidents occurred. The giant restrained himself and actively made way for others. Whenever someone approached him, he would quickly withdraw to a corner. Some people found his giant curled-up body funny. Many could not help but laugh and gradually relax their minds. But Zhen Ren did not smile when watching these things. His heart instead grew heavier. The boat craftsman's repeated warnings seemed to make the giant work harder. With the giant's participation, shipbuilding progressed by leaps and bounds. One day, the weather was sunny and cloudless. Almost everyone gathered in the ravine clearing. They had important work to do. Right, do that, slow down a bit, put it in that hole. The mast must be inserted here. The boat craftsman managed. You must slow down a bit. The boat craftsman warned. He did not feel reassured. Under his father's warnings, The giant looked extremely serious. He prudently placed the mast into a small hole in the keel. Very good. The boat craftsman praised happily. All of the masts were fastened into the keel. Doing this made the masts as stable as possible. If the masts were simply placed on the deck after the sails opened, the wind would break them and endanger the entire ship. The first mast was inserted properly according to the boat craftsman. This was the foremast. Good. Next is the mizzen mast. Yeah. The boat craftsman looked up. He discovered the giant was weirdly silent. This was very abnormal. The giant had lowered his head and put his hand on the mast. His entire body was motionless. Zhen Ren immediately narrowed his eyes. A faint warning rose in his heart. The boat craftsman yelled many times, but the giant did not respond. His face was also panic-stricken. The giant began to gasp roughly like a collapsing old bull. He grimaced in pain and his eyes grew increasingly red. Damn it, damn it. Upon seeing this, the boat craftsman immediately sank, but he didn't give up and still roared, "Calm down, calm down, now you repulsive boy." Run for it. He has gone mad again. The experienced sailors shouted as they ran away. For a split second, the ravine clearing was a disorderly mess. The giant roared. He suddenly pulled out the mast and threw it. The foremast snapped in half, with one half stuck inside a cave. The giant began to punch the keel. But at that moment, Zhen Ren, with a body like lightning, went against the flow and got behind the giant, striking his nape again and knocking him unconscious. Everything started and ended in an instant. The entire situation was under Zhen Ren's control. The keel is fine. Nothing happened to it. The boat craftsman loudly shouted. He was extremely glad. The others returned. All of them were doubtful and had lingering fears. The giant went mad again. Hasn't it been only a few days? No, I cannot work in the same place as him again. I don't want such a dubious death. His everyday performance is a pretense. He cannot not deceive us again. His body has a giant bloodline. I heard giants eat people. This illness cannot be treated. Didn't you hear from those sailors? This idiot cannot remain near us. Who knows when he'll go mad again? Zhen Ren stood behind the giant and strictly swept his eyes around him, immediately cutting off most conversations. The good youngster leader then shouted, "Today's work ends here. Go eat dinner." He then told a few mercenaries and Lan Zio to drag the giant back to his grass shack. Lord Zhen Ren, I can put manacles and leg irons on the giant. The boat craftsman ran to Zhen Ren, and with a worried face, he spontaneously said, "Frequently on the boat, the giant often put them on. He is accustomed to them." Zhen Ren pursed his brows and patted the boat craftsman's shoulder. "Yes, I do not blame you, nor do I blame the giant. It's an insignificant foremast. We can easily build another." When the boat craftsman heard Zhen Ren's words, he relaxed a bit. However, he still wanted to put the giant in shackles. From the bottom of his heart, Zhen Ren did not want the giant to be shackled. It disgusted him. But what could he do beside that? Zhen Ren privately called Eggsy Su. "Do you know what I want you to do?" I understand your lordship. This time will be simpler. We don't have any casualties thanks to your lordship's brilliant martial skill. Seeing those scared and extremely cowardly people, some frigid irony and scorching satire will stimulate their bravery. Seeing Egg-Si-So understand his idea, Zhen Jin gave a satisfied nod. Go do it. Zhen Jin needed the giant to work, not only because of the large amount of work, but to appease the talented boat craftsman. The young knight wanted to deepen his force. He wanted to help and protect the giant. He wanted to find a way for the giant and other people to coexist together. The same evening, the giant's symptoms appeared. An unexpected event occurred. Bang, rumble. The earth trembled, broken rocks rolled, and immense trees toppled over. Most of the sleeping people were roused and terrified, fleeing from their caves to the ravine clearing. Chapter 146. One of us. An earthquake broke out. Zhen Jin quickly returned from the rainforest. When the earthquake struck, he had been training the crocodile head hammer-tail boa form. What made Zhen Jin gratified is that he didn't see a chaotic situation upon returning. Although he was not present with Kang Xu, Zidi, and Zhang Jie joining hands to quickly stabilize the situation, camp repairs had already begun. The earthquake was not big, it came and went quickly. The things Zhen Jin was most anxious about, the keel, mast, and other ship parts, were undamaged. The construction site's square plank ceiling showed great merit. It firmly withstood the tumbling rocks and protected everyone's work. An inspection later, with many piles of crushed rocks on the plank ceiling, there were many holes and even more cracks in it. Muban looked at Zhen Jin seriously and reported, "My lord, the plank ceiling not only needs to be rebuilt, it also needs to be reinforced." Zhang Ji tensely scowled. "We have been on this island for so long, yet this is the first earthquake." Faced with this kind of natural disaster, even the strong half-beastmen felt powerless. ZD followed up, "Is there only one earthquake?" "From the bottom of my heart, I have a bad feeling about this. If earthquakes continue to happen, our current residence is very dangerous." Everyone lived in caves. If a more intense earthquake occurred that collapsed the mountain, the people sleeping in the caves would be crushed or buried alive. The shipbuilding also had a big problem. Originally, they used a ravine as a construction site in order to use it as a dock, thus saving a lot of labor, material, and time. But if earthquakes continued to happen, the small ravine would become a dangerous place, a worse place than being in the open or in a flat area. This time only a few small rocks broke, but if the next earthquake had a stronger magnitude, the large stones tumbling down might cause massive damage to the ship. Zhen Jin sighed, then decisively said soon after, "The giant's madness served as our warning sign." Kang Xu was slightly stunned, but he soon nodded in approval. "Indeed, it is like this. It seems the giant has an influential role to play. His symptoms were a wonderful occurrence for us." Zhen Jin gave Kang Xu an appreciative glance, then said, "Tonight, don't sleep in the caves. Everyone will use tents to sleep outside. Beginning tomorrow, we will clear out all the trees around the ravine. We will make a smooth track that extends from the ravine clearing. If an earthquake happens, we can quickly evacuate the hull and other important ship sections." As Zhen Jin finished saying this, his eyes swept around him and stopped on Egg-Si-So. Zisu's complexion slightly changed. He soon realized Zhen Jin wanted him to continue propagating his ideas. Zisuo then nodded, and after sending his greetings to Zhen Jin, he quietly left. Zhen Jin's heart was clear. This time the giant's madness was a warning sign, but it was still unreliable. But this pretext could change everyone's impression of the giant by a lot. Zhen Jin needed the giant to work. He needed the giant's important manpower. Others might have additional words or opinions, but under the current situation, Zhen Jin could not attend to them. A leader's most basic responsibility was to distinguish the most important priorities. To the truth, I and President Zidai have felt something approaching. An earthquake has never happened before, yet it now suddenly occurred. It seems there are unknown and radical changes occurring in the other regions. Everything is starting to become fishy. Following this, we must use all our strength to build a sailing ship as fast as possible. Speaking of this, Zhen Jin looked at the boat craftsman, his gaze strict. Regardless of how, you must compress the completion date. I can skimp on the job and materials and jerry build. First, we need a ship that can sail. Any projects that can be done on the ship can be delayed until we set sail. The boat craftsman stooped at once and accepted the order. I understand, my lord. That night, the boat craftsman stayed up, constantly planning until he finally made a new rough shipbuilding diagram. The diagram was different from the last one. The ship had shrunk by 1/5 and many ship holds were cancelled. Originally, everyone had hammocks to sleep in. However, in the planned hammock area, there only remained some grass beds on the diagram. The masts used to be connected on top of each other. Now, all the heights of the masts were cut by at least half. In the future, the mast height would be increased en route. Originally, beside cannons, the blueprint had 10 ballistae. But now only 3 cannons and half the ballistae remained. The cannons were salvaged from the Hog's Kiss wreckage. The original plan was to build a dozen ballistae that could substitute for cannons to a degree. Sailing the distant seas without firepower won't do. Regardless of whether it was fishmen, sea monsters, or pirates, all of them were immense threats to ships. But now, the number of ballistae no longer increased. As for the ballistae on the diagram, those were all the ones the camp currently had on hand. Ships need many things. We can have people contribute a respective piece of clothing. Putting these clothes together will form a simple and crude sail. Actually, male underwear can also be used. In order to cut down on time needed, the boat craftsmen also took risks. Zhen Jin's orders were quickly transmitted. With the earthquake scaring the people, they built the ship with even more zeal. During the day, Zhen Jin even began to personally manage everyone's work in the ravine clearing. With Zhen Jin there, everyone's heart was free from anxiety. They were no longer afraid of the giant's madness. Everyone's heart was under great pressure. This resulted in their manufacturing efficiency being upgraded greatly. For the following week, the giant didn't have any symptoms. An earthquake also didn't reoccur. But food was being quickly consumed. The people genuinely risked their lives to work, with many people actively requesting to work throughout the night. They feel that when they sleep, they are resting too much. After all, constructing a new ship related to everyone's life. During the day, Zhen Jin personally supervised the construction site. All of the masts were placed in the keel. The beams were built and combined with the frame, forming a visible embryonic form of the new ship. The sails were built quickly. This was mostly due to have plenty of spider webs in reserve. It was like the boat craftsman's previous assessment. Blade spider webs were a suitable material for sails. As the third sail was being built, another earthquake occurred. But the giant did not show symptoms. No one haggled over this affair. In fact, Exi Su directed the sailors earlier to indicate the giant's madness could not predict things accurately. The island became more and more dangerous. Everyone's greatest concern was whether they could escape or not. The people prayed the earthquakes to stop, but in reality, everyone's expectations ran counter to their prayers. As time went on, not only did the earthquakes become more frequent, they became bigger. The plank ceiling had to be reinforced many times, however, in the end it broke. Zhen Ren was forced to order everyone to move the fledgling ship outside the ravine. The outside rainforest had been cut and burned down, forming a new construction site. The new construction site was completely in the open. There already was no time to make a new dock. In fact, because of the earthquakes, a dock would collapse and smash the fledgling ship. The difficulty, apart from earthquakes, was rain. Moisture was a big enemy for shipbuilding. The hull, in particular, needed to be dry and have all moisture eliminated from the wood. ZD's potions played an immense role. In addition to her, the people also dismantled their tents and reassembled them together during rainy weather to form a giant tent they could work inside of. When sunny days came back, the tent would be dismantled, allowing the sunlight to shine on the fledgling ship and do its best to expel all the moisture. After 8 earthquakes, between the quaking earth and shaking mountains, everyone became overwhelmed with horror. They had discovered a column of lava and fire on the horizon. According to Kang Exu's evaluation, Zhen Ren and the others were on the island's edge. While the volcano was located on the island's center, it was the island's core. From Zhen Ren's position, seeing the spectacular volcanic eruption from here was far more frightening than seeing it in the volcanic zone. The end is practically approaching. Can we really escape from this place? If the island sank tomorrow, I would not be surprised. Everyone was anxious. Sensing this, Zhen Ren held a bonfire banquet no long after. He publicly made a speech, using his divine Saiyan Knight status, the Empire, honor, and contributions as excuses to boost everyone's morale. The speech had a clear effect. Everyone looked at Zhen Ren, once again realizing they had a reliable leader at their side. Not only was Zhen Ren strong and had a noble character, he ensured he would not abandon anyone, and everyone believed him. The roasted meat assailed the nostrils, and 10 bottles of rum were provided. Everyone only got a small portion, but the splendid taste infatuated everyone. This time brought relief to everyone's tense nerves. Tight brows gradually relaxed as laughter grew. Zhen Ren carried a large piece of meat and arrived at a bonfire in the corner. This was where the giant and boat craftsmen were. Zhen Ren gave the meat to the giant. The giant didn't dare receive it, but after the boat craftsman admonished him, he cowered and took it. These days you have done well without you. The ship would not have been built so quickly. You must continue to try hard. Under everyone's eyes, Zhen Ren encouraged the giant. The giant curled up his body as he sat. Seeing Zhen Ren smiling at him, he promptly lowered his head in embarrassment and stared at the meat in his hands, not knowing what to say. Zhen Ren did not stay long. After a moment, he turned around to leave. The boat craftsman respectfully sent him off, sincerely sighing. "My lord, you really are different from others." "I have never met someone as noble as you." As the father gave his cordial expression of gratitude, his words were choked with emotion, and his eyes grew faintly red. Zhen Ren patted his shoulder, looked around, and attracted everyone's attention onto himself. He raised his voice slightly. "Everyone has a place on this ship. No one will be left behind." In other words, we are all in the same boat. I know differences exist between us. There are all kinds of differences between our statuses, bloodlines, appearances, and temperaments. But these differences should not become doubts, antagonistic, or reasons for internal conflict. We must tightly unite. Only by doing so can we have the greatest chance of escaping. We are all one of us. Zhen Ren used a particular tone to emphasize that final word. He did not expect his impromptu speech would win everyone's acclaim. Many found themselves in love with Zhen Ren's speech. They wanted Zhen Ren to speak more. Zhen Ren's words soothed their frantic hearts. Their serenity allowed them to be filled with hope and motivation. ZD gazed at the young leader. Kang Xu wore a laudable smile. Baya seemed to burn with zealotry, and Lian Zio maintained his usual silence. Hei Wan quietly made a fist. The always calm Triple Blade was also somewhat despondent. "One of us?" Zhang Ji stared into the bonfire. Those words caused a past memory to appear before him. He collapsed onto an ice-cold floor tile, a foot tenaciously stepping on his head. "One of us?" The foot stepping on Zhangji said in a young voice. "Ha! You actually said to me that you were one of us?" The young Zhangji struggled. However, he could not resist the youngster's strength and could barely open his mouth. "The same blood flows in our bodies. We have the same father. We are half-siblings. Don't tell me I am not one of you." After saying this, Zhangji felt the foot on his head suddenly increase in strength. That gorgeous boot still grinded at Zhangji's temple. "Shut up. You mixed breed." The youngster stepping on him shouted. The other youngsters standing around also yelled in succession. "Who is your sibling? Your body is filthy and muddy. By what virtue can you stand shoulder to shoulder with us? You indeed have a noble bloodline, but that is precisely your tragedy. Because it draws attention to the essence of your inferior qualities and incompetence. You are our clan's shame. You tarnish our clan's reputation. Bastard. An insignificant half-beast man actually thought he could stand side by side with us. Wishful thinking." Chapter 147. One man wipes out an army. The young Zhangji opened his eyes. His fuzzy field of view became clear and caught sight of the fine floor tile. The pain in his body made him recall what had happened. His half-siblings ganged up and beat him unconscious. Silent tears flowed from his eyes. Despair, anger, hatred, doubt, and all sorts of emotions flooded the young Zhangji. He curled up and sobbed quietly and convulsively. Suddenly, footsteps could be heard, stopping finally in front of Zhangji. In Zhangji's tear-stained field of view, he saw a pair of indistinct boots. Sigh. The owner of the boots deeply sighed. Just the sigh allowed Zongji to realize the person's identity. The next moment, the man pulled him to his feet. "Teacher," Zongji helplessly called. The teacher gazed at him. He did not hug the young Zongji. Instead, he gave him a sword. "Continue training the sword," the teacher stated. The middle-aged Zongji's feet were as broad as his shoulders, with his hand holding onto the bone hammer's handle, constantly swung vertically down. This was one of the most basic movements of swordsmanship. Zongji acted strictly according to his training. The heavy bone hammer in his hands was as light as rice straw. What would have made that swordsmanship master more moved was each of his movements seemed to be the same. Neither the angle nor speed, from top to bottom, varied in the slightest. Swinging 300 times already made the strong half-beast man sweat profusely. Because his long brown hair was sweaty, it stuck to his forehead. The banquet had finished long ago. The late night did not have wind or the moon. At this moment, Zongji was standing at the edge of the temporary camp. Behind him was bright bonfires, and in front of him was the serene rainforest. Hearing one of us from Zhenjin's mouth made Zongji recall the past. Under his silent expression was a jittery heart. Whenever this happened, Zongji would train the sword. As long as it involved swordsmanship, even if it were the most basic movements, it could alter his heart, allow him to focus his attention, and get rid of many feelings. Zongji's restless mood gradually became serene. The uninteresting sword movements to him was actually almost entertaining. One of us? Is only the circumstances forcing us together, nothing more. Zongji sighed bitterly as he stopped and leaned on his hammer. But at the next moment, his ears slightly trembled and his complexion abruptly changed. In the distance, he seemed to hear a wolf howl. One night later, after Zongji informed him, Zhen Ren personally led a team to investigate. 5 kilometers from the ravine, Zhen Ren and the others found a large area full of messy beast tracks. There are monkey tail, brown bear paw prints, strong life, white rhinoceros footprints, and crocodile head hammer tail boa snake trails. This undoubtedly confirmed this is a magic beast core. Zhen Ren's heart sank. Continuing to investigate, the results were more serious than his expectations. There was a core in the northwest and the southwest, 2 magic beast core. The 3rd magic beast core wandered at the edge of the ravine control perimeter. It did not penetrate too deeply. Returning with the information, all of the higher-ups had heavy expressions. There are at least 3 blue dog fox wolves coveting our camp. Is it just one magic beast core, but split up by the blue dog fox wolf to mislead us? No, the scale of the core that attacked the camp is definitely the blue dog fox wolf's control limit. The beast group left behind different kinds of tracks. Besides, making these beasts pretend to leave traces is very difficult. After all, the blue dog fox wolf is extraordinary. Since these magic beast core deliberately don't approach the camp, it proves they have already discovered us. The reason they aren't attacking now must be because they're still growing their power. It might be that blue dog fox wolf who had been tailing behind us. It must have called more of its comrades. The situation became terrible. Everyone had to build the ship while defending against the magic beast core. With the blue dog, fox, wolves commanding the Magic Beast Corps. It was comparable to having 10 times the beast groups attacking. More discouraging, the volcano was still erupting. The island seemed to be in the middle of some dramatic change. If the ship was built too late, everyone might be buried on this island. The higher-ups discussed how to respond. They had dealt with Magic Beast Corps before. But regardless of how ingenious a method was, someone had to implement it. If manpower was transferred, shipbuilding would slow down. No one wanted to see this, but nothing could be done about it. No, I have a method, Zhen Ren's heart said, but his mouth did not speak. Fortifications started to be built and strengthened, and when everyone was sleeping at night, Zhen Ren began to move. After transforming into a bat monkey, he quickly traveled through the rainforest. His ultrasound finally detected a Magic Beast Corps. The bat monkey, Zhen Ren, rapidly flew to a higher altitude. In the sky, he saw the blue dog fox wolf settled in the middle of the core, heavy layers of protection safeguarding it. The next moment, Zhen Ren activated the core and transformed. The red light radiated in the air. The bat monkey form soon dissipated and was replaced with a crocodile head hammer-tail boa Zhen Ren. The crocodile head hammer-tail boa Zhen Ren did not have wings nor way to stay suspended in the air. Moreover, his body was fatter than an ordinary crocodile head hammer-tail boa. Zhen Ren immediately fell from a high altitude. The Magic Beast Corps naturally also had bat monkeys. At first, they were not vigilant against Zhen Ren, but when the crocodile head hammer-tail boa Zhen Ren fell from the air, the bat monkeys together screeched in alarm. Just as the blue dog fox wolf reacted, rumble, the crocodile head hammer-tail boa Zhen Ren smashed into the floor. Thick trees collapsed and were crushed under his weight, along with many unlucky magic beasts. A crocodile head hammer-tail boa was covered in crocodile skin. It displayed formidable defensive abilities. But just relying on the skin was insufficient. There was also a thick layer of fat under the skin. This fat was not something crocodile head hammer-tail boas possessed. Instead, it came from the subterranean sandworm. When Zhen Ren killed the subterranean sandworm, he naturally converted some of it secretly. Although he could not transform into a complete form, its thick fat was now one of his transformation choices. The fat fiercely trembled, offsetting the opposite reaction of the ground. The blue dog fox wolf jumped back. Then suddenly, Zhen Ren's figure quickly approached the blue dog fox wolf. Soon after, he extended his head and opened his crocodile mouth in a lightning surprise attack, biting the blue dog fox wolf. The blue dog fox wolf attempted to howl, but at that moment, a large amount of acid bubbled from Zhen Ren's throat. The flowing acid choked the blue dog fox wolf, forcing it to cough. It frantically scratched, its hind legs constantly pawing at the ground. Unfortunately, at that moment, Zhen Ren had already raised his snake body, lifting the blue dog fox wolf into the air, despite its hind legs' best efforts. Soon after, 4 blood threads formed in Zhen Ren's mouth and tied up the blue dog fox wolf. As the blood threads permeated the blue dog fox wolf, the Magic Beast Corps crazily attacked from all sides. The quickest act were not the monkey-tail brown bears or strong-life white rhinoceros near Zhen Ren, but the flying squirrels. A great amount of flying squirrels. But Zhen Ren had foreseen this. Although he was in a crocodile head hammer-tail boa form, he could still use a silver-level bat monkey's soundwave attack. Upon suffering the soundwave attack, The flying squirrels immediately sprawled out on their backs and fell to the ground. They were no longer a threat. The two strong-life, white rhinoceros charged over. Zhen Ren did not have enough time to avoid them. He was not skilled enough with the crocodile head hammer-tail bow form. Even if he made evasive maneuvers, it was unlikely he would dodge them. Therefore, he simply did not dodge. Rather, he transformed the crocodile skin into a scorpion carapace. The strong-life white rhinoceros ferociously rammed the scorpion carapace. Although they did not break the carapace, the power of their immense strength was still transmitted. The fat under the scorpion carapace once again damped the blow. It violently fluctuated and dispersed the force, perfectly ready to take on the next charge. Meanwhile, red light sparkled in Zhen Ren's mouth, converting and absorbing the blue dog fox wolf, reducing the latter into a pile of carbon ash. Killing the blue dog fox wolf greatly roused Zhen Ren's spirit. Having a blue dog fox wolf and not having one were two completely different situations. The perfume's effects still persisted. After helplessly watching the murder of their commander, the magic beasts sank into insurrection, allowing Zhen Ren to launch a crazy offensive. Some of the magic beasts were better off. The monkey-tail brown bears with their crucial red talons could penetrate the scorpion carapace and roast the fat, producing a nice food-like fragrance. Zhen Ren rolled on the spot and crushed a path out. Red light glittered. He dissipated the huge crocodile head hammer tail boa form and transformed into a silver-level bat monkey again, allowing him to fly into the sky. All of the bat monkeys chased after him, while the other beast could only snarl powerlessly from the ground. Zhen Ren soared through the sky with great speed. Only two silver-level bat monkeys could barely keep up with him. Zhen Ren suddenly turned around and attacked the silver-level bat monkeys. He transformed a lizard head but with spider mouth parts. Two balls of milky white spiderwebs sprayed out at the two silver-level bat monkeys, binding their wings. The silver-level bat monkeys screeched as they fell to the ground. The other bat monkeys extended a helping hand, catching their leaders in the air. But this was all Zhen Ren's plot. Holding the height advantage, he constantly sprayed spiderwebs at the bat monkeys. Quickly, only Zhen Ren remained in the air. Without bat monkeys tangling him up, Zhen Ren began to spray acid. The magic beasts could only roar and shout, but they could not touch Zhen Ren. The acid killed ordinary beasts and bronze-level magic beasts, while seriously injuring iron-level magic beasts. Fighting this way for a good while, Zhen Ren consumed most of his magic core's magic reserves, while the entire magic beast core he tormented was extremely exhausted. It is time. Seeing his opportunity, Zhen Ren flew down and transformed into a monkey-tail brown bear. He immediately fell on a strong-life white rhinoceros. His bear claws directly pierced the strong, live white rhinoceros skull. Then his fingernails transformed into spider blades, allowing him to penetrate its brains. In addition, at the tip of each blade was a bee stinger. Another strong-life white rhinoceros charged over. At the same time, a crocodile head hammer tailboa attacked Zhen Ren from behind. Zhen Ren instantly transformed into a silver-level flying squirrel and shot out light lightning, successfully avoiding its attack. The strong-life white rhinoceros and crocodile head hammer-tail boa collided into each other. Zhen Ren immediately crashed into a monkey-tail brown bear. He then took advantage of its slow reactions to unleash a strong electrical shock. Bang! The monkey-tailed brown bear collapsed, smoke fuming all over its body. Like the strong life white rhinoceros that attack directly killed it, there was no chance of it coming back to life. But that kind of electrical shock consumed the most magic. Following that, Zhen Ren no longer attacked in such a way. Even without using the electrical shock, he still beat the magic beast core into chaos. Without a blue dog fox wolf, and with the limited intelligence of these magic beasts, Zhen Ren could move how he wished. The idea of a formation basically did not exist. Many of their attacks even struck their comrades' bodies. The most crucial aspect was Zhen Ren's strong transformations. For a long time now, he had bitterly and relentlessly trained, accumulated many achievements, and made remarkable progress in many aspects. For example, Zhen Ren could never transform so quickly in a fierce battle, but now he could do it smoothly. Before battling this magic beast core, Zhen Ren lacked a chance to thoroughly test himself. Now an opportunity has arrived. Rejuvenated. Extremely rejuvenated. The more Zhen Ren battled, the more his blood raced. To start off, he used all kinds of magic beasts forms he was not proficient with, especially mutual transformations between magic beast forms. But during the fierce battle, he became increasingly proficient and calm. Many movements did not flow during daily training. But under attacks from all sides and outside pressure, those movements became smoother and easier. Qualitative changes lead to fundamental changes. Zhen Ren could feel himself becoming stronger. He was becoming stronger every second. A bit stronger? Get even stronger. Zhen Ren's heart roared. Slow, too slow. He overtook a monkey-tailed brown bear and chopped off its head with the blade on the back of his hand. Weak, too weak. His foot stomped on a spiderweb-bound bat monkey, the stomp directly killing it. Corpses were strewn across the ground. Blood filled the earth. Zhen Ren, as one man, matched an army and carried out a bloody and brutal slaughter. The magic beast core was nearly destroyed, with its remnants beginning to flee in disarray. Zhen Ren launched a ruthless pursuit. No magic beast could escape his pursuit. As the final strong life white rhinoceros collapsed near a small lakeside, Zhen Ren couldn't help but raise his head in laughter. Ha ha ha. The confusion, depression, and pressure of many days were unburdened and discharged. The scorpion tail on his buttocks skillfully penetrated the strong life white rhinoceros. Soon after, the blood threads converted and absorbed the strong life white rhinoceros. As it turns out, I am already this strong. What can stop me? What else? Even if there are many magic beast core, how can they catch me? In a fine metal, Zhen Ren showed disdain for his environment. The dark clouds scattered and exposed the moonlight. At that moment, the entire rainforest became silent, as if it were taking in his ominous prestige. Zhen Ren swept his eyes around him and suddenly stopped. He saw himself in the lake water. Presently, he had a long scorpion tail, a lizard head, was covered all over in a scorpion carapace, had a bare body, and had 2 spider blades growing from his hands. Monster. Zhen Ren stared blankly. The happiness and surging killing intent in his heart seemed to retreat like the tide. He looked like a statue. After a moment, his body trembled, as if reacting. He slowly drew back until he could no longer see his image in the lake water. Chapter 148. My abilities are limited. Shoot! Lan Zio roared through his teeth. At that moment, a volley of crossbow fire formed a black arrow curtain. Shrouded by the arrow curtain, bat monkeys fell to the ground one after the other. On the hillside, the remaining large magic beasts tried to charge forward. A monkey-tailed brown bear was at the forefront of them. Suddenly, a giant crossbow arrow, similar to a war spear, cut the wind and in a flash hit the monkey-tailed brown bear. It hit its chest and pierced through its body. The monkey-tailed brown bear was shot dead while the arrow continued to launch it back somewhat. Good kill, Haiwan. Seeing this, morale greatly rose. The giant arrow was fired from a ballista controlled by Iwan. Regarding his archery skill, he was publicly known to only be second to Zhen Ren. Bark, bark, bark. From the magic beast corpse rear, some blue dog fox wolves barked together, signaling the magic beast corpse retreat. Success. Victory, we defended this place. All thanks to Lord Zhen Ren and Lord Zongji. Everyone cheered. Almost every gaze was directed at Zhen Ren and Zongji. A fortnight had passed since Zhen Ren's night attack that had annihilated a magic beast corps. During that fortnight, the situation had rapidly worsened. Sensing the isolated magic beast corps had been annihilated after Zhen Ren's first ambush, the remaining blue dog fox wolves chose to assemble in one place. This made Zhen Ren's work hard. During this time, he tried to dispose of them many times. To kill the blue dog fox wolves, one needed to kill many magic beasts. However, he had fallen into the blue dog fox wolves' scheme and had attacked from all sides, his body receiving serious wounds in the process. Fortunately, things were very different now with Zhen Ren's core. He could transform the flesh of a strong life white rhinoceros. This strong life white rhinoceros flesh was far more practical than that of other magic beasts. After Zhen Ren's wounds changed to strong life white rhinoceros flesh, it gained the strong life whiter rhinoceros's powerful recovery abilities. By the next day, he was no longer injured. Strong life white rhinoceros needed to eat a lot of food to replenish the energy it took to heal. But Zhen Ren had the core. He simply used the magic in the core. He used magic to discharge electricity, and he also used magic to heal. He discovered more and more practical things he could use the magic for. This time, a new blue dog fox wolf appeared. Zhen Ren sighed to Zongji as they returned victorious. This was the current situation. Not long after killing a blue dog fox wolf, one or even two new ones appeared. Each blue dog fox wolf commanded a magic beast corps of varying scopes. Zhen Ren was silent. During the initial discovery of the magic beast corps, he relied on all of his strength to neutralize this crisis to the camp. The starting situation was great using his power. He destroyed an entire magic beast corps. But when two other blue dog fox wolves hovering by the border quickly discovered the destruction of their comrade and its magic beast core, they immediately gathered together. The two blue dog fox wolves together made it hard for Zhen Ren to attack them. He tried to ambush them, but failed when a blue dog fox wolf survived. After learning about Zhen Ren, the blue dog fox wolf acted properly. It ordered all its flying squirrels to take cover underground. These flying squirrels were good at digging holes in tree trunks and in the ground. By hiding underground, Zhen Ren's soundwave attack was ineffective. As Zhen Ren began his assault, after receiving the blue dog fox wolf's order, these flying squirrels would attack in a wave. Regardless of what Zhen Ren transformed into, none of his forms were immune to electricity. Although he also defended himself with a thick white muscle membrane, it only protected his internal organs, brain, and so on. It did not protect his flesh. Every electrical shock produced paralysis and halted his movements. It was very annoying. The blue dog fox wolf was even more cunning. It did not dispatch all of the flying squirrels at once. Rather, it used small waves of them to beat back Zhen Ren. Seriously hurt, Zhen Ren retreated. The next night he wanted to attack again and destroy the remaining magic beast core. However, to his shock, he discovered two new magic beast core. He and the magic beast core were in a deadlock. The more information he divulged about himself, the more the counters the blue dog fox wolves responded with. The blue dog fox wolves emphasized their own safety. Zhen Ren attempts to assassinate them failed repeatedly. Once a blue dog fox wolf exploited Zhen Ren's strategy and intentionally showed a weak point, using itself to bait Zhen Ren into a trap. The other blue dog fox wolves surrounded Zhen Ren. Fortunately, Zhen Ren could fly and escape. But afterwards, the blue dog fox wolves brought in blade spiders. These were huge threats to the bat monkey Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren could only fight with all his strength during the night. After the magic beast core gained a foothold, they began to penetrate the defensive perimeter and attack the ravine. Zhen Ren could not stop this. He was only a lone warrior. He could not obstruct these enormous magic beast core. If I could completely transform in coordination with the others, perhaps I could kill all these blue dog fox wolves. Zhen Ren's heart emitted an idea. But soon after, he dispelled that idea. Unless it was as a last resort, he would never do that. He was very restrained, even when transforming his human body. Generally, he would transform when charging. Even if he transformed near others, he would quickly charge into a beast group. Luckily, ZD and Kangexu could not fight. They were always in the rear and never observed Zhen Ren's transforming body up close. Every time Zhen Ren prayed to Emperor Shang Ming, it would be ineffective. Everyone considered this normal and no one suspected anything. Perhaps dramatic changes have already happened. Then all our hopes lie in our new ship. Zhen Ren replied to Zongyi as he gazed into the distance. The volcano never stopped erupting, although there were intermittences. Eruptions were increasing in frequency. The distant sky was pitch black. It was volcanic clouds. Although the sky above the rainforest was still clear, the volcanic clouds were visible to the naked eye as they extended to all directions. They would soon cover the entire island. Zongyi also looked at the erupting pillar of lava and nodded. Zhen Ren took his leave while the half-beastman continued to oversee the defensive line. He was the main commander in the defensive battle. He was not an ordinary soldier but served as a high-ranking officer with considerable talent. Kang Exu was in charge of logistics and had received praise from Zhang Ji many times. Zhen Ren mainly watched over the construction site. The higher-ups explicitly divided up the work. In the small ravine, most of the hull was already constructed successfully, and great amount of ship planks had finally been installed on the framework. The ship planks used the advanced flat joining method, not the backwards connection method. Most working around the ship hull were the wounded. The defensive line needed military strength. The wounded could only provide labor. These days, they have been working energetically. Almost every day they sweated like pigs, their wounds would open again, and each evening they went to sleep extremely exhausted. The situation was critical, and the viewpoint that the ship was the only way to escape this island became the consensus. In the ravine clearing, nothing was more conspicuous than the giant. The giant's labor played a critical role, but he was also a hidden danger. If he went mad and destroyed the hull, everyone would lose their hopes of escape. As a result, Zhen Ren had to oversee the area. If the giant went mad, he would promptly knock out the latter. Only when the defensive perimeter was hard-pressed would Zhen Ren come over. During this fortnight, over 10 earthquakes occurred. They happened frequently. The giant also had around 10 outbreaks, all of which were promptly stopped by Zhen Ren. After each time the giant showed symptoms, everyone would move the hull outside the ravine, and contrary to what one might expect, they avoided several earthquakes. No one troubled the giant with the immense external pressure of the magic beast core. Almost all internal contradictions were disregarded. Baoya dragged his beaten body to a cave entrance. Next to a bonfire, he placed some parchment on top of his leg. He dipped a quill pen into some ink. It was a small movement, but it made him grimace in pain. His arm was bandaged, with spots of blood seeping out of the bandages. During today's fight, he was injured because a bat monkey bit his forearm. The humid air made his clothes sticky. Only his full stomach made him happy. After Baoya gasped a little and slowed his rushed breathing, he began to write. Dear Miss XEQ, please forgive my extended absence between letters. Also forgive me that these letters still cannot be delivered to your hand. The magic beast corps attacked again. During that, I shot a dozen or more bat monkeys dead and wounded many more magic beasts. We originally thought these magic beast corps were not a problem, but in reality, they have a steady flow of reinforcements. Our situation is getting nastier. Today, a new magic beast corps appeared, making our week-long fighting and carnage vanish like smoke in thin air. The magic beast corps can replenish troops so easily. Fortunately, we hold the ravine. This terrain is easier to defend than the forest camp. Most obviously are the ballistae being set up in high locations. Recently, Lord High Juna's prestige has increased rapidly because he is very skillful with the ballista. The huge crossbow arrows have terrifying might. Often it can heavily injure silver-level magic beasts. More admired is Lord Zhang Gi. Although he is a half-beastman, he possesses extraordinary courage and strength. Although his left gauntlet was destroyed, by relying on an iron shield, he is often on the front lines to personally hold back the attacking magic beasts. That huge shield is nearly as tall as me and is very heavy. However, Lord Zhangyi can easily carry it. The one I most adore will forever be Lord Zhen Ren. Whenever the defensive line reports an emergency, he will appear where he is needed most. Every time he appears, he will immediately chop down magic beasts. Not only does he stabilize the situation, he will also lead a countercharge. Each time we see his figure, our fearful and hesitating hearts will quickly turn serene, and our downcast morale will quickly rise. Lord Zhen Ren is a believer of Emperor Sheng Ming. With the Emperor's deep love, he gives us light and victory. With his lordship, our victory is certain. Dear Miss XEQ, today's fight made my body coldly sweat. Our defensive line had been thoroughly scouted out by the Blue Dog Fox Wolves. They then engineered a sinister sneak attack. All of the strong life white rhinoceros grouped together and charged down the slope. Our defensive line was smashed, and the other magic beasts were pouring through the gap when Lord Zhen Ren appeared. I will never forget that scene. After Lord Zhen Ren loudly prayed, another miracle appeared. He changed into a giant larger than Zhang Ji, wore golden armor, and possessed incomparable strength. The strong life white rhinoceros could not harm him, and when he prayed, Emperor Sheng Ming, as expected, gave him a sharp sword. With the lighting sword tightly grasped, he pierced a strong life white rhinoceros head and cooked its brain with electricity. Wherever Lord Zhen went, the magic beasts there would suffer a crushing defeat, all of them routing one after the other. He continued to charge up a hillside, scaring off those blue dog fox wolves like frightened rats. Although it was a victory, the battle gave everyone post-traumatic stress. If we didn't have Lord Zhen Ren, we would have lost. As a result, after Zhen Ren, Zhang Gi, as well as Kang Xu, Zi Dai, and some others discussed with each other, it was decided that the number of ballistae and crossbows would be increased. Doing this would slow down the construction speed of the ship. But nothing could be done about it. The giant is also a hidden danger. I once told you he has an illness. Someone suggested we put the giant on the defensive perimeter, because many people are worried. There might be a day when the giant goes mad, when Lord Zhen Ren is on the defensive perimeter. If he destroyed the ship, it would be terrible. But after the scholar Kang Xu calculated everything, he informed us the giant's labor force was equivalent to 50 men. The giant was even a skilled shipbuilder. He seemed clumsy, but he was actually very skillful. He grew up on a ship and continuously received the boat craftsman's instructions. This made him very experienced in ship repairs. The giant played a critical role in the shipbuilding. If he was sent to fight, shipbuilding efficiency would hit rock bottom. Kang Xu's words did not convince everyone, but of course I believed scholar Kang Xu. After Lord Zhen Ren explicitly supported Kang Xu, no one objected. As Bao Ya wrote his letter, beads of sweat tumbled down and he turned pale. The intense fighting did not allow him to recuperate or relax. Dear Miss XEQ, there was another fierce battle today. The Magic Beast Corps offensives have been getting more frequent and ferocious. I feel numb. My heart isn't numb. In fact, as long as Lord Zhen Ren is here, my heart will eternally be filled with hope and the will to fight. My body is numb. I fell ill. Perhaps it is my accumulated injuries, new and old, encumbering me. Another possibility is after some beast bit me, it left behind some kind of poison in my wound. My eyes are dark whenever I quickly turn my head. The sky will spin, and I even feel the illusion of a mountain pounding at me. I have lost my sense of touch. I can definitely grab a crossbow, but my fingers cannot feel the bowstring or the trigger. My tongue is also numb. It may be said I don't have a sense of taste. Lord Zedi gave me some medicine after drinking some. I can feel better half a day. But after half a day, my body feels it is in an oven. It seems like my body cannot hold my soul, and I feel my soul floating and dispersing. I don't know if I can go through this. But I guarantee you, since the shipwreck, I was never timid. From beginning to end, I did my best in battles. I imitated Lord Zenjin's bearing. I especially hope one day I can be as strong as him. Unfortunately, I am only an ordinary person. If I cannot endure this crisis, I will lose my life here. I earnestly request of you, for the sake of these letters, to look after my old mountain parents. Tell them of my death and ask them to forgive this unfilial son. Let me be an example to educate my younger brother and sister. Let them take this as a warning. I must admit, after sniffing the smell of death, I felt regret. But I will never regret my acquaintance with you, my beautiful and most loved Miss Sexy Q. Your smile has always been in my heart. But I also ask you to understand me, my abilities are really too limited. Writing this, Baoya's quill point stooped. Then, in the wake of his falling hand, the quill point streaked across most of the parchment until it finally fell to the ground. With a bang, Baoya fell to the ground. Chapter 149. No different. How is the situation? Zenjin entered Beiya's residence. On a grass bed lay a deathly pale Beiya between life and death. Zenjin used ultrasound and a transformed internal ear structure to find that Baoya was still breathing somewhat. The breathing was extremely weak and short. It was on the brink of vanishing. His situation is far from good. Kang Xu turned around. Zenjin sank into silence. Bai. This youngster was once an immense contributor to the exploration team. He was young, innocent, and yearned for knighthood. Now he lay with tightly closed eyes. Death's sickle was already on his neck. Despite experiencing so much, he still collapsed here. During this time, the ravine camp had many new casualties and no shortages of death. If it was the past, morale would have dropped. But with Zenjin's supreme prestige and existence, the group still maintained excellent morale. As far as Beiya's situation was concerned, Zenjin was not surprised and even felt regretful. With a different family background and bloodline combined with his fighting spirit and willpower, perhaps things would be different. Baoya, he really was too ordinary. He was only an ordinary person and a mediocre human. His youthful energy and enthusiasm seemed naive and even stupid. However, this stupidity sometimes seemed praiseworthy. Baoya was willing to help others. This was his nature. When the exploration team was poisoned, he looked after the others and gained good relationships with them. When breaking out of the Green Lizard encirclement, he stupidly saved Kang Xu, reserving their situations. If Zenjin did not return to save him, he would have lost his life on the spot. At the oasis, he also saved Lan Ziao, unafraid of being poisoned himself. He blindly adored Zenjin and was Zenjin's most feverish follower. I am very sorry for coming late. Zidi's voice came from behind him. Zidai, diagnose him quickly. A new hope immediately burned in Zhen Ren's heart. But after Zidi examined him, she only responded with silence. The hope in Zhen Ren's heart rapidly waned. Oh dear. Kang Yexu deeply sighed, my lord. Take a look at this. Kang Yexu found some letters in the grass bed. These should be letters he wrote. Kang Yexu quickly skimmed over the contents and slightly pursed his brows, his calm rationally giving way to rarely seen anger. According to his judgment, Miss XCQ played with Baoya and used a false romance to deceive the inexperienced youngster. This made his risks and sacrifices a laughing matter. Zhen Ren shook his head. Kang Yexu, the truth is not known. Nothing is certain. The young knight's heart did not want to see Kang Yexu's conjecture as correct. Taking the letters from Kang Yexu, Zhen Ren quickly ran his eyes over them. The handwriting in the letters were terrible, messy, and had no sense of beauty. However, it was clearly written by Baya. It was clear he had only learned how to write a short time ago. Many parts of the letters were empty. These were the words Baoya could not write. The characters in the letter also changed color, turning purple. It seemed the ink had deteriorated. In the letters, Baoya expressed his love for Miss XEQ and his adoration for Zhen Ren. In the final letter, he wrote his regrets. Seeing Baoya's regrets, Zhen Ren's heart couldn't help but tremble. Without previous life and death crises, it was impossible for him to have such a sincere resonance to this. Zhen Ren respectfully gazed at the unconscious Baoya and seriously said, I pledge to you, Baoya. If you are unfortunately sacrificed, I will personally give these letters to your most beloved. If Miss XEQ sincerely loves you, I will inform her of everything. I will tell her she did not misjudge you and that you possessed a knightly spirit. You fought gallantly, did your best, always walked the path of kind-heartedness and justice, and never cowered from danger. But if she was merely toying with you, then I will uphold justice for you. She will be tried by a Templar knight. After finishing this, Zhen Ren solemnly stored the letters in his pocket. Baiya's end already seemed preordained as everyone left the rock cave. My lord, please stay. Zidi suddenly spoke. At the same time, she glanced at Kang Yexu. Kang Yexu bowed to Zhen Ren and quickly left. In the passageway, there was only Zidi and Zhen Ren. A spell of silence. My lord, let me hold on to those letters for safekeeping. After all, you often charge on the front lines, said Zidai. Please keep them safe. Zhen Ren nodded and gave the letters to Zidai. My lord, Zidi replied. Zhen Ren smiled. No need to console me. Although indeed my mood has been gloomy since my comrade collapsed. I do not have the ability to save him, and many times my abilities really are limited. My lord, in the end, we are simply humans, not gods. Even some gods are not experts in this field. Zidi drew in both of Zhen Ren's hands. My lord, please don't blame yourself too much. How can I not blame myself? Zhen Ren bitterly laughed. I neglected him too much. He was an outstanding contributor, but after more people covered up his abilities, I neglected him. Thinking back now, did I treat him as a tool? When this tool went unused or lost its usefulness, did I throw him to the back of my mind? Am I a qualified leader? I often speak publicly and say I treat everyone equally, but do I really treat everyone equally? What have I really accomplished? If I valued Baoya a bit more, would I have discovered his worsening situation earlier and have a different outcome? My lord? Zidi called. She stepped forward, throwing herself into a hug with Zhen Ren at her own accord. Both her hands embraced Zhen Ren's waist as she tightly embraced the young knight. Lord Zhen Ren, you are absolutely qualified. No, you are an outstanding leader. You are a knight, my knight. Please don't doubt yourself. Her soft and tender body definitely encouraged him and mitigated Zhen Ren's dispirited expression. The youngster lifted his hand and caressed Zidai's shoulder. At that moment, the youngster felt a warm feeling from Zidai's body. This warm feeling constantly flowed into his heart, and the ice cube hidden in his heart seemed to melt. Intangible misunderstandings seemed to dispel. Once again, Zhen Ren felt an urge. He wanted to tell Zidi his secret and everything on his mind. But at the next moment, his expression changed. His ultrasound discovered there was an emergency on the front line. The fighters were already escaping to the ravine clearing. We need to go. I still need to look after the giant. Zhen Ren softly pushed away Zidai. Okay. Zidi released her hands and deeply gazed at Zhen Ren with her amethyst eyes. She then watched him leave and disappear behind a corner. When the fighters came to the ravine, they easily found Zhen Ren. Zhen Ren left soon after. He routed the magic beast corps again and stabilized the defensive line. That same night, he moved alone and tried to trouble the magic beast corps. But he could only cause a limited amount of casualties. The blue dog fox wolves had strong defenses at their sides. The death of each blue dog fox wolf was a bloody lesson that made the surviving ones more experienced. Although Zhen Ren could also produce perfume, it could not disturb the magic beast corps. Zhen Ren risked his life and did his best to kill many magic beasts. Then he returned his beaten and inflexible body back to camp. The night guards gazed at him with adoration and respect. Zhen Ren could not rest for long. Of all the higher-ups, he worked the most. However, these gazes full of love, respect, zealotry, and praise could not give Zhen Ren pure warmth and motivation. They were like a cold light that offended his eyes. As per usual, the next day, the Magic Beast Corps launched another offensive. The people relied on natural barriers in their defenses. Under Zhongji's command, they did their best to kill or injure the Magic Beast Corps. If this didn't happen, under the Magic Beast Corps' constant reinforcements, the situation would have collapsed. However, the people risked their lives in close-quarters combat and caused disastrous casualties to the Magic Beast Corps. However, as time passed, the Magic Beast Corps instead became more numerous. The people finally realized how many blue dog fox wolves were on this island. However, after carefully thinking about it, this island was massive. It was normal. The vast jungle and deep forest could sustain many blue dog fox wolves. The situation was in a temporary deadlock. The earthquakes grew weaker, however they became more frequent. Sometimes 3 or 4 would occur in a single day. The giant also had constant symptoms. Mere. The giant roared and bellowed. Run for it. He has symptoms again. The people fled in a panic. Like lightning, Zhen Ren jumped up and hit his nape. Bang. Just as the giant's roar finished, his eyes rolled over as he fell to the ground. Mere. Run for it, E. Zhen Ren already attacked. Bang! Just as the giant roared, he fell to the ground. Roar. Quickly. Bang! The giant fell to the ground. Roar. Bang! The giant just opened his mouth and wanted to roar. Zhen Ren immediately disposed of him. Bang! As the number of times the giant was knocked out increased, the more skilled Zhen Ren became. Beside practice making perfect, he eventually replaced his attack with a stone. With the right amount of force applied on the giant's nape, he could use the stone to knock out the giant, to the extent that every time the giant saw Zhen Ren, he felt a faint burst of pain in his neck. Each time Zhen Ren suppressed him. In the beginning, the giant feared Zhen Ren as a result, but soon after, this fear changed to numbness, and then into calmness. This was the giant's position. You can knock me unconscious whenever you want. I can't resist it anyways. Finally, in his calmness, an unexpected trace of intimacy appeared. It seems the boat craftsman's words, "I hit you out of love," was recorded in his heart. Indeed, Zhen Ren did not injure him. Every time Zhen Ren promptly stopped the giant's symptoms and didn't allow him to harm the ship or the lives of others, the more tolerable the giant became to a human environment. As the giant continued to fall to the ground, the new ship grew more refined. The boat planks were flattened well, and the aft and rudder were constructed and reinforced with iron. Most of the deck was also completed. Altogether, the ship had 2 decks. After the 2 decks were finished, next were the bow deckhouse and the aft deckhouse. Currently, the people were rushing to build the essential shiphold. In order to build a ship, everyone used all their strength and did their best. During this time, the frontal battlefield line constantly retreated in defeat. At first, the defensive line was mended, but as the situation developed, the people had to abandon it. The defensive line retreated from the foot of a mountain to a hillside. At first, in order to protect the ravine, the people suffered great damage. Mu Ban then came up with an outrageous idea. After obtaining the boat craftsman's confirmation, the people dragged the boat to the top of a hill. This way, the defensive area shrunk, and with military power pulling back, the defensive line stabilized. The reason that caused this was Zhen Ren constantly losing personnel while the Blue Dog Foxwolves received constant reinforcements. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the Magic Beast Corps. On the other hand, the Blue Dog Foxwolves used a few subterranean sandworms. Zhen Ren and Zongyi could not quickly kill these sandworms. They could only watch as their countless attacks destroyed their defensive fortifications. Zhen Ren fulfilled his responsibility as a leader. Despite the front constantly retreating, he continued to boost morale and fight on the front lines. The new boat continued to be improved, giving everyone something to place their hopes in. Everyone persevered with clenched teeth. Like the iron in the kiln, the constant burning and forging gradually condensed the people into a true team. All of them became inseparable, close, and mutually understood each other. Misunderstandings, hate, suspicions, and so on disappeared, replaced with the camaraderie and trust of comrades, in arms. From start to finish, there were no deserters. It was unlikely there would ever be any deserters because they had nowhere to desert to. Finally, after paying 50 casualties, the new ship was finished. That day, the weather was sunny and cloudless. An earthquake occurred at noon. Thus, the Magic Beast Corps did not attack. After the earthquake, the Magic Beast Corps became tranquil for a time. On the hillside, a simple and crude ceremony was being conducted. "My lord, please strike with this hammer." The serious boat craftsman gave Zhen Ren an iron hammer. "No, you contributed the most. The final hammer should be yours." Zhen Ren shook his head. The boat craftsman still wanted to second-guess himself, but Zhen Ren persisted. "Go! That is an order!" The boat craftsman could only comply. Under 1,000 staring eyes, he waved the hammer and nailed the last boat plank in. Everyone cheered. The boat craftsman's eyes were red with glistening tears. He returned to Zhen Ren's side and spoke, his tone somewhat choked with emotion. "My lord, all my life, I wanted to build a ship. I did not expect to achieve my heart's desire on an island instead of a dock. Of course, this ship has many defects. For example, the masts. We only had short poles. Only after being put together can they meet the height required. Take the sails. Our sail faces are too small. They are unable to harness enough wind. In addition, the boat planks and hull sides need to be reinforced with iron. Their current structural strength is worrying. There's also the boat anchor. We still lack a qualified boat anchor." Good. Zhen Ren laughed and clapped the boat craftsman's shoulder, interrupting his words. "We can make up for these deficiencies while we are sailing. Now is the time for celebration. Go, gorge and drink well. Today you are the most brilliant star. Many people are waiting to toast to you." Zhen Ren pushed the boat craftsman towards everyone. Because of Zhen Ren's honor, the boat craftsman nearly wept on the spot. The boat craftsman flowed into the crowd and cheers instantly rose. Over the last several months, this banquet was a one-of-a-kind. The new boat was finished, even if only the foundation was finished, and it barely achieved a passable score. But it held extraordinary significance. From now on, Zhen Ren and the others could attack, retreat, and defend. Of course, the new ship still needed to slide into the water. The original sliding track had been destroyed by the Magic Beast Corps. However, on the other side, there was a secondary sliding track hidden under a shallow layer of ground. This was Zhongji's proposal, and everyone was grateful for his vision and wisdom as a high-ranking military officer. Besides the sliding track, when the new boat entered the ocean, it would attract the Magic Beast Corps' attention, causing them to send additional military power there. A large battle was inevitable. Don't think about those things. Today I need to rest. Zhen Ren also wanted to gasp during these days. As a leader, the most pressure was undoubtedly on him. The boat craftsman was in the center of the crowd. It was a glorious moment in his life. Of course, Zhen Ren was not snubbed. ZC Su, in an excited mood, knelt to the ground. put one hand across his chest, and used his other as a wine cup. "My lord, because of your leadership, we had the ability to persevere. You are a model Templar knight and our bright light. My lord, I ask you to allow this humble person to offer you this insignificant piece of roasted meat. Lord Zhen Ren, all of our praise cannot describe you. With your leadership, we have the happiness we hoped for all our lives." It seemed the celebratory atmosphere had an influence. In the cave with all the injured, Baoya slowly opened his eyes. However, the praise, admiration, and celebratory atmosphere of the banquet could not influence Zhen Ren. He sat in the main seat and looked at the laughing people. Despite him also being happy and wearing a smile, he still felt a barrier, a dense barrier. He was placed here and also placed outside. He seemed to be in a different world than them. Since that time, he was unable to confess his secret to Zidai. He could not open his mouth. The banquet continued, taking advantage of everyone celebrating. Zhen Ren silently left the crowd. He arrived at a distant hillside and looked at a grass shack. In the shack that could not shield anyone from the elements, the giant curled up in his grass bed. "Here." Zhen Ren gave the giant some roasted meat. The giant silently took it. Zhen Ren walked a few steps and sat on a boulder. He gazed at the sky. Above him there were dense and black volcanic clouds. Apparently, because of them, there hadn't been any rain recently. The new hull had one less obstacle. Zhen Ren gazed at a distant location again. On the tall hillside, he could see the ocean. The ocean was not yet covered by the volcanic clouds. The setting sun could still be seen as it descended below the sea. Under the evening light, the tranquil ocean surface glittered like fish scales. The new boat was also in the hillside. When the obstacles were cleared out, it would follow the sliding track down. After it charged down and cut its way through thistles and thorns, it would break into the ocean and splash the water into the sky. This beautiful scene was not only Zhen Ren's dream, it was everyone's. This dream was their biggest motivation to date. His ears could hear the giant eating the meat. It was boorish, but it gave Zhen Ren serenity. Compared to the banquet, he found he liked this place more. His heart a faint trace of elation. Zhen Ren was also surprised. At that moment, he did not look for Zidai, but came to the giant's side. Under the setting sun, the young knight's solitary shadow lengthened and spread over the grass shack. In the grass shack, the giant had finished eating, crawling out after looking at Zhen Ren's back. He crouched in a distant place and imitated Zhen Ren. He too looked at the setting sun. Sensing the giant's action, Zhen Ren glanced and faintly smiled at him. Shortly after, the young knight gazed at the sun again. The scenery before him was magnificent. However, his forehead was always creased. He had unresolvable worry in him. The giant gazed at the sun and quickly became bored. He glanced at Zhen Ren and slid his buttocks closer to the young knight. Zhen Ren did not react. The giant silently looked at the setting sun for a moment, then moved closer to Zhen Ren again. Zhen Ren still didn't react. The giant moved again and again. At first, the time between movements was long, but after some time, he moved more frequently. Zhen Ren suddenly turned to look at him. The giant had just pushed his buttocks off the ground with his hands. He was in the process of moving. Zhen Jin's glance immediately turned him into a stone statue. A burst of sea wind blew, slightly moving his hair. Zhen Jin was amused. He laughed and patted a sitting stone next to him. The giant immediately grinned, exposing his yellow teeth. Finally, he finished moving his lower half, placing it on the stone next to Zhen Jin. "Do you not fear me?" The giant shook his head and honestly said, "This giant will keep you company. I knocked you unconscious many times. Do you not hate me?" The giant shook his head again. "You are just like this giant." Zhen Jin's heart shook, and he stared blankly on the spot. Under the setting sun, the two shadows lengthened together. On the surface, there was no difference. Chapter 150. Father. "You're talking rubbish." As Zhen Jin stared blankly, the boat craftsman's voice suddenly berated him from behind. The young knight and the giant turned around and saw the boat craftsman with a bucket of wine in one hand and a lump of roasted meat in the other. It was clear the boat craftsman remembered the giant. He had escaped from the banquet and had heard what the giant just said. "Lord Zhen Jin, please forgive me. This idiot, Absolute, did not intend to offend you." The boat craftsman knelt to the ground with a worried expression. The giant looked puzzled. Zhen Jin laughed and smiled. "Stand up! How can I not know your son?" "I indeed knocked him out many times. From some sense, his words are not wrong. We are all stranded here. All of us are on the same boat." The boat craftsman replied with incomparable appreciation. "My lord, you are noble, not only in your status and bloodline, but also in your spirit and character. You saved us, and our interactions with you during this time will certainly be engraved in our memories all through our lives. Your heroism, tolerance, wisdom, vision, and other virtues will inevitably be praised in the future." Zhen Jin nodded. Those words felt different. He said to the boat craftsman, "Don't overestimate me, boat craftsman. Don't underestimate yourself either. In fact, you were very crucial. Without you, how could we make a new boat? Your son also contributed greatly. Without his great efforts, our completion time would have been a long way off." Hearing this, the giant suddenly laughed happily. His great efforts were recognized. The boat craftsman's arrival made Zhen Jin want to leave. The youngster jumped off the boulder. "My lord, please allow me to send you off." The boat craftsman put the things he was holding in the grass shack. Zhen Jin saw the boat craftsman was still worried. "Be at ease, I will not bother the giant." After Zhen Jin guaranteed him 3 times, the boat craftsman felt relieved. Nobles and knights took care of their reputation seriously. If most nobles and knights heard what the giant said, they would have considered it a personal insult. "My lord, you truly are different from other big characters." The boat craftsman sighed and spoke truthfully. "Please forgive my presumptuousness. No one beside me has ever gotten close to the giant. You might not understand completely. As I watched you and the giant sit side by side, my heart was astonished greatly. Before meeting you, no one regarded him as an equal. Never have we encountered such a person." Zhen Jin bitterly laughed. "Indeed, I'm not too different." He patted the boat craftsman's shoulder. Although you never stated it, I can imagine the things the giant has experienced in his life. He was an abandoned infant that you took in. His giant bloodline appeared from birth, thus he suffered peculiar gazes. He got stronger and bigger, all while suffering from his madness. Because of this, almost everyone discriminated against him, hated him, reviled him, and cursed him. He has been hearing and heard everything being whispered behind him. He has heard everyone around him curse him, sneer at him, and detest him. He only has you to provide him fatherly love. Therefore, he is always intimate with you. I saw it with my own eyes. During a fight, even if he doesn't have a bit of martial skill, he is willing to pay with his life to protect you. You must have also invested a lot into him. Seeing his curled-up appearance in that grass shack, it seems he is avoiding others actively. I know you must have taught him to do that so he can survive as a monster in a world of humans. You must be worried that one day many people will use the slogan of justice to execute him. You must also be very grieved seeing others bullying and humiliating him while he is unable to retaliate. Because your teachings say he cannot retaliate, otherwise the consequences will be worse. As a result, he has no martial skill and is used to restraining himself. Is he ugly? No, he is merely different. Compared to others, his heart is more kind-hearted. Is he powerful? No, Wu says having great strength and a strong physique means one is powerful? Which powerful person's only weapon of self-defense is to call out for his father when he feels pain? He is actually very small and weak. Kind-hearted and weak person, is this not someone a knight should defend? My lord, the boat craftsman's eyes became red as he choked up on emotion and surging tears. The praise, affirmations, and so on that he heard in the banquet, even if it happened again, 100-fold, they still could not compare to Zhen Jin's speech. Because Zhen Jin truly understood him? Understanding those words seemed simple when in fact they were difficult to comprehend. You are a good father. After leaving these words, Zhen Jin left. The boat craftsman left behind stood in place and gazed at Zhen Jin's back. The setting sun submerged under the sea, and the afterglow disappeared. Because of the boat craftsman's tears, Zhen Jin's silhouette appeared somewhat monstrous in his fuzzy field of view, however it seemed to emit. The new ship was successfully built. It now had the ability to sail. This matter made the survivors' morale soar. For the next several days, Zhen Jin and the others began to prepare for the ship's oceanic entry. If there were no blue dog foxwolves, putting the ship in the ocean was an easy affair. But nowadays, the Magic Beast Corps had a heavy perimeter around them, making implementing this affair 100 times more troublesome. Everyone rejoiced that at the time Zhang Yi had proposed they build a reserve track. But the usability of this track was still an issue. After all, the island had countless earthquakes, and in order to prevent damage, the track was buried in a shallow layer of earth. Even if the track was not damaged, to use it, they still needed to clear the things covering it. According to Mu Ban's assessment, it was extremely possible small portions of the track had been disconnected and damaged. This means the track needed to be rebuilt in advance before it could be used. The blue dog foxwolves' intelligence also complicated the maintenance of the track. If the Blue Dog Fox Wolves sensed everyone's intent, the plan to put the new ship into the ocean would face stronger obstacles and even fail. After Zhen Ren and the others discussed, it was decided that they would attract the Blue Dog Fox Wolves' attention. While that was happening, they would covertly dispatch a small team to inspect the sliding track and rush to repair everything needed. In order to raise the possibility of escape, Zhen Ren no longer trained at night. Instead, he continued to harass the Magic Beast Corps and did his best to impair their military strength. Besides this, he also personally surveyed the sliding track situation. The survey was not optimistic. The sliding track was damaged in many places, with many places being broken into pieces. There was a lot to repair, but it was not too troublesome. The sliding track had a simple structure. During Zhen Ren's busy time, he received good news. He came to the sick area and saw Bai Ya. Bai Ya had been unconscious for many days, but now he was awake. Lord Zhen Ren. He still had a weak breath, a deathly pale complexion, and protruding cheekbones. He had lost weight over the past few days. You survived again. Recuperate carefully. Also, let me tell you some good news. The new boat is finished and is ready to enter the ocean. Zhen Ren smiled. He had lost all his memories and Bao Ya had left a good and deep impression on him. When he left the volcanic cave, he only had Kang Xu, ZD, and Bao Ya at his side. Bao Ya nodded. Shame appeared on his face. I was unconscious for so many days. I was a burden to everyone. Zhen Ren shook his head. You are not a burden. We are all in the same boat. We will help each other in our common goal of leaving this place. These are your letters. To the side was Zidai. She had just returned the letters to Bao Ya. It seems we don't need to deliver them. That's right. Have some new ink. The ink you were using before already went bad. I made this bottle myself. It will not fade. ZD also gave Bai Ya a small gift. Bao Ya was overwhelmed with favor. His voice was choked with sobs. Mean you both was a truly good thing. When I was in a coma, I was like a lonely soul drifting in a boundless darkness. I did not know where I should go or where I came from. In my daze, I heard Miss XEQ calling my name. It must be love. It must be love guiding me. Bai Ya began to talk about what he experienced in his coma. Since the oasis, he had become a talkative person. This life and death experience seemed to aggravate his talkativeness. Zhen Ren smiled. He knew how Bao Ya felt and even understood his feelings. Because he had also been on the edge of death many times. It really was a great thing to say so much. It was the feeling of life. Bao Ya's reawakening seemed to bathe Zhen Ren's heart in sunlight. For the next several days, Zhen Ren's heart was bright. Every night, Zhen Ren prayed to Emperor Shengming. Zhen Ren told himself, "It will get better. Everything will get better. I can lead Bao Ya, ZD, Kang Xu, and the others from this island alive. By the time I arrive at White Sand City, I will forget the core and my transformations. Perhaps I will ask a chaplain or a doctor to expel the hidden dangers in my body." The sliding track maintenance was finally finished. The higher-ups were in a cheerful mood. They were all glad the maintenance was less troublesome than predicted. They don't know that whenever the small maintenance group moved about, Zhen Ren personally left by himself to disturb the Magic Beast Corps. In order to do his best in attracting the Blue Dog Fox Wolves' attention, Zhen Ren frequently put himself in danger as he rushed into the enemy, causing him to retreat with heavy injuries. These days, the boat craftsman Mu Ban and the others were not idle. Previously, the new ship was only the foundation of a finished work. There were still many things to follow up and work on. Currently, on the new ship's hull had long wooden planks reinforcing it. The boat planks and decks were padded with shredded hemp rope. Afterwards, they were glued together with Z-Dye's potions. The boat craftsman also taught some people how to process wood into standard quality pulleys. Sail ropes needed many pulleys. High-level pulleys were made from metal and were genuine wheels. But the new ship only used wooden parts. Wood was cut into the shape of a wheel and smeared with grease to lubricate the surface. The most glamorous ship section was the bow. Mounted on the bow was a ramming horn. It was formed from a tree trunk and resembled a knight's spear. The bow had been reinforced by many planks, giving the appearance of a shield. The spear mixed with shield and combined with ramming speed provided charge strength that even a crocodile head hammer-tail boa could not resist. The day when the new ship entered the sea was imminent. However, that night, bang rumble. The sound of a volcanic eruption seemed to pass over them. The people were woken up with a start from the hillside. The volcanic eruption formed an unprecedented lava column that soared to the sky. Soon after, the earth violently shook and rocks tumbled down, smashed onto the planks covering the new ship. This was an unprecedented earthquake. With unmatched horror, the people watched as immense cracks appeared in the ravine they treated as a home. The cracks traversed the ravine. Soon after, the ravine collapsed. Quickly, run for it. The crowd frantically began to flee ignominiously. Zhongji wanted to stabilize the situation but failed. Protect the ship. The boat craftsman seemed to shout, but no one listened to him. When the earthquake occurred, Zhen Ren was the magic beast core. When he returned to camp, the small ravine no longer looked like what he remembered. There were crushed rocks, broken wood, and dead humans everywhere. Now, Zhen Ren turned deathly pale. He immediately rushed deeper into the ruins. There might be aftershocks or an even bigger earthquake. However, the people in the ruins began to save themselves. The ship. We must dig the ship out. Help me move these stones quickly. Oh no, we are finished. The ship was definitely destroyed. Our hope is gone. The people were noisy. Some had ashen looks as they did their best to excavate the stones, while others wailed. Their state of mind had collapsed. It was only a small possibility. The ship that sustained their hopes survived. I said earlier the small ravine was dangerous. It would be terrible if a landslide occurred. You didn't listen to me? Someone shouted, constantly grumbling and blaming others. Even more people were silent. Another person verbally abused with an agitated mood. Ah, rubbish! Without the ravine, could you obstruct the magic beast core? Zhen Ren did not stop anyone from venting their feelings. They needed to vent, and after doing so, they calmed down. In fact, Zhen Ren also wanted to vent his feelings. Gazing at the ruins, he felt anger, shock, and panic, but as a leader he could only push down these negative emotions to the bottom of his heart. Just as he was about to give orders, a rock suddenly shook, exposing a large hand. Help me." Soon after, the giant's voice came from below. "So, son?" After he couldn't find the giant, the boat craftsman had been running around in circles. After hearing the voice, he immediately sprinted over and frantically lifted the rocks. "Persevere, persevere," the old boat craftsman constantly shouted. Zhen Ren, Zongji, and the others also lent a hand, and with everyone's strength, the rocks were quickly moved. The giant appeared. His legs were being pinned by a boulder. He was heavily injured and definitely had fractures. But the giant still used both hands to hold back the boulder. Seeing the boat craftsman again, the giant happily took credit. "Father, look. I protected the ship." With red eyes and in a daze, the boat craftsman looked at the giant. Seeing the giant still alive, his heart was naturally ecstatic. But when he saw the giant's injuries, he sank into regret and blamed himself. Bad father, bad father." The boat craftsman wept. During the landslide, he yelled to protect the ship in a moment of desperation. Besides the giant, no one could hear, not even himself. "Father, don't cry. The ship's here. The ship is still here." The giant promptly consoled the boat craftsman. He knew the significance of the ship to the boat craftsman. "Inconceivable. The hull is only slightly damaged." "That's it?" Mu Ban loudly reported after his inspection. Thanks to the giant, in the event the boulder actually smashed into the ship definitely would have been destroyed. The giant is a good person. It was all thanks to you. After understanding the situation, the people expressed their gratitude. The giant looked somewhat stupefied. This was the first time he faced such a spectacle. Only the boat craftsman hurried to the giant's side. He looked at the boulder and the giant's severely deformed legs. "Are you in pain?" The giant nodded, then shook his head. "Don't cry, father! This giant isn't in pain!" "Quickly, let me move the boulder." Zongji roared. "We cannot move it. It will injure the giant's legs a second time. We need to smash this boulder to pieces or corrode it first." Zhen Ren shook his head. Just as he was about to give the order, he suddenly heard a wolf howl. "Ow!" The wolf howls repeated continuously. Everyone heard it clearly, causing their complexions to change dramatically. The Magic Beast Corps were attacking. Chapter 151. No choice but to completely transform. Aren't the Magic Beast Corps unable to attack after earthquakes? What do we do now? Our defensive line has collapsed. The crowd was noisy and frantic. Zhen Ren deeply pursed his brows. The situation had suddenly reached its most critical moment. "Withdraw. We can't risk fighting them." Someone proposed. It was one of Triple Blade's mercenaries. For a long time, the survivors dealt with the Magic Beast Corps by holding the high ground, relying on their defenses, crossbows, and other long-range weapons to suppress the advancing Magic Beast Corps. It was the correct tactic. Because this island prohibited the use of low-level magic and battle ki. But after the earthquake, the ravine collapsed and they had a lack of crossbows, thus they no longer had defenses. With just their bodies, most ordinary people could not deal with common beasts, let alone magic beasts. "We can't withdraw," The ship is still here. We can build it again. How much time do you need to build it? I think this wretched island is nearly done for. The people began to quarrel. Their opinions were not unified. Indeed, in recent times, the island's weather had clear anomalies, volcanic clouds covered the sky, and earthquakes constantly happened. Perhaps this island will meet its end by either being shattered into pieces by earthquakes or by being completely covered by lava. The boat craftsman mournfully yelled, "We can't withdraw. My son cannot escape." The giant was still under the boulder. The people became even more frantic. "Calm down," Zhen Ren suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone's gaze concentrated on Zhen Ren. Fate. The young leader's heart darkly sighed. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Obviously, the prior situation was really good, but in the blink of an eye, he sank into desperate straits and was confronted with a difficult choice. However, since waking up and struggling on this island, hadn't he confronted a few difficult choices? This time, compared to his previous decisions, Zhen Ren was more decisive. His steady gaze looked at his surroundings. Withdraw? Where can we withdraw to? Some of us can withdraw because our bodies exceed that of ordinary people. But for most of you, won't the bat monkeys, crocodile head hammer tail boas, and cunning blue dog fox wolves chase you down and kill you? Everyone was silent. Everyone, this is our most critical hour. Although we don't have camp defenses or sufficient weapons and suffered heavy losses from the recent earthquake, we have no choice but to fight to the death. There will be no retreat. We must fight while clearing away the obstructions that block the ship's sliding track. We must put the ship into the sea and break through every hindrance. When we triumph over our foes, when we celebrate on the sea, when we look at those damnable magic beasts drowning in lava and watch this island sink into the sea, we will thank our great efforts and rejoice that we never gave up in our most desperate hour. Believe me, we shall be the final victor. Shouting this, Zhen Ren took out silver lightning. He raised the rapier in front of him and began to loudly pray. "Emperor Shengming, my master, please pity me somewhat. I earnestly request you to gaze here. Your knight is fighting to the death while continuing to practice your principles. Let the imperial flag wave. Allow me to save these people and assist the good and the weak, even if it costs my life." Just as his words finished, his body seemed to inflate and rapidly expand. His clothing immediately tore as a dark golden armor grew from Zhen Ren's limbs, body, and head. It even wrapped around his feet. Zhen Ren raised his hand and tossed silver lighting to Heiwan. Just as the people saw that, his right hand transformed a spider leg. It too was covered with the scorpion carapace. Then Zhen Ren's hand curled into a fist, growing the spider leg's tip into a spider blade as it extended from his fist. There was lightning lingering on the sharp blade's surface. This was Zhen Ren's newest training achievement. The flying squirrel's electricity and the spider blade combined into an electric blade. Not only could it lessen the magic consumed, his attacks also received a qualitative upgrade. Everyone cried out in surprise. This was the first time Zhen Ren completed a transformation amongst them. Divine Cyanite. This is a miracle. Emperor Shengming is watching us attentively. Our victory is certain. As morale stabilized, the flame of hope began to burn in the people's eyes. Nevertheless, Zhen Jin's heart was heavy. This was a last resort. Ordinarily, there was no way he would transform before everyone. But the situation was critical. He had to placate the people as fast as possible, and so he took a risk. The following fight, even if we win, will be a Pyrrhic victory. Casualties are bound to be disastrous. Zhen Jin's heart explicitly judged. If he was by himself, the Magic Beast Corps could not deal with him. But he had to protect many people, like ZD and Kang Exu. He had to save as many people as possible. Because he was a Templar Knight, and because a ship needed many people to operate. It's hard for a dozen people to operate it. Even if it could set sail in howling rain or even large waves, it was difficult for them to resist such things. Without superfluous words or changes in formations, under the command of the Blue Dog Foxwolves, the vast Magic Beast Corps charged. Everyone stood their ground in the ravine ruins and risked their lives to resist the Magic Beast Corps. Zhen Jin and Zongdi proudly stood in front. Zongdi also put on his helmet. He was fully armed. Under the armor, the two people had grave expressions. The Magic Beast Corps were coming in too fast. There wasn't enough time to do a head count. Because of the earthquake, most people hid or ran away hastily. They were still unarmed. Fire. I will quickly set up a fire. ZD swiftly called. The young girl opened her handbag. Inside there were many neat rows of spare potions. Quickly, make haste. Mu, Ban commanded. He was helping the wounded clear a path. Son, persevere, your father will leave with you in a moment. After consoling the giant, the boat craftsman immediately joined Muban's team. Bang rumble. The beast tide looked like a gigantic black wave. Many people swallowed their saliva. In the past, they occupied the high ground and shot from a distance. Now that they faced the beast groups on even ground, they immediately felt the Magic Beast Corps' terrifying might. But the beast group's charge suddenly slowed. The ravine caved in. Numerous stones hindered their charge. Zongji and Zhen Jin looked at each other. They saw an opportunity in battle. You preside over the front. I will charge first. Zhen Jin shouted. Zongji nodded. He knew Zhen Jin was stronger and more suitable for this matter. Zhen Jin charged in alone and immediately broke into the Magic Beast Corps, attacking in all directions. He repeatedly roared, "No flying squirrel could get near him." Fat monkeys and blade spiders could not deal with the scorpion carapace. The blade spider webs were immediately cut through by Zhen Jin's hand blade. Only the red-hot monkey-tail brown bear claws could inconvenience Zhen Jin, however they were not too troublesome. The young knight used ultrasound and held fast to his battle talent, allowing him to find the most suitable attack route in the chaos. He stirred the Magic Beast Corps into complete confusion with his flickering lightning blade. Nearly every swing killed a magic beast, even silver-level magic beasts. Zhen Jin's fighting silhouette raised everyone's morale and fired them up. Bark, bark, bark. The Blue Dog Foxwolves barked again. The Magic Beast Corps rapidly changed, leaving a portion behind to deal with Zhen Jin. Two beast groups came from the left and right, charging at the others. These crafty brutes. Zhongyi cursed as he commanded everyone into battle. Crossbows were sparse, thus the beast group didn't get shot much. As the distance closed, everyone threw stones to obstruct ordinary beasts, but to the monkey-tail brown bears, even if they were hit, it only tickled them. The close the magic beasts got, the more the survivors were not their opponent. With miserable balls, the people instantly suffered disastrous casualties. Zhongji, Triple Blade, Haiwan, Lanzio, and some others were cornerstones. However, they could only stand their ground for a moment before the pressure forced them to retreat again and again. The subterranean sandworms ambushed them. Bat monkeys swooped down, and in all directions there were strong-life white rhinoceros, monkey-tail brown bears, or crocodile head hammer tail boas. No one could hold them back. Retreat, retreat. Zhongyi hoarsely shouted in a moment of desperation. He had been a talented high-ranking officer. He understood that a retreat could easily trigger a rout. But without options and staying being a death sentence, he could only take a risk. Luckily, at that crucial moment, Zhen Ren saw the discouraging events and killed his way back. He and Zhongyi fought side by side after breaking through, ruthlessly killing many magic beasts, and instilling fear in them, he allowed everyone to retreat to the new ship. Seeing the force quickly retreating to their side, Muban, the boat craftsman, and the others showed fear. They did their best, but they hadn't even cleaned up even half of the obstructions. There was simply not enough time. The crafty blue dog fox wolves, with just one strategy, forced the survivors into a corner. The primary situation really was too passive. During the first confrontation, more than half of the force was dead or injured. Bark, bark, bark. The frightening dog barks resonated across the battlefield again. The blue dog fox wolves did not want to give Zhen Ren and the others any time to breathe. The magic beast corps charged again. Everyone despaired, even with Zhen Ren at their side. I have to completely transform. Zhen Ren threw his apprehensions into the back of his mind, replacing it with determination. Zhongji, defend this place. I will charge ahead as long as I kill the blue dog fox wolves. The magic beast corps threat will fall greatly. Zhen Ren shouted. This was the only chance. Simply defending, even while completely transformed, would not do. After all, Zhen Ren was just one person. Now he could only attack instead of defending. You want to kill my people? Then I will get rid of you. At such a large disadvantage, Zhen Ren could only use this tactic and fight with all his might. My lord, my lord. Zedis came from behind him. You must be careful. The bonfire was ignited. Zedi sprinkled her medicinal powder. The thick smoke forced the flying squirrels, fire, poison bees, and bat monkeys to retreat, greatly lessening the pressures on the defense. But the disaster continued. These reserve potions only made up a small section of her handbag. You must also take care of yourself. Zhen Ren could only leave these words with his fiancée before fearlessly charging ahead. Chapter 152. Crazy Beastification. Charge, charge, charge. Zhen Ren directly attacked the magic beast corps' rear. His bitter and decisive grandeur frightened the magic beasts around him. Bark, bark, bark. Under the blue dog fox wolves' orders, A great number of magic beasts surrounded and pursued Zhen Ren. On the spot, Zhen Ren dodged a crocodile head hammertail boa's bite and brushed past a monkey-tail brown bear, all while swinging his sword to split a bat monkey into two. He suddenly jumped onto a strong live white rhinoceros's back, rolled to the ground, and continued his assault. When the flying squirrels attacked, he bellowed, causing them to fall to the ground and howl incessantly. A subterranean sandworm struck from underground. However, Zhen Ren's ultrasound already detected it, allowing him to get out of the way in advance. From a high altitude, the magic beast core looked like a huge wave, yet Zhen Ren, a lone human, sailed against the current. The blue dog fox wolves did not panic. Zhongyi and the others did not know Zhen Ren's identity, but they already guessed it. After all, Zhen Ren harassed them almost every night. His scorpion carapace and fighting style had clear characteristics. By the time Zhen Ren charged halfway to them, the assembled blue dog fox wolves suddenly scattered. Only one was left behind. Bark, bark, bark. Getting the new order, half the magic beast corps launched an assault on the ship. Zhongyi and the others. For an unknown reason, these blue dog fox wolves hated the survivors. They would never give up on exterminating them. The remaining blue dog fox wolf still commanded a lot of magic beasts that consumed Zhen Ren's stamina. It was the fearless position of, "I dare you to kill me." Zhen Ren was unafraid to sacrifice his life. However, the blue dog fox wolves also did not fear sacrifice either. The blue dog fox wolves' tactic was clear: cut. I indeed cannot deal with or catch you, Zhen Ren. But even if one or more blue dog fox wolf dies, you will certainly lose more people. Excluding you, Zhen Ren, everyone else will die in battle. Outside of killing these people and destroying the ship, we will continue to tire you out. Regardless of whether you escape or kill the magic beast core, you will never leave this island. Your end is already preordained. Zhen Ren's heart suddenly sank, seeing the blue dog fox wolf's tactic. The thing he was most afraid of happened. Unbroken howls could be heard behind him, and Zhen Ren couldn't help but turn around. He angrily stared at Zhongyi's and the other's situation. Zhongyi was covered in blood, while Triple Blade, Exi Su, and others were wounded. If Zhen Ren returned now, he could save them and stabilize the situation. But it would only be for a time, and in their current state, the survivors could not keep up the defense. If Zhen Ren did not return, even if he completely transformed, he would only kill one or two blue dog fox wolves. In exchange, he would lose his comrades, and the new ship, his end, would also be ordained. With the blue dog fox wolves' intelligence, even if Zhen Ren was strong, he was still bound to lose. Zhen Ren, gazing behind him, created a weak point. The subterranean sandworms attacked together. Although Zhen Ren managed to avoid two of them, a third swallowed him, then quickly vanished into the earth. "Father, hide in the boat." The giant howled. "Get on the boat now." Zhongyi also shouted. Originally, everyone wanted to protect the ship. However, with the anomalous magic beast attack, Zhongyi and the others no longer cared about the future. Everyone entered the ship, relying on the ship planks and other barriers to temporarily stabilize themselves. "No." The boat craftsman mournfully yelled. The giant was still outside the ship. Time was too scarce. No one had enough time to remove the boulder crushing the giant's legs. The giant immediately suffered as the magic beasts attacked from all sides. His flesh was lacerated and his blood wildly flowed. He was not martially skilled at the same time. With the boulder on him and his back to the enemy, he simply had no way of resisting. Throw him a blade, let him chop his legs off, then climb up, Zhang Yi shouted as he battled fiercely. The cruel proposal made the boat craftsman tremble all over. Although the giant had a giant bloodline, a robust vitality, and a strong recovery ability, cutting off his legs would create an injury he could not recover from. However, if he didn't cut his legs off, he would die. The boat craftsman turned pale and his hands shuddered. Nevertheless, he threw the blade. Catch it, aim it at your knees, and chop your legs off. The boat craftsman yelled at the giant. Bang, bang, bang. ZD threw several glass potion bottles, forming a green smoke around the ship. The smoke stopped many magic beasts. However, strong magic beasts could still fight in the smoke. Beasts like Strong Life, White Rhinoceros, Monkey Tail, Brown Bears, and Crocodile Head Hammertail Boas could still fight freely. The giant howled miserably. He chopped off his legs. As the blood flowed, he was able to escape and recover his freedom. He frantically swung the iron blade around him and temporarily forced back the magic beasts around him. Then he dragged his body with his hands and climbed onto the ship. Get up quickly. The boat craftsman leaned out and reached to the giant. Despite knowing his inadequate strength, he wanted to pull the giant in. But the giant did not crawl onto the ship. He looked up and smirked at the boat craftsman. He threw away the iron blade. Then with his chest and hands, he began to do his utmost to push the ship. Father, leave now. A few bat monkeys pounced on him, biting into his shoulder and back. But the pain they produced was only a mere trifle. The most pain the giant felt was from his legs. The unbearable pain caused the giant to nearly faint. However, he still pressed his stumped legs onto the ground to support his body. Regardless of injuries or pain, all of it was unimportant. As long as Father survives, it would be fine. The giant frantically roared. As he pushed with all his might, the ship began to move. At first only an iota, then a centimeter, then 2 centimeters. As speed gradually built up, it became faster. How is the ship moving? Someone shouted with bewilderment. The giant, many eyes flushed. Son, my son. The boat craftsman was in a lot of pain. Come up for your father. Give me your hand now. Climb up now. Do what you are told. Listen to your father. The giant no longer spoke. He buried his head and didn't dare look at the boat craftsman. He pressed his forehead onto the boat, contributing its force into more velocity. His heart apologized to the boat craftsman. Sorry, father. Sorry, for once. I will not listen to you. Seeing the giant not resist, nearly all the magic beasts piled onto him, brutally tearing him up. The giant instead sensed his pain was decreasing. As a matter of fact, this was a dangerous omen. When the human body suffered too much pain and was in mortal danger, the brain would stop using pain to warn the person. Because too much pain would interfere and hinder the person from saving themselves. The giant did not want to save himself. Step by step, he pushed the ship across the ground. He only wanted to protect his father and send him off to sea. Everyone on the boat was strongly affected. The ship bumped into all kinds of rocks and stones, but as long as it strived ahead, it would break through all obstacles and go onto the sliding track. Before all this, the sliding track had been repaired by the maintenance team and reinforced against earthquakes. With its speed, as long as it went onto the sliding track, it was very likely the ship would enter the sea. As long as it entered the sea, the Magic Beast Corps couldn't threaten their lives. "Come up now for your father." The boat craftsman's cheeks were streaming with tears. He was in extreme pain. The giant's strength was used up. His injuries were too heavy. He had lost too much blood. A boulder tripped him, causing him to fall to the ground and break his head. Magic beasts instantly flooded around him. "Push again." Iwan desperately shouted when the ship slowed down. "Do you want your father to survive?" The giant dizzily lied on the ground, but when he hears those words, he lifted his mangled hands to the ship planks. "Push." The giant couldn't stand, but he still wanted to push the ship. The hearts of many were beating wildly. While resisting the beast tide, they gazed at what lay ahead of the ship. It was the final obstruction remaining. "No, Lord Zhen Ren still hasn't returned." ZD yelled. "He will return. We need to leave first. We cannot trouble him." "Howee!" one shouted. "No." At that moment, the boat craftsman suddenly yelled and jumped from the ship. He crazily brandished a long wooden log and actually managed to drive off the magic beasts on the giant. "You don't want to live." Someone next to him glared. He wanted to grab the boat craftsman but wasn't able to do so in time. "Father." Seeing the boat craftsman jump down and come to his side, the giant used the last of his energy to protect the boat craftsman with his arms. "Persevere, son, you are leaving with your father." Just as the boat craftsman finished yelling, a blade spider craftily charged in, dodged the giant's arms, and stabbed the boat craftsman's chest. The boat craftsman shook violently. Scarlet blood contaminated his clothes, and all of his strength flowed out of his wound. "Father!" The giant mournfully screamed. Finally seeing opportunity, Zongi jumped off and crushed. But upon seeing the boat craftsman's injuries, his heart sank to the bottom. This was a fatal wound. Nothing could be done. "Get on the boat. I will be right behind you." Zongi roared at the giant. But the giant stupidly looked at the boat craftsman. He turned a deaf ear to Zongji. "Push it now, you damn idiot." Haiwan urged the giant. The giant suddenly got up. Disregarding his life, he crawled to the boat craftsman and expelled the magic beasts. He then used his body to protect the boat craftsman, despite many of his wounds cutting to his white bones. Seeing this, Zongi deeply sighed. He howled to the people on the boat. "Some people need to get off and remove the stones ahead. Another group needs to push the boat." But under the circumstances, with a beast tide crowded around the hull, who would carry out such a dangerous assignment? Only Triple Blade and some mercenaries jumped down while Zongi was busy saving himself. Bark, bark, bark. Sensing their actions, the blue dog foxwolves barked again. As a result, the beast tide immediately shifted their objective. They gave up on the boat craftsman and the giant, changing course towards the ship and attacking Zhang Gi and the others. Potions? Do you have any other handy potions? Aiwan shouted to Zidai. His eyes were very red. The pressure of death drove him crazy and caused him to lose his normal state of mind. Zidi faintly shook her head. Already used up. Damn it. Damn it! Haiwan used silver lightning to kill a bat monkey and looked down. Zhangji, Triple Blade, and the others had bleak futures. Don't even mention clearing the obstructions or pushing the ship. A strong life, white rhinoceros, charged at a ship, creating a hole in the hull with each charge. Haiwan looked around him. He seemed to be at a loss. People were screaming, the hull was shaking, and the sky was ashy. Everything looked like a nightmare. Oh, Emperor Shangming, if this is a nightmare, allow me to wake up. I beseech thee. Yiwan prayed in his heart. Pushed to his limit by the immense pressure, his wisdom was about to collapse. Suddenly, a beast howl made Haiwan shiver. He glanced subconsciously. A beast roared right in front of him, but it was not a pouncing magic beast. Rather, it came from a person. However, at the next moment, the person's hair grew, their body swelled, and their head changed into a tiger head. What is going on? Haiwan's staring eyes nearly fell to the ground. Then, he saw the tiger-head comrades suddenly counterattack, using their sharp teeth. They immediately bit a monkey-tail brown bear to death. Beast roars echoed in succession. Not only from the tiger person, but from many others. They instantly sprouted talons, teeth, tails, and horns. What is going on? Kang, Exu, Zidai, and the others revealed their extreme shock. These beast comrades seemed to lose their rationality. They only wanted to kill. The magic beasts lost their lives one after the other, and even the nearby humans were attacked. They're insane. Kill with our comrades? Get out of their way. The survivors huddled together and hid in a corner of the ship's aft house. They were shocked and suspicious of their beastified comrades' counterattack. These beastified people carried out a crazy slaughter. Their delirium caused them to disregard their lives, allowing them to slowly rout the magic beast. Until now, the human body was weak, even with successful battle key cultivation, increasing the quality of one's body. There was usually a large disparity when comparing bodies to magic beasts of a similar life level. But after these humans beastified, their strength, defense, speed, and other attributes completely exceeded the magic beasts. For the first time in the battle, the magic beast corps' offensive was obstructed. The magic beasts around the hull were quickly cleared out as the beastified people continued to charge. It seemed they dealt with whatever threatened them the most. Zhen Ren appeared. He had completely transformed underground and beheaded all the sandworms, allowing him to finally escape. He returned to the front lines at once and discovered the beastified humans. At that moment, Zhen Ren was extremely shocked and suspicious. How could this be? Don't tell me they also have cores. Chapter 153. Father. The beast tide retreated. After the beastified people appeared and launched a crazy counterattack, all of the magic beasts were killed. The blue dog fox wolves commanded at all costs, displaying their exquisite tactics. If Zhen Ren wasn't around, perhaps their efforts would have succeeded. After seeing the beastified people's explosive counterattack, Zhen Ren barely resisted the shock and suspicions in his heart as he continued hunting the blue dog fox wolves. Most of the Magic Beast Corps' strength was on the front lines, around the ship. They tactically ignored Zhen Ren for the time being, but because of the beastified people's sudden appearance, Zhen Ren held the initiative. After killing 3 blue dog fox wolves, the last blue dog fox wolf fled far away with a ruined army. It was too late for Zhen Ren to pursue. In fact, his stamina was nearly gone. Beheading the commanders was very troublesome, especially in an open battlefield. Losing 90% of their military strength, the remaining magic beasts were no longer a threat. The blue dog fox wolf also fled in terror. It would not cause trouble in the short term. Not long after the Magic Beast Corps retreated, all of the beastified people fell to the ground. Each and every one was dead. We survived. Many people sat frozen on the ship. I actually survived. Soon after, many people cried tears of joy. What in the hell's just happened? Juan was on the ship. He looked at the dead beasts and beastified people around the ship. Fear still remained on his face. Everything had happened too abruptly. He was still deeply shocked. Zhen Ren hurried back. He still had the golden scorpion armor. Because of the beastified people, he did not completely transform during this battle. Finding Kong Xu, ZD, and the others alive with minor injuries, Zhen Ren couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although they were the victors, the survivors had disastrous casualties. Originally there were 200 people, but after the earthquake and battle, there were only 50 remaining. There were many minor injuries and a few seriously injured people because of the intensity of the battle and the lack of reserve teams. Anyone who was seriously injured died soon after. The others could wallow in their emotions, but as their leader, Zhen Ren could not. Under his orders, the people quickly cleaned up the battlefield and treated the wounded. The boat craftsman is still breathing, and the giant is still alive, but their situation is anything but reassuring. Someone reported not long after, "This outcome was somewhat unimaginable because many people died on the ship. But the father and son outside the boat were still on their last breaths." As a matter of fact, this was all thanks to the blue dog fox wolves. Their orders caused the magic beasts to temporarily let off the father and son. Zhen Ren walked over at once. The giant had fallen to the ground, but his arms were still around the boat craftsman. His heavy injuries might cause others to think he was dead. His stumped legs were badly mangled, however, because of his giant bloodline. His blood vessels automatically stopped the bleeding. The boat craftsman had received a mortal wound and was lying motionless on the ground. Because he lost too much blood, his entire face was an ashen color. When he saw Zhen Ren, his dull eyes suddenly flashed. It was clear he wanted to say something. "Zidai, can you do anything?" In his grief, Zhen Ren appealed to his fiancée. Zidai did not want to disappoint him and quickly fished out a small potion bottle from her handbag. Zhen Ren took it and poured it into the old boat craftsman's mouth. The old boat craftsman's face immediately turned red. Lord Zhen Ren, I have a request for you." Please, you must agree. Take my son, take him. The boat craftsman weakly appealed. He is still alive. I will take him. He is a true warrior. Zhen Ren immediately responded. No, father. I want to be with you. The giant wailed with his chin on the ground. He impatiently gazed at the old boat craftsman. His injuries were too heavy. He did not have the strength to get up. His giant bloodline still kept him alive. However, signs of death were on his face. If the old boat craftsman died, he no longer wanted to live. The old boat craftsman could not stand. He couldn't even turn his head. He couldn't see the giant, but he knew the giant was behind him. The old boat craftsman bitterly smiled, and with a voice filled with regret, sadness, reluctance, and hope, he said, "Sorry, son, your father is leaving. But you must keep on living. You are still so young." "Father, I don't want to leave. I want to accompany you. If you die, then we will die together." But the giant was still determined. Realizing the old boat craftsman's death was inevitable, tears streamed down his cheeks. "You idiot." The old boat craftsman wanted to scold the giant. However, his weak tone seemed like he was comforting and doting on the latter. Regardless of what the boat craftsman advised, the giant was not willing to change his attitude. Zhen Ren was also worried. Even if he knocked the giant out, he could not force him to keep living. He understood he could not prevent the giant from attempting suicide. After the boat craftsman said those words, he lost energy and sensed his life was quickly slipping away. This couldn't drag on. In that moment of desperation, a spark suddenly flashed in his mind. He barely managed to raise his voice a little. "Foolish youngster, I am not your father. No, father, you cannot drive me away. I will die with you. You are my only relative." But the boat craftsman looked at Zhen Ren. "You idiot, Lord Zhen Ren. He is your father." "Your birth fathers." The giant glared. "What did you say, father?" Hearing this, everyone was also startled. The boat craftsman looked at Zhen Ren. His entire face pleaded. Zhen Ren silently nodded to the boat craftsman. The boat craftsman was extremely grateful. He then violently coughed up blood and continued speaking to the giant. "You actually knew about these circumstances earlier, you foolish youngster. I am only your foster father, nothing more." Sigh. At this stage, I no longer want to hide the secret. I also have a human bloodline. You idiot, I am only an ordinary boat craftsman. How can I have a ridiculous relationship with a female giant? For a time, didn't you ask me? Don't you want to know who your birth parents are? I will tell you now. Your father is before you. It's him, Lord Zhen Ren. The giant's jaw dropped. He foolishly looked at the boat craftsman and Zhen Ren. The others kept silent. They knew that in order for the giant to keep living, the boat craftsman had deliberately deceived him. Zhen Ren sighed and looked at the giant. It is just as he said. Giant, you are actually my son. No. The giant shook his head. He took it to be true. However, this information attacked his spirit too much, and for a moment he could not accept it. Why not? On his deathbed, the boat craftsman was very anxious. Your father is stronger than you, while this old man is simply an ordinary person. Your father also understands you and loves you. He has knocked you out so many times, yet never injured you. Do you think anyone else can accomplish this? He also cares about you and has never shown any discrimination. You don't think it's strange? You wanted to get close to him, correct? That was very natural because your bloodline relationship created an unconscious attraction between the both of you. This is the bloodline between father and son. The old boat craftsman's nonsense caused the others around to grin, forcing them to strongly restrain themselves. But as for the giant, the boat craftsman's words were so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Every sentence was like an ironclad fact. I continued to hide the secret because if it was exposed, it would harm your birth father. He is a noble and a knight. It would be disgraceful if he had a bastard like you. However, idiot, because you wholeheartedly wanted to join me to death, I had no choice but to reveal it. Forgive me, foolish youngster, I am only your foster father. You must keep on living with your birth father. Quickly call your father. The boat craftsman urged. His words were indeed factual. A human noble having this kind of half-giant son would be a lifelong stain and destroy their reputation. What's more, Zhen Ren was also a Templar knight. As the old boat craftsman was dying, he had a chance to implore Zhen Ren for a favor. If this was a regular noble, they would have berated and even flogged the boat craftsman for talking rubbish. But Zhen Ren was different. During this time, the boat craftsman realized many times Zhen Ren was a unique noble. He truly had a heart filled with sympathy, benevolence, and extensive vision, despite these things being inharmonious with his young age. The boat craftsman exploited Zhen Ren's sympathetic heart. However, he was also worried Zhen Ren would back out. As a result, in one breath, he wanted to confirm the relationship between the giant and Zhen Ren. If that happened, Zhen Ren had no leeway to back out. Of course, the boat craftsman did not believe Zhen Ren would back out, but as a father, especially a dying father in his last moments, he wanted to grab every chance that raised the lilyhood of everything. The giant was speechless. He believed the boat craftsman. In fact, for a long time now, he believed anything the boat craftsman said. But he did not say anything. He did not know why, but in front of the boat craftsman, he could not shout father to two people. After not hearing the giant respond for a long time, the boat craftsman's eyes darkened. I am already content with handing you over to your birth father. Foolish youngster, I want you to keep living. You must keep on living. Obey and listen to your father's words, small child. The boat craftsman hadn't said the nickname small child for a long time, and the giant trembled upon hearing it. Death approached. The boat craftsman clearly sensed its approach. So, this is how death feels. I still want to call him my son. But he couldn't. He needed to deceive the giant. A past memory began to flash before him. The hog's kiss hold. Wah wah, a baby wailed, prompting a hired sailor's investigation. My goodness, everyone, look at what I found. What is this thing? The old boat craftsman came out of a corner with a baby. My God, it really is a child. Someone gave birth on the Hog's Kiss and left it behind for us. Who would be so wicked? I fear it's a bastard. Only a truly heartless mother would immediately abandon a child. After a burst of discussion, everyone turned around and walked away. The boat craftsman foolishly held the child. Hey, what should we do with this brat? None of the sailors took responsibility as they shrugged their shoulders. There were even some who burst into laughter. Old Forth, you picked up that child. You are responsible. Nonsense. The boat craftsman was indignant. The baby in his hands resembled a scalding sweet potato he really wanted to throw away. The sailors dispersed. None of them wanted that inconvenience. With no alternatives, the old boat craftsman could only find the captain. Pitiful brat, being born into this world really was your misfortune. Perhaps you should euthanize him. How can a ship raise a child? The Hog's Kiss captain replied. The boat craftsman shook his head. He did not want to do that. The captain then said, Then in port, go find a suitable person and entrust this child to them. The old boat craftsman nodded. However, how could he find a suitable person? The Hog's Kiss docked many times, but only for brief periods of time. In that short time, it was difficult for the boat craftsman, a stranger in a strange land, to find someone suitable and trustworthy. I can only survey the next harbor. Holding this notion, the boat craftsman looked after the infant on the Hog's Kiss. Damn it, he defecated again. He eats too much and shits too much. The miserable boat craftsman changed the infant's dirty underpants. A seaver. What can I do? What should I do? The boat craftsman paced in a circle. Why are you crying incessantly? Is your belly hungry? You definitely ate your fill. The old boat craftsman couldn't find the reason. He could only learn how to sing cradle songs. Small darling, don't cry, small darling. Don't be noisy. Let me dote on you. The surrounding sailors laughed. Hey, boat craftsman, that was splendid. Where is that lullaby from? Time passed, and after a year, the infant began to display its abnormalities. He ate too much. The amount he ate was beyond the boat craftsman's means. In the messy cabin, the baby giant also continued to overturn trunks and boxes. What are you doing? You tiny scoundrel. Hey, you ate all my tobacco? You idiot. The old boat craftsman spanked his buttocks. Stop. The old boat craftsman collapsed on the deck. What a day. You're insane, boat craftsman. You gave that infant all your rations and still worked yourself so hard that you fainted from hunger. You should rejoice that today isn't very windy. Why are you doing so much? I really don't understand you. Like I said before, you should get rid of him. The sailors shook their heads, displaying their confusion. I should get rid of him, but who will take him? Late at night. The old boat craftsman was woken up by pain. Are you biting me? You moron, I am not a woman. There is no milk here. The wounded boat craftsman flew into a rage and slapped the still small giant's buttocks again. Giant. Wah, wah, wah. Landfall. The old boat craftsman arrived at a bar. Seeing his friend, the bartender smiled and said, "Old boat craftsman, do you want rum or beer? Do you have cow's milk?" The bartender stared blankly. "Human milk will also do." The bartender was dumbfounded. Then he sized up the boat craftsman again. "Old codger, your tastes have changed a lot. What irritates you?" The sailors around him ridiculed him. "He's lost his mind?" "It's not for him. It's for his son." "That absolute monster? I've never seen a baby eat so much." "By the heavens, his appetite is bigger than mine." "What are you doing?" "My God." After half a day, the boat craftsman saw cracks everywhere. There was even a hole in the deck. Upon seeing this, he tore his hair out and nearly lost his mind. The giant squatted at his side. He was very puzzled. "Fire! You told me to work hard." The Hog's Kiss captain had a gloomy complexion. "Throw him out. If he stays, one day my Dickens sails will cease to exist. Maybe when I wake up from a nap, the entire ship will be gone." The old boat craftsman implored him. However, the captain's attitude was firm. Plop. The old boat craftsman bent both knees and kneeled on the ground. "No matter the price, I will compensate for it. I am a shipbuilder, and when you recruited me onto this ship, didn't you fancy my abilities?" The captain narrowed his eyes and looked down at the boat craftsman. "Am I misremembering? Isn't there a debt you still owe me?" "It will be a long time before you can pay back your debts and regain your freedom." "Then I will prolong my debtor's term." The captain coldly snorted. "You are so old, so according to your pay and calculating in the damages, if you want to pay back your debt, you need to work for 3 years. But in those 3 years, will the giant make mistakes?" "Don't be foolish. He is an imbecile. He can't learn anything and messes everything up. Looking at this trend, your lifetime debt is still unclear." The boat craftsman lifted his head and straightened his body. "Then it shall be a lifetime." The captain was at a loss for words. A ship battle had just finished, and blood flowed across the ship deck. The boat craftsman wrapped up the giant's wounds. "I said, don't charge ahead, you blockhead." "But they hit you, father." "They are villains?" The giant retorted. "You even learned how to talk back?" The boat craftsman angrily glared at the giant. "Damn it, not enough medicine. The blood won't stop. Damn it, how wretched." "Father, don't worry. I am not in pain." The giant comforted. "Shut up for me." The boat craftsman subconsciously slapped the giant's face, but just as he did that, he realized how it was inappropriate and withdrew more than half his strength at once. Late at night, the giant was snoring on the deck. The boat craftsman sat in front of him, looked at his bandaged body, sighed, and quietly spoke to himself. "Foolish youngster, your father isn't heartless. It isn't easy staying on this ship. No one likes a useless person. You must contribute. I'm your father, and my body is getting worse every day. I hope one day, without me around, you can survive on your own." After some affection, The madam advised the boat craftsman. I have been widowed for many years, and I have a small manor on the outskirts of Garden City. Leave with me. The manor doesn't have wind or waves, and with my support you can personally build a ship. I know shipbuilding is your dream. But I have to abandon him, right? The boat craftsman sat on the bedside, bent his waist, and looked outside the door. He knew the giant must be squatting on the ground and impatiently gazing at the door. Naturally. The madam had no hesitation. He is a bastard with a giant bloodline and an idiot. If he returns with me to the manor, everyone will ridicule me. Then I refuse. This boat craftsman shook his head. He was still determined. This is the third time I have brought this up. The madam pursed her brows and looked annoyed. Are you certain? You are not related to him by blood. I am certain, honorable madam. The boat craftsman sighed. I can exist without him, but he cannot exist without me. In this world, he only has me. I appreciate your favor, madam. It was the most fortunate thing in my life. I am very grateful for it. Thank you. The madam's voice went cold. Do you know what you have given up? The boat craftsman looked at the cabin door and smiled. Do you know what I have gained? As the potion dispersed, the boat craftsman felt his eyelids grow increasingly heavy. He did his best, but he could barely crack his eyes open. His energy was gone. An unparalleled exhaustion enveloped his body and mind. So tired this time, I can finally rest. But I am not at ease. Could I have done more? Lord Zhen Ren is an extraordinary character. As long as a little leaks from his hands from now on, that foolish youngster will be provided for. After all, that foolish youngster is also very competent. He acknowledged my lie, and I believe in his morals. It is just some regret. At the end of my life, I want to hear it again. I want to hear it again. Even a voice is fine. The boat craftsman's breathing grew weaker and weaker. The giant lifted his body and used his hands to crawl towards the boat craftsman. Seeing his dead father, his movements halted. The immense sadness he felt was like a tsunami that submerged his body and mind. Besides sadness, he also felt endless loss and terror. He no longer had the one person he relied on to survive in this cruel world. He no longer had tenderness supporting him as he confronted this cruel world. He seemed to suddenly fall from a high altitude and was like a frail leaf fluttering in the abyss. His body was enormous, but his spirit was weak. At that moment, Zhen Ren walked over, kneeled to the ground, faced the giant, stretched out his arms and hugged him. The giant stared blankly. In that split second, his floating heart seemed to fall to the ground. The youngster sighed and quietly said, "If you want to cry, then cry." The giant's mouth bent. His closed lips constantly shivered. He resisted. He didn't want to cry. Because when he was small, the boat craftsman taught him his loud crying was very annoying and troublesome. The giant tenaciously bit his lips. However, tears were already flowing. A moment of silence. Finally, he could no longer persevere against the anguish and sadness in his heart. "Father," he suddenly bellowed. He was extremely sad and grieved. Soon after, "Ah!" he cried into Zhen Jin's chest. He exhausted his strength crying. The sound wave created vibrated the broken ship and echoed through the rainforest. The emergency bonfire lit during the battle was still burning. The flames shined on the breathless boat craftsman, but the corner of his mouth seemed to rise somewhat, as if he was smiling. Chapter 154, Desperate Straits. The new ship storehouse was supposed to store supplies, thus it was the most spacious. In it, the beastified people were laid out in a row. The dissection had already finished. Zhen Jin, Kang Xu, and the others left the ship. They didn't have any blood cores. Why is that? Zhen Jin had been present and watched the entire dissection. The facts were inconsistent with his expectations, increasing his suspicions. After returning from the discussion in the ship, Kang Xu couldn't help but sigh. It's hard to imagine. But this beastification is not magic. Instead, it is their bloodline that has been altered. How fascinating. They originally had human bloodlines, but now all of them are beastmen, human hybrids. Based on the dissection alone, I cannot find any flaws. It is as if these people were born that way. Zhen Jin inquired, "So what caused the transformations?" Kang Xu shook his head and sighed. "It is currently unknown. I can only perform a simple dissection. Being able to determine the hidden causes is normal because I am not a magician." No, even a magician might not be able to determine the cause either. Zidi said heavily, "The island master is too incomprehensible." Maybe our guesses were wrong. Perhaps those remodeled magic beasts were not created in an alchemy room or bred in a magician tower. Rather, they were formed on this island. The entire island is his breeding ground. "What did you say?" Zongyi frowned. "Don't you feel these beastified people and those remodeled magic beasts are similar?" Zidi replied. Of course, regardless of whether it is the beastified people or the remodeled magic beasts, all of them seem to be combined from various pieces of different life forms, said Triple Blade. Zhen Jin knew Zidai's opinion and said with anxiety, "So the most crucial question is, what caused our comrades to change into their current appearances?" Zidai, what have you discovered? Zidi shook her head. "I have no evidence, only guesses. The island master has constructed a gigantic magic spell on this island, or made other arrangements. These arrangements forcibly teleport us, form the magic prohibition environment, and even control the weather. Apart from this, it can also secretly influence and change all life forms on the island. I fear this is the cause of our comrades' beastification." "Then why haven't we transformed?" Someone objected. "Is it individual strength?" "It can't be that. Both ordinary and bronze-level people were beastified and died." "Is it something we ate here?" "Who hasn't eaten magic beast meat here? Who hasn't drunk the water here?" "Were injuries the cause?" Someone guessed. "All of us are wounded." "No, I am referring to serious injuries." "Maybe it is getting injured in a relatively special way." "That doesn't add up." I can't even remember all the times I got injured on this island. Hearing everyone's comments, Zhen Ren's heart jumped. He suddenly recalled the fire-poisoned bees. He was extremely injured at the time. Then, afterwards, he was imbued with monkey-tail brown bear blood. Kang Exu's voice sank. Perhaps all of us have already changed. We simply haven't attained the qualitative change that results in beastification. Maybe beastification needs the mind to be stimulated to the max. Otherwise, when we relied on natural barriers to defend ourselves, 1 or 2 people would have transformed. Hearing Kang Exu's conjecture, everyone's head sank. Kang Exu continued, "Maybe these remodeled magic beasts were originally not beasts or magic beasts." Wan turned white. "What do you mean?" "Don't you feel the blue dog fox wolves are too smart?" "If they were originally people." Kang Exu looked down through his lenses. His calmness made the people feel dread. Horror rapidly spread through everyone's heart. Kang Exu continued, "Imagine this, everyone. Were we really the only victims?" After we all converged, I did my utmost to question many people about the sudden shipwreck. All of the sailors say that evening the Hog's Kiss was in good condition. There were no signs of a shipwreck occurring. The island master didn't need to personally attack us if they had arrangements near the island. Based on their might, destroying the Hog's Kiss is an effortless affair. If I may brazenly guess again, the Hog's Kiss is not a special case, nor was it the first victim. If other ships fell into dire straits, where did those survivors go? These people have beastified to varying degrees. Some have slightly changed while others have changed dramatically. Maybe this illustrates that beastification does not occur to a fixed degree. Rather, it is constantly getting worse. If a complete beastification occurs, what would one transform into? Would they transform into a monkey-tail brown bear, a crocodile-head hammer-tail boa, or a blue dog fox-wolf? Including Zhen Ren, everyone's complexion grew very ugly. Zisuo was continuously blinking while listening. For the last 100 years, ship technology has been getting better, and every continent deals with each other frequently. Pirates have grown more numerous and active in shipping lanes. The Hog's Kiss shipping route was relatively dependable. I always thought those missing ships did not disappear from great waves, but were seized by pirates. But hold on, if these remodeled magic beasts were originally people, then they are also victims. Why aren't they assisting us in overthrowing the island master? Kang Exu shook his head. Their temperament changed dramatically. It is like the beastified people who tried to kill us despite being our comrades a moment ago. Maybe after becoming a magic beast, their hearts know they can no longer come back after being transformed. Thus, they hate us even more. The island master is also probably involved in this change of temperament. Despite surviving on this island for so long, the truth was still shrouded in a heavy fog. Kang Exu's words seemed to blow a corner of the fog away. However, the truth was cruel and hideous. It made almost everyone shiver in fear. Wan grabbed his curled hair and cursed through gritted teeth. After guessing so much, we still need to repair the ship and leave this place as soon as possible. Yes, we must restore it. If we delay for too long, the Magic Beast Corps will return with new reinforcements. Lan Zio agreed. Sisu shook his head and bitterly laughed, and with a heavy tone, he declared a fact. The situation is worse than you think. The ship cannot be repaired. How is that possible? Many people glared. Sigh. Zissou deeply sighed. Don't glare at me. I am just like you. Of course, I want the ship's situation to be better, but it is in a terrible state. Although I am not the boat craftsman, the ship's situation is clear. Regardless of who you ask, as long as they have some experience, they will affirm this ship cannot sail. Don't just look from the inside. Sure, the structure there hasn't been damaged too much, and it seems only a little of the hull has been destroyed, but nothing in it works. The keel nearly snapped off. We can barely restore it so it can struggle in a calm ocean. However, it cannot steer through a stormy sea. During our remaining trip, how likely are stormy seas? In fact, compared to the first half, the latter half will have choppier water. Using this boat to sail will bring about our own destruction. The ship sank into a deathly silence. Build another ship? After a long time, someone broke the silence. We don't have the boat craftsman. Zissou deeply sighed. Hewan retorted, but we have the blueprint. We also have many experienced people that participated in the shipbuilding. Zissou shook his head incessantly. Too difficult. Do you think building a ship is easy? The boat craftsman's blueprint was based on the materials available at the time. Perhaps we could amend the blueprint, but what about wood and iron? We need to gather more materials. The rainforest wood is mostly substandard. We need the forest wood. This ship has many materials, but dismantling it will take a lot of labor and time. During the dismantling, the forceful destruction will manage many things. We need iron ore and a new kiln. We only have a quarter of the people left. Reconstructing a new ship will take too long, and if the Magic Beast Corps attacks us during that time, what can we do? In other words, it's hopeless. Hey, Juan scowled. Perhaps all we can do is wait for help. Speaking of this, Zissou couldn't help but look at Zhen Ren. His implication was clear. If a big character like Zhen Ren fell into dire straits, the Bai Zhen clan would definitely save him. Zhen Ren bitterly laughed and shook his head. There is no guarantee of a rescue. We have no way of sending out a message for help. Hewan also shook his head. His face was dark. It has already been several months, yet after so long there hasn't been any support. It is clearly abnormal. I know the Hog's Kiss shipping route. The waters have been explored and there are relatively few pirates around. But despite so many ships, none of them found this island. This island can isolate and hide itself from the outside world. Everyone discussed for a time, but no one knew what to do. It seemed there was only one option: wait for help. Rest first, we cannot think throughout the night. Zhen Ren finally spoke. The new ship couldn't sail, however, it still made an optimal camp. The night sky had many stars. The giant was sleeping on the deck. The front deckhouse hadn't been built. Thus, the giant didn't have a suitable room. Zhen Ren sat in front of the giant. Each of the giant's breaths and chest undulations made his heart laugh bitterly. After experiencing that fierce battle, Zhen Ren was extremely exhausted. However, the worry, doubt, frustration, Helplessness and other emotions didn't allow him to sleep peacefully. The boat craftsman entrusted the giant to him on death's door, but now it was hard for him to ensure his own survival. Wait for help? His heart's intuition told Zhen Ren no help was coming. Raising his head to look at the stars, the young knight's heart filled with misery. He painstakingly risked his life to survive, but after so many life and death struggles and surmounting so many failures, he still ended up in this plight. We almost succeeded. If we had known earlier, we should have sped up a little, curtailed the time allocated, and finished the ship earlier. Unfortunately, that's how reality was. Does the world have regret? At least, Zhen Ren didn't. He had no way of starting over. Lowering his head, he looked at the giant's broken legs. He had to admit, right now, they were like those stump legs. They were trapped on this island with nowhere to go. They were in desperate straits. Chapter 155. Set Sail. In these desperate straits, Zhen Ren's heart was still filled with doubts. They didn't have cores, yet I have one. Why? What circumstances led to its creation? What caused the core to form? Was it poison? Was it because I was more seriously wounded and had a great amount of fire, poison in my body? Was it luck or willpower? Maybe my strength, luck, and wounds were all integrated factors. Besides his doubts, Zhen Ren's heart also had many fears. Will I transform into a beastified person one day? Will I sink into bloodlust and madness, lose all rationality, and kill my companions? Did the core really not influence my temperament? Following Zhen Ren's constant reflection, the fear in his heart grew deeper. No, I fear I was greatly influenced. Previously, I feared the core, but after my circumstances forced me, I used it many times and began to accept it unconsciously. Now, I deeply depend on it. Midway through, if I didn't maintain my introspection, I fear I would have been enchanted by it. Whenever I use the core to transform into a monster, my temperament seems to become insolent, and my heart despises every weaker life form. Absorption and conversion. I immersed myself in these powers and gradually controlled them. My actions and my thoughts, as a matter of fact, have already deviated from the path of a Templar knight. I seem to be constantly degenerating. God, my master, Grand Emperor Shengming, I beseech thee for a response. I beseech thee to pity me. I beseech thee to save me. Thou has a lost lamb here. Zhen Ren knelt again, turned towards the Shangming continent, and bowed his head in prayer. And like all previous prayers, there was still no response. This prayer was also unlike his most recent ones. Zhen Ren's heart no longer gained any tranquility or comfort from it. Because he finally realized his own degradation, he also realized a possibility. Wasn't the reason why Emperor Shang never responded to him was because he was already depraved? Could it be I became a disdained and depraved knight? What should I do then? Should I be honest? I should inform the others that I can also transform, that I'm also actually a... No, I can't do that. As the leader, Zhen Ren clearly understood that the current situation was dangerous. It could collapse in a thought. Previously, they had hope in the ship, but now everyone was trapped. Even if I'm already depraved and no longer a Templar Knight, even if I am actually a beastified, remodeled magic beast, I should still act as a good leader. They needed a leader. They needed a Templar Knight. They needed something to rely on. They needed a new hope. Even if Zhen Ren had no one to rely on or hope in, a leader should assume this heavy burden. Zhen gradually felt that he could no longer breathe. After experiencing all kinds of tribulations, his mental state had morphed many times. Things had been different for a long time. The heaviness that stopped his breathing attacked him again. He realized his naivety again. He feared not just his environment for his future or for his companion's safety. Now, he also feared himself. If one day I completely beastify, lose my rationality, and harm the others, what should I do? I might even kill Kangexu, Lanzio, and ZD with my own hands if that happens. What should I do? Can I control all kinds of transformations? In the short term, it seems like it. It seems I have a core. The core should allow me to perfectly control my transformations, right? Zhen Ren had no way to see the bigger picture. There was nothing he could do to determine how the core was formed. Perhaps he was already close to beastification and insanity. Maybe after a few days he'd be next. Maybe I am not the only one with hidden dangers. The others also have it. Those dead, beastified comrades were simply the first, that's all. There will be a second batch, a third batch. Even the last survivors will be reduced to the magic beasts we see on this island. They hate all outsiders as magic beasts, with their humanity and memory gone. The future was very cruel, and when Zhen Ren thought of it, his heart felt a chill. He suddenly thought, hold on, did this happen because I lost my memory? Why did the beastified people sink into insanity? Maybe native memories severely conflict and contradict between life-form transformations, and when one form is unable to accept them, insanity occurs as a result. Why am I the only one capable of controlling my transformations? I the only one with a core? Maybe my missing memories were a major factor. It's because I lost my memories yet continued to persevere in my beliefs and hold on to my knightly principles. As a result, I didn't suffer conflict and retained the most humanity. How does the island master beastify people? Maybe the environment he remodeled constantly drains the humanity of others. Spending a long time here will cause our humanity to erode into beastliness and be gradually engulfed. The more that is engulfed, the greatest the beastliness. Finally, after completely losing one's humanity, the beast will cover them, causing complete insanity. That time, I persisted in my principles and bottom line, and my humanity triumphed over beastliness. That victory accumulated and resulted in the core allowing me to rationally control my transformations, but the others are incapable of doing this. If this conjecture is true, then could I absorb the beast transformations from my comrades? Could I remove the beastliness and restore their rationality? Incorrect. My core absorbs bloodlines. After beastification occurs, the magic beast and human bloodlines are mixed. I will absorb all of the bloodlines. I actually have all of the magic beast bloodlines. But I don't have human bloodlines. If I increase those human bloodlines, Could I stabilize my humanity? Will it delay my insanity? Thinking of this, Zhen Ren suddenly trembled and became pale. Damn it. Yeah. What is going on with me? I unexpectedly thought of attacking my human comrades. However, a voice echoed in Zhen Ren's heart. Don't restrict your actions. You should be more brazen. We are already in desperate straits. If you tie your hands and wait until death approaches, then it will be too late to do anything. You cannot start over from the beginning, correct? Besides, you're not killing a living person. You are simply absorbing those dead fellows. They are to be buried and have no other value. They are simply waste material to make use of. Hurry, do it now, otherwise it will be too late. These people have died recently. If you absorb them now, you will gain more than doing it later. Don't forget your clan. Besides, you also need to consider the others. If these people were not encumbering you, you could completely transform and escape this island. Because of them, you stayed here, isn't that so? Don't recklessly hold on to these things. Think back carefully. How many times have you regretted? When the spear scorpion nearly killed you, what were you thinking? Just a moment ago, don't tell me you didn't feel regret. Do you still want tragedy to reoccur? This time, it was the old boat craftsman. Who's next? Lan Zhao? Kang Exu? ZD. No, don't say any more. Stop speaking. In extreme pain, Zhen Ren knelt on both knees, dropped his head, and buried his face in his hands. His intense emotional state and suspicions that he was a degenerate had dissipated most of the self-confidence supporting him. He started to become confused. In his confused thoughts, he couldn't tell which were rational advice and which were depraved temptations. Zhen Ren sank into unprecedented wavering and confusion. After a moment, he was really wavering. Bang rumble. A gigantic boom shook heaven and earth. Again, the earth quaked and the mountain shook. The sleeping survivors all shouted in alarm and did their utmost to flee out of the ship hold. Another earthquake approached. Its magnitude was greater than any other. The ground before everyone split open with a loud bang. The island shifted and cracks from the volcano spread to the beach, forming estuaries. Salt water and water clashed in surging waves. After 20 breaths, the earthquake slowly settled down. A new river now flowed before everyone. Seeing the wide river channel, everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. After a good while, the frightened and doubtful people gradually reacted. Kuishan kneeled to the ground and softly wept. Can we really press on? Can we really escape from this place? No one answered her questions. Even Zhen Ren was silent. Even if we can persevere, this island won't preserve for long. Hei Wan deeply sighed. Everyone despaired. A dark cloud of worry surrounded the survivors. Maybe I still have one way. ZD suddenly said. Those words immediately attracted everyone's gaze. But ZD's face showed hesitation. Say it. Why are you still hesitating? One urged. ZD deeply breathed and suddenly pointed at the volcano. We can go to the most central area. Perhaps our hope of survival is there. Almost everyone stared, doubting the words they heard. Kang Xu, Zhen Jin, and Zongyi also stared, but all of them reacted shortly after and muttered to themselves. Zidai continued, "Do you remember the contents of our analysis? This island has a master, and he is certainly mighty. He transformed this island, remodeled the magic beasts, and even controls the weather. He seems to breed living weapons here, however, regardless of whether it is the magic prohibition environment, the weather control, or the teleportation, all of them are magical formations. This island must have a control hub for these magical formations, a magician tower. As long as we seize control of the control hub, we have hope. Please, how are we, the island master's opponent?" Sisu yelled. He also stared blankly. He blankly stared at the river, gazed at the erupting volcano, and at the black volcanic clouds. "Sisu," suddenly shouted, "maybe the island master met with a mishap." The erupting volcano and earth splitting are signs that the magic formations are clearly out of control. No, wait a minute. When we returned to the beach, the weather became very abnormal. It was a continuous downpour that none of us ever encountered. It's possible things were already out of control then? Perhaps earlier. Zhen Jin opened his mouth earlier when we encountered a blue dog fox wolf. It was a lone magic beast. However, when we encountered them in the forest, they formed magic beast core. Controlling the magic beast core is very burdensome for the blue dog fox wolves. Making perfume consumed magic. The longer the blue dog fox wolves controlled the magic beast core, the more had to eat to continue making perfume. Kang Xu nodded and added, "The larger the magic beast core, the more they burdened the environment. All of those magic beasts eat. Therefore, the blue dog fox wolves' magic beast core are clearly abnormal. While we stayed in the ravine, the magic beast core actively invaded and received constant reinforcements. This attitude is obviously them wanting to clean out their enemies. I might as well brazenly guess it's possible the island master ordered the blue dog fox wolves to kill all outsiders. If their situation was good, I fear it would only take one of their skills to end us. It is also unlikely they would allow such upheaval on the island. But they didn't do that. They ignored the island no matter what happened and only ordered the magic beast court to deal with us. This proves they are in poor health. They can only fight with the blue dog fox wolves and are afraid of our escape, thereby exposing this place. They even might be dead already. Maybe some outside cause impeded them, thus they can't return in time." Zongyi nodded. "It really might be this way. The best time to attack the control hub is now. Continuing to delay will only lead to a dead end." Everyone was baffled for a spell. Iwan swallowed his saliva. "Then why do we need to hurry to the center? The volcano just erupted. Are you sure the control hub is there?" Kang Xu fished out a map. According to our exploration map, the central zone is the volcanic area. Basically, all magical formation control hubs, or say magician towers, are located in the central zone. Zidai added on, "Magical formations need a huge volume of energy. The island master might be extracting the surrounding elements and is also using a magician tower's magical power reserves. After issues appeared, the most seriously affected area was the volcano. Thus, it is the most likely location for a control hub or magician tower. Iwan frowned. These are all guesses. None of you have proof. Zongyi nodded and smiled. Who can obtain proof? But it is already enough to gamble. Besides, what other path can we walk? Everyone was silent again. No. Iwan said we can wait for help. Attacking the island center is too crazy. A volcano just erupted there. Besides, there are magic beast core along the road. We will die en route. No, we will use the ship. Zhen Jin's voice sounded out. That will cut down the distance and save time. Iwan stared blankly. Zisu's eyes shined. Then he yelled, "That's right, we can repair the ship. Although it can't sail, there is no wind and waves in the river before us. With the volcanic clouds above us, even rain is unlikely." Zhen Jin continued, "In fact, even if we wait for help, a hidden danger still remains. Don't forget our dead, beastified comrades. We might be trapped in the environment's erosion and in the island master's tricks. Can their almighty methods be easily neutralized? Can we randomly find a chaplain that can purify us? Furthermore, how dare they recklessly toy with and humiliate us, even if we are their enemy? Just now, Emperor Shang Ming illuminated me." Zhen Jin pointed at the river. Everyone stared blankly again. Could it be, did Emperor Shang Ming make this river? It's no wonder no one died. The gods have insurmountable willpower. Divine Scion Knight. Kang Exu deeply bowed to Zhen Jin and sighed endlessly. Perhaps this is your heroic journey. My lord Zhen Jin. Almost everyone's scalp felt somewhat numb. They seemed to feel they were witnessing history. If this future heroic epic were passed on, would we have a role in it too? Zhen Jin looked around him after determining the will of the people had changed. He loudly ordered with incomparable staunchness. This is my decision. We will use all of strength to repair the boat. We shall cremate our comrades, and we shall do our best to gather as many supplies as we can. We shall set sail and proceed towards the island's center. Chapter 156. Zhen Jin, you've arrived at last. Moving a piece of crushed rock, Zhen Jin personally led everyone in excavating as many buried supplies as possible. Ultrasound displayed its value again, allowing Zhen Jin to accurately determine where the supplies were. With continuous banging sounds, the holes in the ship were patched up with layers of planks. The most important part, the keel, was repaired with a great amount of wood and iron, then fastened with iron nails. The sails were not seriously damaged because they were all tied to the masts. Several days later, the sliding track was also repaired. 1, 2, 3. Everyone shouted and worked together, with even the giant pitching in. The ship sped up as it slid down the track until it finally hit the water, spraying it everywhere. After the boat rocked a few times, it stabilized in the river. The ship had become very ugly. There were patchwork planks on the ship railing and decks. In addition, the sides of the ship were higher than the deck, with a row of holes on each side of the ship. From each row of holes extended 10 long wooden oars. There was an especially large oar at the rudder. It was specifically prepared for the giant. His broken legs and the boat craftsman's death made the giant depressed. He was uncommunicative and would cry to himself nearly every night. In accordance with the boat craftsman's dying words, the giant really treated Zhen Jin as his birth father and only listened to Zhen Jin's commands. Only when Zhen Jin gave him food and water would he eat. Zhen Jin first led the giant into the ship hold. The giant could not walk, thus he used his hands to crawl. Soon after, the others walked in. 18 people went to the lower deck. Each of them was assigned to an oar. The giant sat at the very back. He alone was responsible for 2 oars. The remaining people moved on the deck. They were in charge of opening the sails, straightening the rope, weighing the anchor, and other tasks. Meanwhile, Su operated the rudder. During the shipbuilding process, Kang Su had the sailors lecture many times. Thus, basically, everyone was trained in how to operate a ship. Following drumbeats, the sails opened. 20 oars dipped into the water simultaneously after an unhurried rowing movement. The oars extended from the water before dipping back into the water again. The ship moved without a hitch. As they moved through the turbulent river water, Zhen Jin regularly stood on the ship's bow. He secretly used ultrasound to probe the situation below the water surface. He was worried a fierce artificial magic beast would appear. He was even more worried the gold-level python vines would appear in the water. The following passage was a pleasant journey. There were no artificial magic beasts or python vines. However, the water was murky. There were often whirlpools, and the unstable riverbank would often collapse. The new river was the optimal shortcut to the island center. The shortcut did not lack hazards. Bat, monkey, and flying squirrel groups often attacked. But with Zhen Jin, Zhongyi, and the others defending, these beast groups were routed and added to the survivors' food reserves. Nearly all of the survivors had a crossbow. Furthermore, to survive the many cruel natural selections, those still alive were either the elite or had abundant luck. Operating the ship was very difficult, and during the beginning, everyone besides Zhen Jin was flustered. The ship even bumped into the riverbank because it could not change direction in time. Fortunately, nothing broke during the bump, but despite that, Zhen Jin still ordered everyone to conduct emergency training on the shore for a day. The surviving sailors were immensely helpful as they skillfully controlled the ship without any abnormalities. The ship left the jungle and smoothly sailed through the forest. Leaving the forest, it entered the desert. The air became blistering hot, and the volcanic eruption's lava pillar became more conspicuous. Black snow fluttering through the air, volcanic ash. Because of the hot weather, the glue and pitch between planks began to melt. Water constantly seeped into the hold. As the ship left the desert and entered the volcanic area, the water seepage got worse. It was getting harder for Zhen Jin and the others to keep it under control. The river was also gradually getting narrower, and when the ship could no longer sail ahead, Zhen Jin commanded everyone to leave the ship. They promptly moved their supplies, and after an hour, without any survivors bailing out the ship, everyone watched the ship sink into the river. Everyone watched silently. Zhen Jin deeply breathed and brightly shouted, "We no longer have a way out. Onward!" The path ahead was very challenging. The scalding ground made it hard to walk. With every breath, the scorching air burned almost everyone's nose, windpipe, and lungs. There was a layer of yellow fog in the air. The extremely pungent sulfur made everyone uncomfortable. Because the volcanic clouds covered the sky, it was dark. Only when lava erupted would the horizon look somewhat distinct. Earthquakes constantly accompanied the survivors. The closer they got to the island core, the stronger the earthquakes got. While they sailed, earthquakes lifted waves that covered the sky. Now as they walked, the earthquakes became even more threatening. It would shake the ground and cause magma to bubble out. Just a day after leaving the ship, 3 people died. 2 days later, the group encountered a gigantic lava turtle. The gigantic lava turtle was in a fishy state. Its eyes were red and was crazy. No longer was it docile and harmless. It actively charged at the group. As it was indeed a gold-level magic beast, and Zhen Ren was certainly not stupid. He led everyone in a prompt escape. Luckily, the gigantic lava turtle had insufficient intelligence and was slower than the people. Thus, after Zhen Ren and the others put enough distance between them and the turtle, it no longer pursued them. Compared to the previous day, the dangers the group faced increased tenfold. Because they encountered a magic beast core. Zhen Ren and Zongyi fought bravely and smashed the magic beast core, blocking their path. But everyone's mood was heavy. Because of the 3 blue dog fox wolves, they only killed 2, with 1 escaping alive. Blue dog fox wolves had outstanding intelligence, and that blue dog fox wolf would definitely return with more magic beast core. After Zongyi suggested it, Zhen Ren had no choice but to risk it and increase the group's speed. This made the survivors suffer unspeakable misery. A few days later, everyone gazed at the volcano, with many of them having numb expressions. Despite searching the whole journey, they found no signs of a magician tower or the center of a magical formation. Shouldn't the magician tower be hidden in the volcano? As a matter of fact, that is extremely possible. The source of this island's upheaval is the erupting volcano. But how do we get in? Lord Zhen Ren, we are dying. Everyone looked dismal. These past few days, they had been pursued by the magic beast core. In the volcanic area, there were many blue dog fox wolves, with each of them commanding a small magic beast core. Were it not for Zhen Ren and Zongyi fighting bravely on the front lines every time, the group would not be here. Covered in dirt, Zhen Ren no longer looked handsome, but his eyes were still unflinching. Rest and reorganize here. We need to think of how we are going to enter the volcano, said Zhen Ren. Kang Exu, Zi Dai, and the others looked distressed. The air was very hot. An ordinary person was already at their limits, and if they continued walking forward, their lives would be in danger. Only those with outstanding bodies could walk closer. As Zhen Ren and the others discussed, their expression suddenly changed. A magic beast core is attacking. Quickly, prepare for battle. Zhen Ren shouted. No one doubted Zhen Ren's prediction. During the journey they had relied on Zhen Ren's predictions to battle against the magic beast core, allowing them to kill their way here. Time was limited. After picking a somewhat elevated location, everyone stood in formation, with Zhen Ren and Zongyi on the front lines. Not long after, they saw a large wave of beasts and magic beasts rushing at them. Too many. It can't be just one magic beast core. There needs to be at least 5 blue dog fox wolves to gather this many. We need to flee. Zhen Ren clenched his teeth and shook his head. Where can we flee to? At that moment, his heart was also shrouded with despair. Even if he abandoned all his apprehensions and completely transformed, it would still be difficult to hold off this amount of ferocious beasts. Against this beast tide, preserving Zidai's and the others' lives was simply a fantasy. I knew this would happen. We should have stayed in the rainforest and waited for help. Haiwan shouted, however it was too late for regrets. The Magic Beast Corps did not care if the people had regrets, as the Corps charged their position. Don't save iron arrows, use as many as you can, Zongyi shouted. Zhen Ren, Zongyi, and the others fought for their lives, unexpectedly holding their position against the beast tide. Strange, this Magic Beast Corps isn't as good as it looks. I still haven't seen a blue dog fox wolf. Where did they go? Why do I feel these magic beasts aren't actually attacking us? Rather, they are running away? Yeah, if you look carefully, many of them are wounded. The people had endless doubts when Zhen Ren looked into the distance, his expression suddenly changing. People. He had always been using ultrasound. However, he did not detect these people as they suddenly appeared over the horizon. There were 6 strangers altogether. They were effortlessly chasing and killing all the magic beasts that could be seen. They actually chased the Magic Beast Corps away? It's no wonder there were no blue dog fox wolves. They feared these people. They only had 6 people. Yet they routed the massive Magic Beast Corps. What was especially breathtaking and noteworthy to Zhen Ren and Zongyi was the glittering holy light on their bodies and their clean clothes. All of it was inharmonious with the environment. They had extraordinary power. Templar Knight Zhen Ren, you've arrived at last. The middle-aged group leader opened his mouth. Although the distance between the two groups was still far, his voice still clearly echoed in everyone's ears. The survivors were astonished and ecstatic. Could it be help had arrived? But how did they go deeper into the center than us? That is a Shangming priest. Those behind him are his Templar Guardian Knights. You are? Zhen Ren slightly saluted. The white-clothes priest smiled and introduced himself. My name is Jia Sha. Chapter 157. The Island Master's Identity. Jia Sha. He was a middle-aged man, wore white priestly garments, and had an ordinary appearance some might even consider ugly. Because his face had a scar that traveled from the bottom left of his forehead to his right ear. This malevolent scar split his face into an upper right and a lower left section. It was extremely conspicuous. His hands were empty. However, he wore a necklace, a holy insignia. The necklace was a hollow silver disc that was bigger than an adult human's palm. The necklace was a circular pendant, with a horizontal eye and a vertical eye superimposed on each other. Both the horizontal eye and vertical eye were human-shaped and formed from moderate curves. Putting the eyes together, they vaguely formed a shape of a cross. The 2 eye sockets were hollow. Those were the hollow parts of the disc. This was Emperor Shangming's holy insignia. By wearing it, Jia Sha represented his belief and service to Emperor Shangming. A silver-level aura dispelled from Jia Sha's body. It was not masked at all. He was an extraordinary silver-level senior. Zhen Ren already knew about Jia Sha. Earlier, when he and Zidi helped each other, Zidi told him of Jia Sha's existence. Zhen Ren knew as a Templar knight, and for the sake of the Baoyi Zen clan, he traveled to the wilderness continent to compete in the White Sands City Lord competition. Altogether, there were 3 Templar Knights competing in the White Sands City Lord competition, and one of the officials conducting it was Jia Shah. The competition was intense. It was very possible one of his rivals used their power behind the scenes to destroy the troops the Baoyi Zen clan dispatched to aid Zhen Ren. After ZD and Zhen Ren discussed, they stealthily traveled aboard the Hog's Kiss. On the one hand, his 2 rivals had already left, and in order to not let the hidden hand prevail, Zhen Ren and the others needed to snatch time and prevent delays. On the other hand, it was because Jia Shah was traveling on the Hog's Kiss. If he could build a relationship with the main examiner or leave a good impression, it would be a big help in the future City Lord competition. Later, the shipwreck happened. After being stranded on this island, ZD also mentioned to Zhen Ren, if possible, find priest Jia Shah, help him, and leave a good impression with him. And now, they finally found priest Jia Shah. It's just that Zhen Ren and others did not help the priest, rather it was the priest who helped Zhen Ren. Templar Knight Zhen Ren, you finally arrived. Jia Shah's hoarse voice seemed to reverberate in Zhen Ren's ears. Zhen Ren finished saluting and asked with a puzzled expression, Priest Jia Shah, thank you for your assistance. But how did you know I would come? From your tone, it seems you have been waiting for me for a long time. Jia Shah's right hand caressed the holy insignia and deeply said, with the heavenly emperor's sight, the future has signs I can follow. Zhen Ren's heart immediately shook as he recalled a divine spell, the extreme eye spell. The gods were omnipotent, but each had their specialties. Each god's clergy was different, and each had different contributions in different fields. Emperor Shang Ming was the god of victory and light. The extreme eye spell was one of his divine spells. The so-called extreme eye surpassed the limits of sight. It didn't see space, instead it saw time. When one successfully used the extreme eye spell, they would see the results of actions. In a nutshell, it was a prophecy spell. Priest Jia Shah unexpectedly grasped the extreme eye spell. Zhen Ren's heart was shocked. Jia Shah looked at everyone, soon understanding everyone's exhaustion. What you most need now is rest. Follow me, our camp isn't too far, said Jia Shah. Zhen Ren and the others didn't refuse. They really needed to rest. But when everyone followed Jia Shah and the other 5, they were awed on the spot by the hillside before them. Many were dumbstruck. The hillside was strewn with magic beast corpses. The magic beast corps that attacked Zhen Ren and the others really were scattered remnants Jia Shah and the others were pursuing. The magic beast corps Zhen Ren encountered was actually 5 times bigger, but now it was all corpses. Jia Shah's group only had 6 people, yet they were able to behead so many magic beasts. How did they accomplish this? It's obvious Jia Shah can use divine spells. It seems this place can only prohibit magic and battle ki, but not divine spells. Strange, Lord Jia Shah's scar can obviously be healed by a minor healing divine spell. Why doesn't he heal it? That is not important. The most important thing is that he might have grasped the extreme eye spell. What is the extreme eye spell? This divine spell, indeed, can only be grasped by a considerably pious believer. Generally speaking, bishops in the Shangming sect have the ability to grasp it. But Jia Sha is obviously just a priest. So what you're saying is he is not a simple priest, that his future is not limited to that. I guess we can regard him as a quasi-bishop. During the journey, talk pertaining to Jia Sha did not stop. Like Jia Sha said, his camp was not far off. It was small, simple, and crude. After all, they only had 6 people. The ground was scalding, however, in the small camp. It didn't even feel hot. This is the divine spell, shelter. Zhen Ren said to himself. Although he had lost most of his memories, his general knowledge was not lacking. Shelter could build a suitable recuperation site. Wait a moment, everyone. Jia Sha wore a smile. Shortly after he held the holy insignia, lowered his head, and began to silently pray. After a moment, a holy light dropped from the sky. After it hit the ground, the pure white light gradually disappeared. It seemed to seep into the environment. Many people cried out in surprise. They sensed the sudden changes in the environment, and after a split second, the torrid heat retreated. It was still the divine spell shelter, however. The divine spell this time had 10 times the range. Of course, this divine spell did not simply modify the temperature. Allies that rested here also got other benefits, such as an accelerated recovery speed, increasing the effects of sleep and food and other advantages. As for how strong these effects were, it usually depended on the prayer's power. After everyone settled down for the time being, Jia Sha invited Zhen Ren over for a chat. With a complex mood, Zhen Ren entered his tent. On the one hand, he was very apprehensive. He pretended to be a divine Saiyan knight, when in fact it was his core producing the transformations. He repeatedly faked the god's decree to raise morale. Although his original intentions were good, the nature of his actions were still extremely vile. On the other hand, Zhen Ren also felt Jia Sha was cordial and reliable. As a Templar knight, Zhen Ren fought for his god, while as a priest, Jia Sha announced his god's words and expanded his religion. When a Templar knight regiment fought, there was a chaplain, priest, or bishop accompanying it. During a battle, they would use divine spells in the backlines, providing immense aid to the Templar knights. At the same time, ordinary people gave more preferential treatment to chaplains, priests, and bishops of the Shangming than to Templar knights. He really is one of us. Should I tell Jia Sha about the core? Ultimately, Zhen Ren basically informed Jia Sha of everything he had experienced during his journey. However, he still concealed the core. These were all the people I could save. Priest, my abilities were very limited. Zhen Ren felt incomparable shame. Jia Sha shook his head, caressed Zhen Ren's shoulder, and with a gentleness and admiration he said, "Child, you did your best. You have already achieved your limits. You continuously abided by the knightly principles, was fearlessly heroic, protected the weak, and forgave others. Personal cultivation is simply a shallow aspect of us because we serve the gods. Perhaps your strength is weak for the time being, however, your spirit is formidable and full of light. In this aspect, you have surpassed the majority of Templar knights. Now, tell me more about beastification. Your former comrades suddenly went crazy, completely lost their rationality, and even when they died, they still retained the traits of beastification? Jia Sha was clearly interested in this. Zhen Jin's heart thumped. He concealed the core but not the beastification. Because he was unable to hide it. Zhen Jin had no choice but to repeat what he knew again, to the best of his abilities. If we had a priest present, none of us would have died from beastification. Zhen Jin sighed ruefully. But Jia Sha shook his head and deeply sighed. My abilities are finite. I'm incapable of purifying them. Your conjectures are very fascinating and are reasonable. Maybe this island really is a breeding ground. Although you all survived, perhaps you were also stricken. Maybe the beastification is still in your bodies. Zhen Jin pursed his brows. Don't tell me, Lord Priest, you are incapable of purifying us! Of course, I cannot. According to my guess, the island master is indeed at the legend rank. My lord, you know the island master's identity? Jia Sha nodded. Before I was uncertain, but after learning about the beastification, I am certain. Chapter 158, War Merchant. Hearing Jia Sha knew the island master's identity, Zhen Jin consulted him at once. For a long time, the mysterious island master was an immense shadow that shrouded Zhen Jin's and the others' hearts. Jia Sha, he is someone you should know about. He is one of the 10 most wanted criminals, war merchant. Zhen Jin's heart immediately shook. Every organization, nation, and even continent had countless arrest warrant lists. In the last century, bounty guilds have been collaborating closer, gathering and collating arrest warrants to form one large list. On this list, the top 10 most wanted criminals almost never changed. Their status was extremely firm. Because every large empire, every big sect, and even every major guild was helpless against these 10 major criminals. These 10 not only had astonishing strength, but also startling specialty. War merchant, goblin race, legend rank magician, a grandmaster alchemist, and the 7th most wanted. Some information about war merchant immediately appeared in Zhen Jin's mind. Bronze, iron, silver, gold, saint, legend, god. War merchant's cultivation was at the world's peak, second only to the gods. A legend rank magician had a magician tower, prohibition magic spells, and magical equipment. After calculating them all in, a legend rank magician had the military strength to massacre a god. War merchant was simply his nickname, for few knew his true name. But as his nickname stated, he relied on war to be prosperous. The many continents' justification for his arrest is that he had provoked wars in every large continent, allowing him to profit off arms sales. Seeing Zhen Jin's expression slightly change, Jia Sha continued, It seems you remember, this place should be War Merchant's mystifying Monster Island. Mystifying Monster Island, Zhen Jin's mouth muttered. He thought of the rumors pertaining to mystifying Monster Island. War Merchant's headquarters was mystifying Monster Island. According to legend, it was in a demi-plane. He didn't expect it would be located in the main world. Zhen Jin slightly frowned. His heart had two suspicions. If mystifying Monster Island isn't in a demi-plane, why hasn't it been found after being wanted for so many years? Furthermore, Lord Priest, War Merchant is an alchemy grandmaster. I know he is an expert at refining munitions. Arrows, warheads, and more, as well as his signature product, explosive flasks. But I never heard he was an expert at life alchemy. Jia Sha nodded. Actually, in more recent years, War Merchant seems to have adjusted the direction of his alchemy development. He has gradually shifted from alchemy goods to the field of life alchemy. Zhen Ren frowned. He suddenly understood somewhat. Don't tell me beastified people have appeared on battlefields. Jia Shah smiled and deliberately asked, What are you speculating? Zhen Ren faintly lowered his head. Lord Priest, you said you were very interested in beastification. After I repeated my information, you said you almost certainly knew the island master's identity? Jia Shah couldn't help but look at Zhen Ren with admiration. Child, your creativeness is very shrewd. It is certainly like that, since you don't have access to a lot of intelligence. You were unable to guess the island master's true identity. In fact, you have done enough by judging the island master's situation from the omens, and also having the valor to carry out a final fight. Continuing, Jia Shah narrated his own experience. After the shipwreck, I and 6 Guardian Templar Knights arrived on this island. The island's artificial landforms and magic beasts amazed me. Although the island prohibited low-level magic and battle ki, it could not block the power of God, thus my strength did not decrease in the slightest. Relying on all kinds of divine spells, we explored the island. As we attempted to walk toward the island center, we were teleported. Every time we approached the central volcanic area, we were forcibly teleported out. After many months of this, the situation changed. The forcible teleportation no longer occurred. It was replaced with magic beast core obstructing us. The deeper we went into the center, the greater the resistance. Just as you guessed, I also thought, did War Merchant have a problem? Perhaps he suffered a backlash during meditation, or a newly refined alchemy article exploded. If he didn't have a problem, why hasn't he disposed of us? Why would he allow this island to sink into the abyss of destruction? Just yesterday, when I used the extreme eye spell, I foresaw the outcome of battle and discovered your arrival. I wanted to converge with you first, but the magic beast core launched an attack. Templar Knight, Zhen Ren, I know you are the Baizen clan sole heir. I also know you want to compete in the White Sands City Lord competition. However, the things before us are a greater and more difficult opportunity than the lordship of White Sands City. For the last century, although the top 10 most wanted is occasionally revised, the top 10 most wanted almost never change. If we can eradicate War Merchant, the 7th most wanted, do you know how much contribution we would gain? You can be immediately promoted to a great operations officer, you can become at least the Lord of 10 cities, and even be promoted to an Earl. If you don't want territory in the wilderness continent, you can directly apply to the imperial family to exchange territory. By exchanging for territory in the Shengming continent, you can restore the Baizen clan's past splendor. Zhen Ren muttered to himself. Jia Shah laughed and continued. Of course, we are fully aware of the immense risks. But what can we do? We are at the end of our rope, only this fight remains. Zhen Ren inquired, Lord Priest, since this place cannot stop you from using divine spells, can you not rely on prayers to ask the Shengming Empire for help? Jia Shah's complexion sank. My master has not clearly responded to my prayers. According to my conjecture, War Merchant has a method that protects him from the god's perception. Because of this, mystifying Monster Island can hide in the world and from the god's sight. This island used to prohibit divine spells, but because of some damage, I have some leeway to use divine spells. Now, Zhen Ren, tell me your decision. Zhen Jin bitterly laughed, extended both hands, and said to Jia Shay, "What other choice do I have?" "From the bottom of my heart, I am uncertain of what shall happen in this final fight. But I am honored to fight side by side with your lordship." "Very good, Templar Knight Zhen Jin." Jia Shay revealed his happiness. "You haven't disappointed me. I have observed your performance. If we fail but survive by a fluke, I will make you the Lord of White Sands City." Fate really was hard for people to ponder. The White Sands City lordship was no longer prospective, because too much time had passed. But he did not expect he would gain a fine opportunity. Who would have thought Jia Shah, the main examiner, would also be stranded on this island? After returning, Zhen Jin informed Zidai, putting her in a cheerful mood. From their point of view, converging with Jia Shah and the others greatly assisted them in the final fight. Divine spell, water. Jia Shay prayed with the holy insignia and caused holy light to descend. Foundationless drinking water appeared in every cup, water canteen, and pot. Divine spell, food. Holy light descended again, causing a great amount of rations to appear on a sailcloth. Divine spell, restoration. Holy light swept through everyone's armor and equipment, instantly restoring them. Divine spell, elemental protection. Holy light dropped in succession. After everyone bathed in the light, they received its protection. Even when everyone left the shelter, they no longer felt the torrid heat. The gods were omnipotent, thus divine spells naturally covered many aspects. As long as divine spells were not prohibited, Jia Shah was a well-rounded logistics master. Don't eat the magic beasts or drink the island's water for the time being. I will supply food and water. Jia Shah smiled. Everyone promptly expressed their gratitude. Because of their beastified comrades, these people were wary of the magic beast meat and the water collected on this island. Jia Shay's offer was immediately approved and welcomed. After leaving the shelter, everyone quickly suffered a magic beast corp attack. According to Jia Shah, he fears all of the blue dog fox wolves, beasts, and magic beasts have assembled here to protect War Merchant and block all outsiders. However, regardless of how many magic beasts there were, none of them could stop Jia Shay, Zhen Jin, and their group. Divine spell, blessings. Divine spell, frighten. Divine spell, stable mind. Divine spell, tenacious. Divine spell, flash. Divine spell, root. Divine spell, invisibility. Divine spell, extreme eye. The divine spell blessings greatly increased the attack power of Zhen Jin and the others. The frightened spell made the magic beast corps panic. Stable mind steadied morale, flash blinded the magic beasts, and root trapped them in place, forcing them to helplessly watch as the humans easily slaughtered them. Jia Shay's existence changed the entire war situation. Those at the silver level were normally city lords and the leaders of small organizations. Triple Blade was a mercenary commander as his cultivation level was only at the iron level. After the battle, Jia Shay also used the therapy spell and the detoxify spell. The 5 Templar Guardian Knights were also in charge of a section. Each of them was at the iron level. Templar Guardian Knights were different from Templar Knights. Templar Knights exclusively belonged to Emperor Shangming and his legions, while Templar Guardian Knights were put together from the best of every large sect. The 5 Templar Guardian Knights had strong martial skill and deep battle attainment. Originally there were 6 of them, but while they were on the island, one of them sacrificed their life. Jia Shah also presided over daily prayer and confession. With him, morale would never crumble. A week later, after overcoming all the obstacles in the way, everyone finally arrived at the foot of the largest volcano. Divine Spell, Detect Mechanisms. Divine Spell, Detect Magic. As expected, this is the place. Jia She looked pleased. Divine Spell, Teleportation Gate. Everyone entered the teleportation gate and arrived in an underground area. They found themselves in an immense plaza. It seems this place is War Merchant's underground alchemy factory. Chapter 159, Munition Refinery. The immense plaza was an estimated 400 meters long, 300 meters wide, and 4 meters taller than the giant. The floor was very glossy. It was not made of tile, but entirely made of a white metal. Not only was the floor made, but the walls and ceiling were also made of the metal. On the ceiling, there was a blue light source. In the plaza, there were many small and large boxes. The large boxes were bigger than a gigantic lava turtle, while the smallest box was 3 meters long, 2 meters wide, and 1 meter tall. The boxes seemed to be made of iron, however they were in fact made from a type of iron wood. Zhen Ren looked at the surface of a box and immediately recalled when he awakened, and his failure to break the branches on the riverbank. The branches at the time were iron wood. 96, 734 at 5, v 862. The ironwood boxes also had red paint on their surfaces that displayed letters and numbers such as 96 SG, 734 ID5, 862, and so on. After verifying there were no enemies in the plaza, Jia Shah grasped the holy insignia and began to pray. After a few breaths, holy light descended. Divine Spell, Detect Traps. There were no traps in their surroundings. Divine Spell, Detect Magic. In a split second, almost all of the boxes within the detection range shined brilliantly. This proved that almost every box had magical goods inside. Divine Spell, Detect Machinery. Like Detect Traps, nothing was discovered. After the detections, Jia Shah smiled and ordered, "Open these boxes." A small box was opened. A layer of dried, fluffy, and yellow rice straw appeared in everyone's eyes. After the rice straw was taken out, everyone saw a bundle of arrows. All of the arrows were dark red, like rusted metal. But when someone picked one up, they found one was lighter than a chicken egg. These are alchemy arrows, flame arrows. ZD's eyes shined as she identified them. Bang, bang, bang. Every small box was pried open. Almost all of them had alchemy arrows inside. Most of them were fire arrows, but there were also frost arrows, torrent arrows, wind arrows, smoke arrows, sluggish arrows, flash arrows, and more. There were many kinds of arrows and an astonishing amount of them. Many people swallowed their saliva. They never expected to see such an astonishing scene. Alchemy arrows had a considerable construction cost. It was rare to see a box full of them. Can we use these arrows? Triple Blade's heart beated constantly. He pet the arrow shafts like he was emotionally caressing skin. Zhen Ren, Zongji, as well as the Templar Guardian Knights, to the contrary, had indifferent expressions. As a mercenary commander, Triple Blade's financial resources were limited. He seldomly used these types of weapons. But regardless of whether it was Zhen Ren, Zongji, or the Templar Guardian Knights, these alchemy arrows were everyday equipment to them. Beside the quality being better, there weren't any differences. After all, the Sheng Ming Empire officials supplied them with such things. A moment after ZD carefully identified the arrows, she shook her head in disappointment. These arrows only have a branch of a magic spell on them. They need the corresponding source spell to display their true might. Otherwise, when they are fired, they are inferior to our improvised wooden arrows. But Triple Blade was not disappointed. Rather, he looked excitedly towards the unopened boxes. There should be crossbows in there. The mercenary commander couldn't help but shout. Thus, everyone unboxed with more enthusiasm. More and more boxes were opened. Most of the arrows and warheads were found. The vast majority of the arrows were triangle-shaped, with a minority possessing barbs. The arrows had different colors, but all of them had a semi-transparent crystal texture. These arrows can be used. We only need to hit a certain level of force, said Zongji. As a former high-ranking military officer that served for many years, the half-beast man was very familiar with commonly seen equipment. Then there were the warheads. These warheads were ball-shaped. The small ones were the size of an adult human's fingertip, while the larger ones were triple the size of the smaller ones. These were flintlock rifle bullets. All sizes of bullets matched with all kinds of flintlock rifle models on the market. The warheads and arrowheads were the same. They only needed the standard striking force to trigger. But no one had a flintlock rifle on them. Opening the largest box, the people found small boxes neatly arranged inside. What is this? After opening a small box, someone took out a flask. The grenade seemed to be made from glass and had liquid inside. One half seemed to be a yellow oil, and the other half seemed to be a red liquid. How fantastic! These liquids were entirely different, yet neither seeped into the other. Softly let it go now, don't shake it. Heywan's complexion suddenly changed, and his tone faintly shuddered. Many people gathered around the voice. Zongji stared. Explosive flasks. The music shaker. Triple Blade stated the weapon's nickname. There were many explosive flasks. Basically all of the boxes here stored them. It seems this really is War Merchant's alchemy factory. Jie Sha reaffirmed. Those weapons are War Merchant's signature product. After fiercely shaking one, the two liquids would mix and explode within a fixed amount of time. The fiery oil from the explosion will attach and burn the target for a time. The temperature of the flames was 10 times hotter than ordinary fire. This single-use throwable had a reputation. When a mercenary used a music shaker, the music could cause death to appear to a degree. We finally found some. After a moment, Triple Blade laughed heartily. In one of the large boxes, they finally found alchemy crossbows. But quickly, Triple Blade's smile dwindled into anxiety. because in the underground factory magic was still prohibited. Thus, these crossbows were unusable. There are also rifles here. Most of the rifles were alchemy products. But, like the crossbows, they were low-level alchemy items and were restricted by the environment, rendering them useless. These bullets seemed to be made from bone. In the rifle box, the people also found unusual warheads made from twisted bones. When Jiashe looked at them, his complexion immediately sank. ZD also seemed bewildered. Wraith bullets? Isn't that Beyond Z's signature product? This bullet had been on the market for the last century and continued to get more popular. It used the power of necromancy magic, and every year, high-level Imperials and others on other continents died from this bullet. The school of necromancy had risen within the last 100 years. Traditional defense methods were ineffective against its strange ferocity. If one was exposed as a necromancer, they would be a fugitive and attacked by everyone. The founder of this school of magic was called Yukan. Their race was unverifiable. Someone said he was once a great beastman shaman, and others say he was once a great heretical priest who stole a lot of the gods' divine power. As the greatest founder of necromancy, he was currently the 6th most wanted, one position greater than war merchant. Bianzi was a newcomer in weapons commerce that had emerged prominently in the last 100 years. She was a dark elf. Why are her signature products here? ZD was puzzled. Jiashai sneered. It's very simple. Hi, BNZ is simply a false identity of war merchant, nothing more. The people then opened the final large wooden box. I wonder what's stored in here? Wow. A large and thick weapon. Van whistle. It was an alchemy cannon. There was a golden veined pattern stitched around pitch-black cannon's body, giving the people a feeling of tenacity. Under the cannon was a silver-white pedestal, forming a battery. This is a gold-level alchemy cannon. ZD's eyes cheerfully shined. The immediate implication was that this alchemy cannon could be used in this environment. There are also compatible artillery shells. Someone cried out in surprise upon their discovery. The sphere-shaped artillery shells seemed to be solid bullets. However, they were colored differently and portrayed a roaring dragon head on their exteriors. This is Daehan's whistling dragon shell. ZD breathed out. Dahong was a giant. He was also a new weapons merchant who had sprung up in the last 100 years. The whistling dragon shell was his signature product. Everyone's heart sank. This implied Dahong, a newly promoted arms dealer, was likely just another identity of war merchant, nothing more. Honk. Tonke. Honk. Just as the people were dragging out the alchemy cannon, a sharp alarm echoed through the plaza. At the same time, the blue ceiling light changed red and constantly flickered. Warning. Warning. An intruder has appeared in the warehouse. An intruder has appeared in the warehouse. A mechanical voice resonated through the entire plaza. Everyone's complexion changed. A tower spirit? Jayashaw was ashen. I fear this alchemy factory is War Merchant's Magician Tower. Prepare now, we must fight. Chapter 160. Discarded Golems.